Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
I don't need this. Norton pushed the protective suit back onto the rack. With his physique and adaptability, the harsh environment of this alien planet couldn't threaten him at all. Bulky life support armor would only slow him down, but Magneto and Professor X were different. Their current bodies couldn't withstand the planet's brutal temperature swings, radiation, and sand-laced winds. More importantly, neither of them could create a stable living environment around themselves the way Norton could. So the two of them had no choice but to wear full protective suits if they wanted to step outside the city. Professor X especially had it rough. There was no sealed wheelchair prepared for him, which meant he had to stand up and walk this time, relying purely on his own strength. In truth, there was an easier way. As long as Norton expanded his particle shield and brought both of them under its protection, the suits would be unnecessary, but none of them suggested it, not because of distrust. Magneto and Charles both believed Norton had no bad intentions, but instinct was instinct. The presence of a powerful protector always made weaker people feel restrained, dependent, uncomfortable. That kind of pressure didn't disappear just because people were friendly. Only time could smooth it out. Only long companionship could turn that unease into natural trust. After leaving the city, the view instantly turned into endless sand. Yellow dust filled the sky as if the entire planet was stuck in an eternal desert storm. There was no point walking any further. Norton lifted off the ground and flew straight upward. Magneto followed, levitating beside him while carrying Professor X along with magnetic force. Norton glanced around the horizon. Is there a wide open place nearby, somewhere farther from the city? Magneto raised his left arm. His goggles' portable device lit up, projecting a map in midair. His eyes scanned quickly, then he pointed forward. Right, 50 kilometers in that direction, there's a large basin, it should work. Norton nodded. Good, let's go there. He had already checked the skateboard's condition earlier. Its power wasn't weakened in the Marvel main world at all. On Earth, it had only been able to reach level 3, mostly because Earth's laws were too strong, suppressing it. But here it could unleash level 4 completely, and at level 4 the range wasn't small. A single activation could easily affect an area with a radius of 10 to 20 kilometers. That was exactly why Norton insisted on coming far from the city. He didn't want to test something and accidentally destroy everything Magneto had built. Before long, the three of them arrived. A massive basin stretched out beneath them, so large it looked like a crater carved by an ancient god. Dozens of kilometers wide, empty, silent, and perfect. This is it. Norton's eyes brightened with satisfaction. He flew toward the center and took out the skateboard. His understanding of it was already deep. No instruments, no setup, no charging. He simply reached out with his mind. The skateboard awakened instantly. Norton stepped onto it and turned back, his voice calm but firm. Eric, step back. Magneto and Professor X retreated several hundred meters, keeping distance without argument. Only then did Norton begin. The air changed first. Clouds gathered from nowhere, spiraling into formation above the basin. The wind rose like a living creature, sweeping across the sand in violent waves. The temperature dropped sharply. Not a gentle chill. A sudden, oppressive cold that spread outward like an expanding dome, swallowing the entire basin in seconds. Even the ground reacted. Sand began to pull together at Norton's feet, swirling upward in a controlled vortex, as if the planet itself was answering his command. It wasn't just weather manipulation. It felt like the environment had been rewritten. After the test, Norton glided back toward them and stopped in midair. Then he handed the skateboard to Magneto. This board lets you control the planet's magnetic field, radiation, even gravity. Norton spoke slowly, making sure every word landed. You can change the weather, reshape terrain, and regulate environmental stability. He looked directly at Magneto. With this, your terraforming progress will speed up massively. Magneto held the skateboard with quiet intensity. How wide is the range? Norton didn't hesitate. What you just saw was about 20 kilometers. Magneto's brows tightened. 20 kilometers sounds big, but for an entire planet, his tone carried disappointment. Isn't that too small? Norton shook his head. Direct control of 20 kilometers is already enormous. A single point doesn't just affect that point. He gestured at the sky. If you influence temperature, wind flow, and pressure patterns properly, you can affect weather systems far beyond the boundary. He continued, voice sharp with logic. With enough precision, you can slowly spread the change. And once the weather shifts, the planet's environment will follow. It becomes a chain reaction. Magneto didn't argue, he didn't agree either. He simply stared at the skateboard in his hands as if imagining the impossible finally becoming real. Then Norton realized the real issue. Magneto had the power. But his people didn't have the science. Transforming a city's green zone was manageable. Transforming a planet, that wasn't brute force, that was engineering, calculations, systems, long-term planning. So Norton added quietly, I'll send a research team here. They'll bring equipment and specialists to assist with full-scale planetary transformation. Only then did Magneto's expression loosen slightly. After a long pause, he finally forced out a single word, heavy as iron. Thank you. Before Norton could reply, beep, 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 Magneto's suit erupted with warning alarms. He raised his arm, checked the portable computer display, and his eyes hardened. At the same time, Professor X's suit also began sounding alerts. Norton turned instantly. Professor, what happened? Professor X stared at the warning message, his voice controlled but urgent. The alien night is coming. We need to return immediately. Magneto didn't waste even 1 second. He moved in, grabbed the moment with discipline, and the three of them turned back toward the city at full speed. They had to make it back before darkness. Norton's curiosity sparked as the lights of the distant city began to appear. Is the night here dangerous? Magneto stared ahead, expression grim. Night is when the alien bugs become active. Bugs, Norton blinked. He wasn't afraid of insects, not even a little, but the fact that Magneto treated it seriously meant it wasn't just a minor nuisance. Are they troublesome? Norton asked. Magneto's voice stayed calm, but the meaning was heavy. They aren't individually strong. He paused. The problem is they hide underground, they're hard to track, and recently their numbers have been increasing. A few minutes later, the city came into view, shining brightly inside its protective shield like a small fortress of light in an endless desert. Outside the shield, the city walls stretched for dozens of kilometers. Brotherhood soldiers in fully sealed combat uniforms patrolled the perimeter, their silhouettes sharp under the floodlights, but the wall was simply too long. The Brotherhood had less than 1,000 people. Even if every single one of them stood guard, it would still be impossible to cover the entire distance properly. So they relied on cameras placed all over the wall, combined with small patrol teams rotating constantly, watching for movement in the sand. Most of the remaining fighters stayed in waiting rooms, geared up and ready to rush out the moment an alert sounded. And Norton noticed something else. A circular moat surrounded the wall. It didn't contain water yet, but it didn't need to. The trench alone was enough to stop the bugs from crawling quietly up to the wall unnoticed. On top of that, heavy machine gun turrets were mounted along the defenses. Large caliber, built to shred, but there was a problem there too. The weapons were powerful, the people weren't enough. Not enough gunners, not enough hands, not enough bodies to hold a wall this large forever. And as the sky slowly darkened, Norton could feel it. This planet wasn't testing their strength, it was testing their endurance. The three of them didn't enter through the city gate. Instead, they descended directly onto the city wall, not because it was faster, but because all three of them wanted to see these so-called alien bugs with their own eyes. The wall was already alive with movement. Brotherhood members in sealed combat gear ran between watch posts, checked ammunition crates, adjusted turrets, and rotated patrol teams like a machine that never stopped. Norton swept his eyes across the defenses, then spoke without wasting Magneto's time. Eric, go do what you need to do. He waved casually. You don't have to babysit me, I can walk around by myself. Magneto gave him a short look, then nodded. Sorry. Professor X moved along the wall at a slow but steady pace, his expression calm, his mind already reaching outward like an invisible net. He wasn't looking at the sand, he was listening to it. Magneto, meanwhile, checked the wall equipment one by one. Searchlights, surveillance cameras, turret mounts, ammunition feeds, nothing escaped his attention. And Norton simply observed, not as a tourist, as someone studying a battlefield. The Brotherhood's problem was obvious the moment he truly looked. Their defenses were solid, their discipline was decent, and their reaction speed was impressive, but they were missing two things: manpower, technology. The manpower shortage was clear. A wall this long couldn't be defended properly with less than 1,000 people. They could patrol, sure, but patrolling wasn't the same as controlling. Luckily, manpower could be compensated for. Automation could replace human eyes. Drones could replace patrol teams. Sensor arrays could replace watchmen. But the second weakness, technology, that wasn't something you could patch overnight, and the Brotherhood had an even worse limitation. They couldn't just recruit thousands of ordinary engineers and scientists. Their entire organization was built on mutants, their trust, their identity, their survival. Bringing in large numbers of normal humans would shatter that foundation. Magneto clearly understood this too. That's why he had been forcing education harder in recent years. But Norton knew the truth. Most Brotherhood members were adults. They could learn, yes, but their learning curve was slow. Even if they pushed themselves, they would peak at skilled technician at best. And mutant children, the ones with real potential to become the future backbone, a few years wasn't enough. You couldn't grow scientists like crops, not even in a war. The sky kept darkening. The alien moon hung above the desert like a weak, pale coin, barely offering any light at all. Night here wasn't dramatic, it was suffocating. And with the planet's constant wind and sand, visibility became even worse. The darkness didn't just hide things, it swallowed them. Fortunately, energy wasn't a problem. The city had power. Countless searchlights were installed across the walls, their beams cutting through the sandstorm haze, lighting up everything within a kilometer outside the moat. The city glowed like a fortress of white light in a dead world, and yet no bugs came. Minutes passed, then an hour. The outside remained silent, as if the planet itself was holding its breath. Eventually, Norton, Magneto, and Professor X stepped into an unused guard tower and sat down. The room was cold, dimly lit, and smelled faintly of metal and dust. Outside, the Brotherhood remained almost fully mobilized, as if expecting an apocalypse. Norton watched the movement below and asked quietly, "Is it like this every night?" Magneto shook his head. "Normally, only a few teams keep watch." Then his tone sharpened. "Tonight is different." Norton smirked. "Different because the three of us showed up." Magneto didn't even entertain that. "No, they expect an insect wave tonight, that's why everyone's out." As soon as he finished speaking, Norton noticed something. Professor X's eyes shifted slightly, like he had just heard a whisper no one else could hear. Norton leaned forward. "Professor, you found something?" Professor X nodded once, calm, precise. "They're coming." He paused. "They're gathering outside the moat." Norton glanced out the window. The patrols on the wall looked normal. No alarms, no shouting, no panic. Nobody had noticed anything. Norton turned back. "Shouldn't we warn them?" Magneto shook his head. No, his voice wasn't cold, it was disciplined. "Unless the city is in danger of being destroyed tonight, we don't interfere." Norton understood immediately. All three of them were level 5 mutants. If any one of them acted, they could erase the bugs outside like sweeping dust off a table, but that would solve nothing. Because Norton, Magneto, and Charles weren't going to stay on this planet forever. Sooner or later, the Brotherhood would face this nightmare alone. Better to suffer the fear now, with 3 gods standing behind them. Better to accumulate experience now, while mistakes could still be corrected. The Brotherhood's prediction was correct. It really was an insect wave, but it didn't hit immediately. They waited deep into the second half of the night, until hundreds of massive shapes had gathered outside the moat like a living shadow. Only then did the swarm begin to move. The bugs were horrifying. They looked like giant worms scaled up into monsters. Each one was thicker than a man, more than a meter in diameter and nearly 10 meters long. Their bodies were wrapped in dry, tough horn-like skin built for this cruel planet. Worst of all, both ends of their bodies had mouthparts, and inside those mouths were rings of jagged teeth, layered and overlapping like rotating saw blades. A nightmare that didn't even need eyes to hunt you. The wall patrols stiffened the moment the searchlights caught them. Weapons raised, breathing tightened. But the bugs didn't charge the wall. Instead, they attacked from 100 meters away. They spat rocks. Chunks of hardened stone launched through the air like artillery shells, fast and violent, slamming into the wall with explosive force. It happened too suddenly. Nobody expected ranged attacks. But the city wall held, and Brotherhood members weren't ordinary people either. Mutants reacted instantly, throwing up barriers, deflecting impacts, and using their abilities to intercept the worst strikes. From inside the guard tower, Norton watched the pattern. It wasn't random, it was coordinated. He narrowed his eyes. "These insects, they're smarter than they look." Professor X replied smoothly, as if he had already dissected the truth. "Individually, their minds are extremely weak." Then he added the terrifying part. "But once they gather in large numbers, a collective consciousness forms. When that happens, the swarm's intelligence becomes significant." Norton's expression tightened. Insects with shared will, shared strategy, shared purpose, and Professor X, he could invade that weak collective mind as easily as walking through an open door. Their secrets were exposed the instant they tried to think. The first counterattack came fast. Bang, 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 large-caliber machine cannons opened fire from the wall, shredding the sand around the swarm and punching into their bodies. But even that didn't look as effective as it should have been. The insect's skin and muscle were absurdly tough. Direct hits only tore open shallow wounds, barely 10 centimeters deep. And then those wounds began to heal. Norton watched carefully. This wasn't regeneration like Wolverine, it was endurance. a survival body forged by an environment that never forgave weakness. If the gunfire wasn't concentrated, it simply wasn't lethal. A few unlucky bugs were ripped apart when cannon fire hit the same spot repeatedly, but most of the swarm only took injuries and kept moving. Then the swarm adapted. Instantly, yellow sand surged upward like a wave and hardened across their bodies, forming rough layers of rock armor. The next round of bullets slammed into the armor and shattered stone into fragments, debris exploding into the air. But once the armor absorbed the impact, the bullets lost penetration power. They were no longer piercing deep enough to kill. Then a voice echoed down the wall. Switch to armor-piercing incendiary. The Brotherhood had planned for this. The next shots hit differently. Armor-piercing incendiary rounds punched through the rock armor and the thermite inside ignited. Fire erupted, not normal fire. Thermite burned at insane temperatures, hot enough to melt metal. The insects screamed silently, their bodies thrashing and rolling as flames crawled across their armor and into the seams of their flesh. No biological material could endure that, not even on this planet. The damage was instant and brutal, but the Brotherhood didn't stop there. After the incendiary volley, dozens of rockets streaked through the air and slammed into the swarm. The desert lit up. A sea of flames swallowed the insects whole. Ordinary fire wouldn't permanently kill them. They could burrow underground and escape, but it achieved something just as important. It broke the formation, the swarm scattered, and the moment the bugs lost their unity, their collective consciousness fractured. That's when the patrol teams moved in. Mutants dropped from the wall like hunters, surrounding the scattered bugs and finishing them one by one before they could dig away. From the guard tower, Norton watched it all without blinking. When the fighting finally stabilized, he exhaled softly and gave a simple conclusion: they're well prepared. Although this small insect infestation was neatly wiped out by Brotherhood, Norton did not take these bugs lightly. Not to mention other things, just the collective consciousness of the insect swarm and the ability to control soil have very high plasticity. This time there were only a few hundred bugs, and they couldn't be seen clearly. What if the insect swarm gathers into thousands or tens of thousands? At that time it will definitely threaten the life and death of the city. Fortunately, Magneto and Professor, the battle is over. While Brotherhood's people were cleaning up the battlefield, the three Nortons had returned to Earth through the space gate. After returning to Earth, Norton immediately issued instructions to the Mutant Academy, asking the research base to form a technology team as required. In view of Brotherhood's limited technological capabilities, Norton increased the number of technology teams to 500 people. Anyway, he has a share in the alien planet, so this time he will treat it as an early investment. While waiting for the technology team, Norton asked Magneto again, "Eric, do you need to help Brotherhood bring some people back for rotation?" Magneto thought for a moment and finally shook his head and refused. No. For reasons of confidentiality, he decided not to allow the alien Brotherhood members to return to Earth. Norton didn't force this, but just made a request. It's okay not to rotate, but it's best not to continue to transfer Brotherhood's main force on Earth to alien planets. With Magneto's keenness, he immediately understood the hidden meaning of Norton's words. Is there anyone on Earth who is planning to attack our Brotherhood? It's not about Brotherhood, but this time we mutants can't stay out of it, Norton replied. He did not explain in detail. It is difficult to explain clearly what has not happened yet. Okay, I understand. Magneto didn't ask further, but Professor X asked further, do you want me to come forward at Xavier's school? I will send someone to inform Xavier's school and then let them act together with the Brotherhood. Professor, you should continue to hide in the dark, Norton replied. He hadn't actually planned to bring this up today, but he was worried that Magneto would send all his people to the alien planet and no one would be available. That's why I warned Magneto in advance. Norton's order came suddenly, and Serena felt that she couldn't handle it, so she had to find Una, who then found John. As the person in charge of the research base, John knows the scientific researchers at the base best. After reading the list handed over by Una, he said helplessly, machinery, architecture, meteorology, geology, ecology, and biology are all relatively minor subjects in our college. There are not many people in the first place, but if 500 people are transferred at once, most projects may have to be suspended. For a research project with a small number of people, wouldn't it be enough to send the entire scientific research team to it together? Una thought for a while and suggested directly, that seems okay. John thought for a moment and then added, since everyone has gone over, let's send their research equipment over too. Okay, that's it. Una nodded in agreement. John and Selena went to convince the selected scientific research team to prepare for relocation, and Una came to the door and asked him to open the portal connecting the central base of Hope Island. In less than 2 hours, a scientific research team of more than 500 people was assembled, and then together with their equipment, they passed through the portal and arrived at the base in the center of Hope Island. Fortunately, Magneto built the base large enough to accommodate a scientific research team of several hundred people. In fact, these people had some complaints at first. After all, the transfer was too sudden, with no preparation time and no choice. It's just that because of the authority that Norton has always established, no one is speaking out, but they said that they didn't realize that people trusted him so much that he couldn't pretend that he didn't know anything. So after installing the scientific research equipment, Norton brought them together. Aren't you curious why so many of you are suddenly sent here? Norton waved his hand, and the three-dimensional model of the alien planet was projected. That's why. With another wave of his hand, a three-dimensional model of the alien planet appeared in front of everyone's eyes, allowing them to observe it at will. This is a newly discovered planet with life, and our mutant has already established a base on it. However, the natural environment of this planet is very harsh, and it is completely unsuitable for human survival outside the base. This is your next research topic, transforming the entire alien environment into an environment suitable for human survival. For the future of mutant, work hard. You are all the best scientific researchers, I believe you can do it. After speaking, Norton quickly stepped down, but what he said had already caused an uproar among the more than 500 people. Definitely, it also successfully inspired their passion. It took more than a day to secure more than 500 people. In the end, most of them went to alien planets and the other half stayed on Earth. The reason why not all of them go to alien planets is because some research requires the use of Earth's equipment and resources, so it would not be good to go to alien stars entirely. Eric, I'll leave them to you. Norton, don't worry, I guarantee they won't be in any danger. The alien planet can only be used as a retreat for the time being. It is not needed under normal circumstances and may not be useful under extraordinary circumstances. So Norton didn't waste too much time and energy here. Magneto and his Brotherhood were there. Time came to 2012 before we knew it. In recent times, although there has been no major crisis on the Earth, the frequency of abnormal events around the world has clearly shown an increasing trend. But on the surface, the Earth still maintains a peaceful scene. This makes the entire Earth's atmosphere seem a bit weird. This weird state will definitely not last long, but Norton has no intention of intervening. Unless it is a major event that threatens the entire Earth and the survival of mankind, Norton is not interested in directly intervening. He is not that free yet. Even matters involving mutants are handled by Nova Team. Only things that Nova Team cannot handle will be reported to Norton. After several years of training, the Nova Team has become very mature, and with the expansion of combatants, the team has become more and more abundant. Nowadays, the number of official members of the Nova Team has exceeded 100, not counting the reserve members and support staff. Every official team member is at least a level 3 X-ability user and is equipped with equipment tailor-made for each of them. As long as the incident does not involve level 5 power, Nova Team can solve it on its own. Not bad. Norton nodded with satisfaction after seeing the team's latest personnel statistics. With such a force at hand, he can rest assured that he does not have to do many things alone. On this day, Norton and Tony Stark completed the third space engine test and returned from the moon. Believe me, it only takes 3. With the data collected this time, I will definitely succeed next time, Tony promised confidently. I believe you. Norton also looked at him sincerely. Although the third test spacecraft was lost in the Oort cloud today, Norton really didn't blame Tony. Experiments always fail, and failure will definitely result in losses. It's just a few test spaceships. Does Norton seem like a person who can't afford losses? But Tony didn't seem to believe him. Brother, you don't believe me. Brother, how do you see that I don't believe you? Norton asked. I feel like your whole body is saying it's that idiot next to you who screwed up 3 times in a row. You don't have to apologize, I forgive you. I will succeed next time, I promise. Tony's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Norton really wants to say, brother, where do you get so many inner dramas? But seeing Tony's expression, Norton didn't say these words. This is actually good. This time it inspires Tony's fighting spirit. Maybe he can really create a miracle and succeed next time. Dong dong dong. At this time there was a sudden knock on the door. Norton looked over and found that it was Una knocking on the door. At the moment, she looked anxious and some emergency must have occurred. So Norton immediately stood up, walked quickly to the door and apologized to Tony. Sorry, Tony, I have something to deal with. You can do whatever you want. Walking outside the door, Norton immediately asked Una, what happened? The spiritual eye detected a space law fluctuation, and the deputy's speed exceeded level 5. Una replied, "Space law fluctuations beyond the 5th level, what else to do?" Norton instantly realized what had happened. So he directly activated the space wristband, moved instantly, and brought Una to the Nova team's conference room. Spirit Eye and the others are waiting in the conference room at the moment. Norton did not ask the spiritual eye for details but directly ordered the door, "Send me directly to the scene." No problem, a portal opened directly. Apparently he had just learned the location of the incident from the spiritual eye. The other side, Loki arrived at the SHIELD underground base very smoothly, controlled Hawkeye and Dr. Shavig, and grabbed the Tesseract. Later, under the leadership of Hawkeye, Loki and his team successfully escaped from the underground base that was about to collapse. But just as they rushed out of the underground base, the scepter in Lu Jai's hand suddenly flashed. He immediately shouted, "Stop!" Hawkeye suddenly stepped on the brakes and Loki jumped into the cab, pulling Hawkeye, Dr. Shavig and the box containing the Tesseract. Then the three people disappeared from the car in an instant, leaving only an empty car. At the same time that Loki disappeared, a portal opened nearby. Norton walked out of the portal, but he didn't see Loki, only an empty car. Under the vision of time and space, Norton could only see the spatial fluctuations left by the teleportation in the car. As for the trajectory of the teleportation, it was completely wiped out by another stronger force, and Norton couldn't see a trace of it. Norton's expression did not change at all, and the result did not exceed his expectations. Loki is Thanos' chess piece. He has Thanos' support behind him, and he also has 2 infinite gems in his hand. It's normal that he can't catch it. He was just giving it a try, and he wasn't disappointed that he couldn't stop Loki's conspiracy in advance. Anyway, the key to the Krita invasion is not Loki, but Thanos, the man behind Loki. This invasion is obviously a test by Thanos to test the reality of the Earth. Not only the original resistance of the Earth, but also the current state of the strong people who protect the Earth. As long as Thanos fails to achieve his goal, this invasion will be impossible to stop. Thinking of this, Norton discovered that not being able to stop Loki was actually a good thing. He can guess part of Loki's plan and can make corresponding preparations in advance to reduce losses as much as possible. If Loki is killed in advance, Thanos will definitely have other plans. By then he will know nothing about Thanos' new plan, and the final result may be even worse. While Norton was deep in thought, Nick Fury came over and asked, "Mr. Carnegie, why are you here? My people detected energy fluctuations that exceeded the limit." "I came over to take a look," Norton replied casually. Fury thought for a moment and then asked, "What did you find?" Norton knew Lu Dan's character and must have doubted himself, but he didn't mean to explain, he just reminded, "They escaped through space teleportation. Things are not easy this time, you should be prepared." After saying that, Norton walked into the portal. Only the braised egg is left alone to spit out the fragrance in the night. Loki just disappeared and Norton appeared at the scene. Isn't this too suspicious? If it had been anyone else, Fury would have been arrested and tortured. It's a pity that it was not someone else but Norton who showed up at the scene. Norton's identity, strength and power all require Fury to treat with caution. Putting the three together, he can only be polite when facing Norton. Returning to the Nova team, Norton immediately ordered, "Una, inform all combatants to leave and return to the base to stand by. The team that is on a mission should also be withdrawn." Una asked, "You decide what to do, I only look at the result. All combatants must gather before tomorrow," Norton replied. The combatants here do not refer to members with combat effectiveness. In the Nova team, there is a clear distinction between combatants and non-combatants. The combatants are the ones responsible for frontal combat. Kai and Hao Zhao understood, Una said. The next day, Nova team combatants were assembled on time with a total of 137 combatants, including 17 auxiliary combatants. Una, take them to the equipment warehouse to replace the war version equipment. Norton's first instruction was to replace the equipment. Each generation of Nova team equipment has 3 versions, including a training version for daily training, a daily version for use during missions, and a battle version for backup. The strongest among them is naturally the war version of the equipment specially designed to deal with emergencies. It uses the best materials, and all standards reach the technical limit. Especially in terms of defense, in order to prevent team members from becoming dependent, the daily version of the equipment can only have average defense and cannot withstand high explosive grenades, while the war version of the equipment has hard-resistant missiles. 10 minutes later, all combatants put on new equipment and returned to the training ground. They were armed from head to toe to the teeth. This set of equipment is mainly black, with bright gold patterns which greatly enhances their momentum. Norton was quite satisfied with this. Very good. The next thing you have to do is to train, get used to your new equipment, and wait for my new orders at any time. After arranging the training of the Nova team, Norton went to the Mutant Brotherhood's Hope Island and also sent someone to Xavier's school. Seeing Magneto, Norton asked directly, "Eric, are the Brotherhood's main combat forces still there?" He was really worried that Magneto had sent people to alien planets. "They are still there. I have kept them on the island for training since you reminded me last time." Magneto replied, pointing at the large training ground outside Hope Town. "That's good," Norton nodded. Magneto also realized at the moment that something big had happened, so he asked, "Has the big thing you mentioned before happened?" "Not yet, but soon," Norton replied. "What on earth is going on?" Magneto frowned slightly. "Alien invasion." Norton didn't hide anything this time. "The scouts have arrived on Earth and may open a wormhole at any time and connect the fleet to the Earth." "Alien?" Magneto was in disbelief. His first reaction was that Norton was joking, but in an instant they realized that they had already begun to colonize alien planets. It seemed that alien invasion of the Earth was not impossible. "Yes, 77 is the alien fleet." Norton nodded affirmatively and then explained. "Why did aliens suddenly invade the Earth?" Magneto asked. "The people who invaded the Earth this time are the Caritans. They are the cannon fodder fleet of Thanos. They were sent by Thanos to test the strength of the Earth." Norton briefly explained the relationship. Thanos. The name Magneto is quite unfamiliar, but it does not prevent him from knowing that this is a strong man. A person who can control a fleet will definitely not be weak. Thanos is a strong man in the universe. Norton did not hide Thanos' information from Magneto. Since Thanos is so powerful, why didn't he just bring his fleet to kill him? Magneto asked again. Thanos is indeed very strong, but the strong ones who protect the Earth are not weak either. He doesn't dare to set foot on the Earth rashly, so he can only send cannon fodder to test it first. Norton, CJCC replied. Cannon fodder. This adjective surprised Magneto. Norton didn't want Magneto to feel contemptuous, so he explained. A military that can participate in interstellar wars, even if it is cannon fodder, will be a disaster for the Earth. Also, don't forget what is the biggest characteristic of cannon fodder. The biggest characteristic of cannon fodder is its huge number. There is no need to remind you of this. Once the wormhole is opened, what will flood into the Earth will definitely be overwhelming Kairuta cannon fodder. Cannon fodder wins by quantity. It is simply impossible for the Avengers alone to block so many cannon fodder. Once the Kairuta cannon fodder spreads, not only Manhattan, but the entire New York will be turned into ruins in no time. It is precisely because of this thought that Norton not only mobilized the entire Nova team, but also roped in the Mutant Brotherhood and the X-Men. Magneto also realized the seriousness of the matter. We can't stop an interstellar fleet with just a few people, right? We don't need to block an entire fleet, and they can't send a fleet to Earth at once. Norton explained, we, Team Nova and your Brotherhood, are tasked with preventing the expansion of the battlefield. We do not need to destroy a fleet. Magneto did not ask who was responsible for destroying the fleet. Norton had already mentioned this, and it was impossible for him to refuse, so he asked directly, what time and where? The time is uncertain and the location is most likely in New York. You just need to be prepared. I will notify you in advance and have someone send you directly to the edge of the battlefield. Norton replied. Okay, no problem. Magneto replied directly in the affirmative and did not continue to ask anything else. Where is the professor? Why didn't you see him today? Only then did Norton notice that Professor X, who had always been inseparable from Magneto, had not shown up today. Charles is on the alien planet. The alien bugs have been a bit active recently. Someone must be on the alien planet. Magneto replied, since Alien needs someone to be in charge, let the professor continue to be in charge of Alien. Norton did not ask to bring the professor back. Anyway, there is no shortage of level 5 combat power this time. What really determines the outcome is the game between level 6 experts. When he mentioned the professor, Norton thought of the X-Men again, so he made arrangements. The X-Men will move with the Brotherhood when the time comes. Eric, you can make the arrangements yourself. Yes, no problem. Magneto did not refuse and helped the professor take care of his students. Norton would do it without even mentioning it. With Brotherhood's support secured, Norton came to New York. He did not go to Stark, but went to the energy company and inspected the equipment in the 3 buildings in turn. After the equipment was installed, Reed was responsible for maintaining it. Not bad, the equipment is in perfect condition. Norton was very satisfied with Reed's work and then thrust a few tickets into his hands. My personal reward, a 7-day trip to Hawaii paid, have fun. Next, New York is too dangerous for Reed to stay here. Thank you, boss. Reed happily accepted the ticket and paid leave. Who doesn't like that? Norton then inquired about information about the garrison near New York. After taking over, he found that General Wilson's quick reaction force was stationed near New York, which saved him a lot of trouble and did not have to make special arrangements. This preparation should be enough. Norton made sure that he had tried to be as lenient as possible. Unless the temptation turns into an all-out war, it will definitely be enough. At this point, Norton's preparations are over. After the preparation work is completed, Norton has enough time to understand the progress of Avengers. Dr. Banner is still squatting in the freezing cold of northern Canada, and Black Widow is still on her way there. This time, due to the intervention of Norton and Tony, Banner did not choose to go to India to learn yoga. Having obtained the solution to the problem from Norton, he naturally did not need to rush to the doctor to try yoga, so Dr. Banner chose to come to the sparsely populated northern region of Canada. Tony is still obsessed with research work, and Phil Coulson obviously hasn't come to visit him yet. Captain America is checking information in his retro apartment, and Fury has obviously already looked for him, after he was dug out of the glacier by SHIELD. SHIELD has been arranging it. It is reasonable for him to be the first one to be persuaded by SHIELD. Norton is able to grasp the progress of the Avengers so accurately, not because he has been monitoring Tony and the others. All he needs to do is monitor SHIELD, thanks to the ubiquitous internet. SHIELD monitors the world through the internet. Norton only needs to secretly control SHIELD's system permissions to indirectly do the same thing. This is not difficult for Norton. SHIELD's intelligence system is not weak, especially in terms of system protection. It is no weaker than Tony's JARVIS, it's just that Norton has Billy Solo under his command, a mutant who can be called a bug in the data world. No matter how powerful the intelligence system is, it's useless. Definitely, Norton hasn't forgotten Hawkeye's temporary rebellion either. After being controlled by Loki, Hawkeye was freed from the shackles of rules, and his work efficiency became significantly more efficient. How long has it been? He has already recruited a large number of people for Loki and raised enough supplies. Moreover, this process did not attract SHIELD's attention at all, nor did it leave any clues. Fortunately, the Tesseract is not stable at the moment and exudes weak law fluctuations at any time. The fluctuations of this law are not strong, but without the cover of dozens of meters of soil, it still cannot escape the lock of the spiritual eye. Once the location of Hawkeye and others is determined, whether it is a contracted animal with spiritual eyes or a mechanical insect carrying a miniature camera, they are the best monitors. As long as the surveillance target is not placed on Loki, there is no need to worry about being discovered. After checking the latest information about the Avengers, Una next to her couldn't help but ask, can these few Avengers stop the attack of the Chitauri fleet? Aren't we still here? It's our mission to stop the Chitauri fleet from wreaking havoc on the Earth. As for the Avengers, their mission is to close the wormhole, Norton replied. Then why don't we just grab the Rubik's Cube and Scepter and completely prevent the invasion of the Chitauri fleet? Una also asked this question. This Chitauri fleet invasion is not as simple as it seems. As long as the people behind the scenes fail to achieve their goals, the invasion will not stop, Norton explained, and the Tesseract and the Psychic Scepter are not that easy to grab. Since Thanos dares to hand over the Mind Scepter to Loki, he has absolutely no worries about it being snatched away. At this stage, he is definitely still keeping an eye on these two treasures. Even if Thanos doesn't pull the strings and Loki has two treasures in hand, it will be difficult for Norton to catch him. Norton still clearly remembers letting Lu Jai escape early at the SHIELD base. The Psychic Scepter can give Loki an early warning. With the Space Rubik's Cube in hand, he can ignore space interference and teleport away at any time. There is no absolute certainty, and Norton is not prepared to cause trouble. Anyway, the outcome is already decided. Odin is still alive, the Ancient One is still the Sorcerer Supreme. At best, it's just a test. Thanos most likely won't dare to start a full-scale war with the Earth at this time. As long as Thanos doesn't start a full-scale war, it's just a cannon fodder fleet, and it's still far from conquering the Earth. Norton himself is confident enough to destroy this Chitauri fleet without the help of a level 6 boss. Although he had already guessed the ending and even the process, this feeling of being in control of the overall situation did not make Norton feel comfortable. Instead, he felt aggrieved. I feel uncomfortable because the plot this time was arranged by others. I can see it, but I am powerless to change it, Norton thought in his mind. In fact, the main reason is that Norton's current strength is neither up to nor down. If he were weaker, he could pretend to know nothing, then personally get involved in the plot and find opportunities to profit from it. If he is strong enough, he can also intervene forcefully and solve the problem directly with his strength. Soon, night fell, and Nick Fury finally convinced the Security Council to agree to his Avengers plan, and the agents can finally take action legitimately. Natasha Romanoff first found Dr. Banner's cabin in the ice and snow. Norton is looking forward to the first contact between Black Widow and the Hulk, and is curious about how Natasha Romanoff will convince the current Banner. As a result, I could only see the picture on the monitor and couldn't hear what they were saying at all. "Why can't I hear the sound?" Norton asked immediately. Una checked and then replied, "This is a SHIELD monitor. There is no function to collect sound." "Forget it." Norton shook his head in disappointment. Although there is no sound, you can understand the general situation of the two people's communication just by looking at the picture. Except that Dr. Banner was a little wary of the sudden appearance of Natasha Romanoff at first. He did not have any overreaction or signs of conflict. On the contrary, the two seemed to have a pleasant exchange. "Please give me flowers." Norton soon figured out the reason. Because of his intervention, Dr. Banner's mentality was not so bad, and he was naturally not too resistant to the outside world. Since the last time he gave Dr. Banner advice, Norton has not seen him in person, but Banner's detailed information will be sent to Norton every month, so Norton is quite familiar with Banner's current situation. Banner finally accepted Norton's suggestion, but due to various reasons, his progress could only be considered average. At best, he could control himself not to transform easily, but this can be considered a good start, allowing Dr. Banner to confirm that Norton's suggestion is useful, thus giving him hope of completely solving the problem. Finally, after half an hour of friendly communication, Banner accepted Natasha Romanoff's invitation and left on a plane with her. While Natasha Romanoff took down Dr. Banner, Phil Coulson also came to Stark Tower. Because of his personal relationship with Tony, Norton did not let anyone hack into JARVIS's system, so he only has the low-level permissions given by Tony. Through this low-level authority, Neo could see the surveillance of public areas of Stark Tower, including the top-floor living room, but could not see the situation in Tony's laboratory. But this does not affect Norton's understanding of Tony's meeting with Phil Coulson. Because when Phil Coulson arrived, Tony was enjoying dinner with Pepper in the living room on the top floor and did not stay in the laboratory. Now Tony is more confident and less resistant to SHIELD naturally. He will not turn away Phil Coulson. "Mr. Stark." Phil Coulson stood at the elevator door with a solemn expression. "Come in," Tony just greeted. He had no intention of getting up to greet him, but Pepper walked to the door politely. "Phil, come in." Tony had no choice but to follow him and said, "What's so urgent about this late at night?" "We need you to take a look at this document immediately," Phil Coulson said directly. "This is not consultation time." Tony emphasized, but he still took the file from Phil Coulson. "This is not consulting," Phil Coulson explains. "Avengers Project." Tony glanced at the title. Hasn't the Avengers Project been rejected? He knew about the Avengers plan. Nick Fury personally invited him, but he didn't agree. In the end, seeing his father's face, he just agreed to become a SHIELD consultant. The Avengers plan was not approved by the Security Council at all, and he only found out about it later. Just half an hour ago, the United Nations Security Council approved the Avengers plan. Phil Coulson replied. "Approved? How did your director convince those old guys on the Security Council?" Tony asked while opening the electronic file. "As the nominal superior body of SHIELD, the Security Council actually has very limited management authority over SHIELD, especially in recent years. After Nick Fury took power, SHIELD's independent authority has become increasingly larger. This time we finally have an opportunity to stick to SHIELD's neck. How should the Security Council not let it pass easily? I don't know, maybe it has something to do with this incident," Phil Coulson guessed. "What happened this time?" The file opened and Tony was stunned for a moment. Fury, the old fox, knew Tony's character very well, so he directly told the truth about Loki's invasion and SHIELD's loss of a top-secret base. At the same time, the file also contains detailed information about each preliminary Avengers, as well as the most important information related to Tesseract. The dangers of Tesseract are highlighted in the information. but the purpose of SHIELD's research on Tesseract is briefly mentioned. However, Tony did not notice this at the moment. He was attracted by the research information of Tesseract at the moment. Mr. Stark, Phil Coulson called Tony. Well, Tony came back to his senses and chose to agree to him. I agree this time. Although he agreed to join Fury's Avengers program, Tony did not go with Phil Coulson to SHIELD. Stark Tower has the best equipment, where his ability can be maximized. After Phil Coulson left, Pepper didn't want to disturb Tony and also proposed to leave. The company has some matters in Los Angeles that I need to deal with. Okay, I'll take you there. Perhaps out of intuition, Tony did not retain Pepper and sent her back to Los Angeles that night. Later, Tony handed over the search for Loki to Jarvis, while he entered the laboratory to study the information sent by SHIELD, focusing on the Tesseract research information. After watching the exchange between Tony and Phil Coulson, Una asked Norton, "Is this still the Tony Stark I know? When did he become so easy to talk to?" From what she knew about Tony, it was impossible for him to serve as a subordinate, and this so-called Avengers project was obviously under the jurisdiction of SHIELD. Perhaps SHIELD offers an offer that Tony can't refuse, Norton guessed. Tony agreed to join the Avengers project, certainly not because of righteousness, but probably because of the Tesseract. The next day, Dr. Banner and Captain America took flights to arrive at the SHIELD aircraft carrier. Then, under their own eyes, the aircraft carrier turned into a helicarrier and disappeared invisible. Of these two people, one is an old antique from decades ago, and the other is a top scientist, but has been hiding around since he transformed into Hulk, and his knowledge is not very broad. When they saw this scene, they were naturally shocked. Norton and the others also witnessed this scene. The clarity of this satellite shot in broad daylight was no worse than that seen on sight. It's just that most of them have a disdainful attitude. After all, they have even seen spaceships, and they naturally don't take it seriously if it's just a helicarrier. When Una saw the helicarrier disappearing, she complained disdainfully, "If you want to hide it, why do you take off in broad daylight, afraid that others won't see it?" Fury is really afraid that others won't see it. Norton nodded affirmatively. There was so much noise when the helicarrier took off just now. Norton and the others were definitely not the only ones seen through the satellite. Nick Fury and Old Fox couldn't possibly make such an obvious mistake, so he must have done this on purpose. It's not just to shock Banner and Captain America or to shock them both incidentally. The more important purpose is to demonstrate the strength of SHIELD in order to deter organizational forces around the world who are ready to take action. Recently, there have been more and more supernatural incidents, and it has become increasingly difficult to maintain peace on the surface. Especially when Loki invades this stall, Fury must show enough strength to prevent other organizations from jumping out to cause trouble at this time, so that he can mobilize enough power to solve the problem of Loki's invasion. Now that Fury's helicarrier has taken off, Loki should be about to take the next step. Norton turned his attention to Hawkeye. To be on the safe side, Norton doesn't monitor Loki directly, but the same goes for monitoring Hawkeye. Sure enough, although Hawkeye and the others have not yet taken any action, they have already begun to inquire about the metal iridium. Is it so complicated to open a wormhole? Una didn't quite understand. In her mind, opening a portal is a very simple matter. Just say hello to the door and you can go wherever you want. Even if Norton opens the space channel, it only takes a few seconds. It has never been so complicated, requiring both complex equipment and rare materials. What they want to open is not just a simple portal, but a large interstellar wormhole. How can it be that simple? Norton explained, the most important thing is that they want to open a wormhole directly in the atmosphere. Without the Tesseract, there is no need to think about it. Even with the Tesseract, this is not an easy task. The 3 holy places established by the Sorcerer Supreme are not just decorations. Dimension Mephisto has no way to block them, and Thanos cannot break the ban on the holy places. Only Space Gem, a top-notch treasure involving the power of the universe, can resist the ban of holy place. Norton is very suspicious that the reason why the Tesseract was able to open a wormhole on the Earth is that the Ancient One magician was unwilling to use the power of the holy place to fight against the authority of the Space Gem, so 5-3 took the initiative to open a hole. This kind of confrontation is not beneficial to the ban on holy place. After all, the Space Gem represents a part of the power of the universe, which naturally has a certain suppressive effect on holy place. In the end, the only one who will be injured is holy place. Even so, this wormhole is not something Thanos can open if he wants to. If it's too easy, where does Sorcerer Supreme's reputation go? It has to be said that Hawkeye is indeed very efficient and quickly found the information about the iridium metal that Dr. Shavig needed. At this time, Loki walked over slowly. "What did you find, Barton Agent?" "Our next target," Hawkeye replied coldly. "What do you need from me?" Loki asked again. He is self-aware enough to know that he does not understand the way the Earth does things. So in order for the operation to go smoothly, he completely handed over the formulation of the action plan to the super agent Hawkeye Barton. "Hit the east and the west, and an eyeball," Hawkeye answered while taking out his bow and arrow. Loki smiled and nodded and finally reminded Hawkeye, "Don't forget Plan B and Plan C." He believed in the ability of Hawkeye Barton, the super agent, but to be on the safe side he still had to use a plan. The warning from the mental scepter when he first came to Earth is still fresh in his mind. Hawkeye paused for a moment, then nodded. "I know, very well, let's move," Loki ordered. Hawkeye quickly arranged the manpower for the operation and then split up with Loki. Loki went to attract Shield's attention and implement the next plan, while Hawkeye first went to get the metal iridium that Dr. Shavig needed. A few hours later at night, Loki appeared on the Königsallee in Stuttgart, Germany. He did not hide his whereabouts at all, and was immediately targeted by Shield. The only person Shield-29 targeted through surveillance was Loki. Loki is not the only suspicious person that Norton has targeted through surveillance. In addition to Loki, who made a high-profile appearance, there were at least 2 teams at the scene. They disguised their identities and blended into the crowd. These people are all subordinates selected by Hawkeye for Loki. They are not on Shield's monitoring list and will not attract Shield's attention. If it weren't for the mechanical insects that have been monitoring Loki's temporary base and have records of every subordinate under his control, Norton might not be able to lock them down. They are obviously Plan B arranged by Hawkeye for Loki to ensure they can get the eyeball. Norton even suspected that among the guests there might be someone whom Loki temporarily controlled. With Loki's character, the probability of doing this is quite high. Not only Loki's side, Hawkeye's force arrangements are also very careful. Hawkeye himself executed Plan A, sneaking in quietly and stealing the metal iridium. At the same time, outside a street, there is a convoy equipped with various heavy weapons. This is Plan B. If the infiltration fails, it will be immediately changed to a storm. In addition, there is another team lurking in the sewers, waiting for the attack to attract attention before taking action. There is no doubt that Loki must have sensed something was wrong, which is why he asked Hawkeye to arrange so many backup plans. It's just that Norton has no plans to take action against them, so these backup plans are most likely in vain. Regarding Loki's actions, Norton just watched with a cold eye, neither intervening nor reporting the news to Shield, so the first half of their operation was naturally extremely smooth. Loki successfully obtained the eyeball and helped Hawkeye open the vault door. Then Loki started to pretend to be X on the street. "I said, get down on your knees." Unfortunately, Captain America arrived in time and interrupted Loki's pretentious behavior at the critical moment. At the same time, Norton also noticed. Hawkeye also encountered trouble when he got the metal iridium and prepared to retreat. As soon as he walked out of the building, he was ambushed by a celestial Shield agent. As the king of agents and an old conspirator, how could Nick Fury be deceived by a small trick? What's more, when Loki made a high-profile appearance, Hawkeye didn't show up, which meant there was something wrong. Just these conspiracy analysis, Fury obviously will not say it directly. It is not difficult for the Agent King to detect a problem and then analyze Loki's true goal. But even after analyzing that Loki was just trying to attract attention, Fury still chose to let the captain deal with Loki. Relatively speaking, the god Loki is more important and more difficult to deal with. As for Hawkeye, although he is also very powerful, he still belongs to the category of human beings. Man is far easier to deal with than God. Fury just arranged for an agent from the German branch of Shield to intercept it. As a result, Hawkeye was indeed caught off guard. Several of his men were killed on the spot and he himself was outnumbered and blocked in the building. Shield's agents are not as unbearable as in the movie. Their combat skills are at least elite level, and their equipment is very sophisticated. A few people alone are definitely no match for a super agent like Hawkeye, but with dozens of well-equipped elite agents joining forces, Hawkeye is unable to break out of the encirclement. The favorable terrain around the building has been occupied by Shield agents. No matter which direction Hawkeye breaks through, he will inevitably encounter crossfire blockade. The key is that these agents were very cautious. They only blocked the exits outside and did not rush into the building rashly. The longer the delay is, the better it is for SHIE. LD they can constantly mobilize manpower, so there is no need to rush in immediately and fight Hawkeye. Hawkeye also understood this truth, so after retreating into the building, he immediately called the convoy ambushing outside. Plan B is activated. The men Hawkeye recruited for Loki were not good people to begin with. After being controlled by the Mind Scepter, they became even more unscrupulous. Rockets, high-explosive grenades, heavy machine guns, and even C4 bombs, whatever weapons are more powerful they use. The elite agents of SHIE. LD agents are also human beings. As human beings, we cannot ignore these powerful weapons of mass destruction. Even if they responded in time, they still suffered heavy losses under the crushing firepower. In order to protect themselves, the remaining agents had no choice but to give up blocking the building and concentrate their firepower to annihilate the new enemies. Hawkeye took the opportunity to rush out of the building and quickly disappeared into the street. Fury did not expect that Hawkeye, who likes to work alone, would ambush so many manpower and heavy weapons, so the failure was understandable. Norton did not continue to pay attention to Hawkeye's next actions. He turned his attention back to Loki Mai. Captain America's 50-50 halo is really no joke. Even if the enemy is a god, he can still forcefully open it 50-50. Loki intends to let go. Loki is not good at hand-to-hand combat. Most people don't see this, they only see the Captain and Loki fighting evenly. Until Iron Man Tony Stark arrived and knocked Loki down with a hand cannon. You're under arrest. I surrender. Loki surrendered without hesitation, but there was no trace of defeat on his expression. Why was Iron Man able to arrive in time? SHIEL. D can locate Loki's whereabouts through the internet, and Tony's JARVIS can naturally do the same. It's just that SHIEL. D set off directly from the Atlantic Ocean, and Tony needed to set off from New York across the Atlantic Ocean, so he arrived a little late. In any case, Loki was successfully arrested, and tonight's operation was half successful. As for the failed other half, as long as Nick Fury doesn't tell him, Captain America and the others won't know. Mr. Stark, team leader, they all knew about each other in the information, but this was the first time they met. So far, this first meeting was quite pleasant. Knowing that Captain America was a figure of the same era as his father, and was also his father's friend, Tony was quite restrained when they first met. Captain America also learned about Tony's character from Fury's information, and he didn't try to irritate his nephew when they first met. Seeing the harmonious appearance of the two people on the surface, Una asked, "Can these two people get along harmoniously?" "Not likely," Norton replied. The captain looks younger than his eldest nephew, but they are from two different eras after all, and the generation gap is very obvious. This is not the main reason. Captain America, in Nick Fury's positioning, is the spiritual leader of the Avengers, and even plays the role of action commander part-time. However, given Tony's character, he is obviously not the kind of person who will obey other people's orders obediently. Especially Tony now, because of Norton's intervention, not only his fatal injuries were cured in advance, but he was also exposed to more advanced technology in advance, and even the steel armor was enhanced. This made Tony more confident and at the same time more arrogant and powerful. Under such circumstances, it is naturally difficult for Tony to get along harmoniously with the captain. On the plane, Tony looked at Loki with confusion. From Loki's appearance to his arrest, the whole process is full of points, and it is impossible for Tony's wisdom not to see it. Seeing Tony's expression, the captain came over and asked, "What's wrong? Normally speaking, this guy shouldn't surrender so quickly. He gave up resistance before I even made a move," Tony replied. He is very confident, but not so confident that he thinks that the name Iron Man can make a god who has never dealt with him surrender without a fight. "It's not as easy as you said. He is quite powerful," the captain retorted. "You're not weak either. But you're still a god after all. There's no reason why you can't beat an old man." Tony unknowingly expressed his inner thoughts. This is very Stark. He always says whatever he wants without considering other people's feelings. The atmosphere froze instantly. The captain looked embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. As expected by Norton, problems started to arise between the two of them within a few words of exchange. Fortunately, the sudden thunder and lightning outside resolved the awkward atmosphere. "Are you still afraid of lightning?" The captain noticed something strange about Loki. "I just don't like lightning accessories," Loki laughed. But under the cover of this smile, he was actually a little panicked inside. At the moment, he was really afraid that his reckless brother would disrupt his plan. However, as the god of conspiracy, he obviously will not show his inner thoughts on his face. Loki's reaction, coupled with the lightning and thunder outside, reminded Tony of Thor, whom he had met once before. He didn't have a good impression of Thor, but he was still an acquaintance after all. Tony was going to ask him about his purpose, so he stood at the door of the plane. Unexpectedly, Thor didn't say hello at all but just came up and knocked him away with a hammer and then forcibly snatched away the base. "Asgard fool," Tony cursed. "Another Asgardian is here. Is he a friendly force or an enemy?" the captain asked. "It doesn't matter. If we want to find the Tesseract, we can't let him take Loki away," Tony replied as he walked towards the hatch. "Wait a minute, we need a battle plan," the captain yelled. Tony didn't pause at all and flew out of the plane, leaving behind a sentence. "I am the battle plan." The captain was helpless. He couldn't fly, but he couldn't let it go. In the end, he could only follow with a parachute on his back. After leaving the SHIELD plane, Norton could only rely on satellites in the sky to capture Tony and the others. Satellite imaging at night is not very clear, but it is enough for watching the battle. Can Iron Man Tony Stark defeat Thor? Una asked. If Thor didn't explode, the two of them would be almost evenly matched, Norton replied. At this stage, Thor can only be called the god of hammers, but he is not considered Thor. He can only hit people with his hammer. And the armor Tony wears is no ordinary armor. With top-quality materials provided by Norton, his armor is definitely strong enough to withstand beatings. Under normal circumstances, it is not easy for Thor to break Tony's armor. If he cannot break the steel armor, Thor will naturally not be able to defeat Tony. In the same way, the weapons mounted on Tony's steel armor cannot harm Thor's god body. Thor was probably too worried and didn't fly too far with Loki. He found a random hilltop, stopped and started to reason with Loki, so he was soon chased by Tony. Because of Thor's blow just now, Tony wasn't going to talk nonsense with him this time and just went up and started fighting. From the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, from the sky to the ground. To be honest, the fighting skills displayed by the two were quite limited. The battle process was roughly as follows. Tony flew up and punched Thor, knocking Thor away. Thor got up and punched Tony and then punched Tony away. Or maybe Thor attracts lightning and strikes Tony, but nothing happens to the steel suit, and in turn he gives Thor a shot and then knocks Thor away. It seemed like a lively fight, but apart from the destruction of large tracts of primeval forest, no actual results could be seen at all. Tony's armor was still intact, with only a little paint peeling off. Thor's power is not enough to break the steel armor. At the same time, the steel armor can not only conduct electricity, but also absorb and utilize part of the electricity. Thor was also unscathed, except for a little dust on his body. With Odin's genes, Thor's divine body is inherently stronger, and the divine armor he wears is not just a decoration. The materials used are no worse than Tony's steel armor. Neither of them can do anything to each other. By the end of the fight, the two people's anger had subsided, but neither of them was willing to stop first, and the situation fell into a stalemate for a while. It wasn't until the captain arrived and intervened that the two ceased fighting. Because he intended to cease the war, all the anger in his heart had been vented. Thor did not have a quarrel with the captain, Zhao Yue. Captain America's 50-50 method has no chance to be used this time. Have you fought enough? The captain asked. Thor didn't answer. He turned to look at Tony. Although he and Tony had only met once, at least they knew each other. Thor, what are you doing on Earth this time? Tony asked. I'm here to crush Loki's conspiracy, Thor replied. Because of the battle just now, he looked at Tony with a little more recognition. How are you going to smash Loki's conspiracy? Just snatch him away without even saying hello? It seems that the education your father gave you last time was not enough, Tony asked. When he mentioned his father's education, Thor became angry again. Stop, the captain called decisively. It's urgent. Tony knew the priorities and did not continue to argue. Thor also realizes that the way he handles the problem is inadequate. After a brief exchange, the three of them escorted Loki back to the plane. Thor decided to work with Tony and the others to solve Loki's problem. Hawkeye has captured the metal iridium and escaped successfully, but it will still take a lot of time for Shavig to complete the device that opens the wormhole. So Norton switched the surveillance screen to SHIELD's helicarrier. After Thor disrupted the situation, no other accidents occurred, and Loki was successfully escorted to the helicarrier of SHIELD, but he didn't look like a prisoner at all. On the contrary, after coming to helicarrier, he seemed more comfortable, and his whole face was filled with a confident smile. This gave others a bad feeling. "The cage is very nice, wasn't it specially built for me?" Loki asked meaningfully as he looked at the monitor. Sure enough, he soon started acting like a monster. Everyone was watching and Fury couldn't hide it, so he answered truthfully, "It was built for people stronger than you." Loki didn't look at Fury outside the cage but still stared at the monitor and said, "Oh. I heard that, brainless beast. Even if he is a human being, you are so hungry." On the other side, the captain and the others saw Rocky's behavior and instantly realized that his words were directed at Banner. So they all turned their heads and looked at Dr. Banner beside them. Only Thor didn't understand. "I'm fine, I can't accept this stimulation." Dr. Banner's expression remained normal and he even joked, 30,000 feet isn't that high, at least it can't kill me. Really, I tried. Although Banner didn't care at all on the surface, the others still tacitly agreed not to mention this matter again, not wanting to see Hulk get angry. Captain America turned to Thor and asked, "Thor, do you know what Loki wants to do?" "Loki has an army called the Chitauri in his hands. Who knows who gave him support? He is preparing to lead this army to invade the Earth." Thor didn't hide anything and told all the information he knew, but he didn't know much. Apparently Odin, for some unknown reason, did not tell him who the supporter behind Loki was. The origin of the Chitauri fleet can never be hidden from Odin nor from Heimdall, only a child like Thor who doesn't know it. An army. Captain America's expression changed. He is the only one here who has participated in a real war, and he is the only one who understands what an army means. A star fleet to be precise, Thor added. Several people's faces instantly became solemn. Banner suddenly thought of the Tesseract information and instantly realized Loki's purpose. Since it is a fleet, Loki must open a large enough wormhole. No wonder he needs Dr. Shavig. Dr. Shavig, Thor was familiar with the name. "A space physicist," Banner replied. "He is my friend." Thor's expression changed. "He was controlled by Loki and one of our companions," Black Widow explained. "I want to know why Loki was captured without mercy. He has no way to command his army here," Captain America asked. "I think that Madman will definitely not answer your question," Banner replied. Hearing this, Thor, the brother-protecting maniac, couldn't sit still for a moment. "Be careful what you say. Loki did do bad things, but he still belongs to Asgard and is still my biological brother. He has killed hundreds of innocent people in the past 2 days." Black Widow also reminded specifically that Thor would not be able to investigate whether he was innocent or not. "Well, he's adopted." Thor immediately changed his mind. Seeing this scene on the surveillance camera, Norton smiled. "I didn't expect to hear this sentence again. We must first understand Loki's purpose. Why does he go to all the trouble to grab the iridium metal?" Dr. Banner continued to ask questions. However, the knowledge involved in his CJDB question is relatively complex, and Thor and the others obviously cannot answer it. At this time, Tony Stark happened to walk in. "Iridium is a stabilizer. Dr. Banner, it's nice to see you again." Tony gave Banner a hug first and then asked, "Has the Hulk problem been solved?" "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Stark. Hulk's problem has not been solved yet, but it has improved," Banner replied. "It seems that Norton's method is pretty good." Tony was a little surprised. At the time he thought Norton was just fooling Banner, but he didn't expect it to actually work. "It's really effective." "Tony, do you know where Mr. Norton is? I want to thank him personally," Banner asked again. "Dr. Banner or Mr. Stark, solving Loki's problem is the most important thing now," Captain America reminded. "Okay, we'll talk about it later." Tony patted Banner on the shoulder. Then he turned around and took 2 steps forward, walked to the top and continued to explain. "Iridium can ensure the stability of the wormhole, ensure that the wormhole will not collapse on its own, and at the same time ensure that the wormhole is opened wide enough. In other words, Loki's purpose in seizing Iridium is to open a portal large enough to send his army to Earth," Captain America concluded. "Loki has Dr. Shavig, metal Iridium, and other materials can be easily solved. Only the last core component is left." Tony walked to Fury's podium, condescendingly as if in class, and continued to explain. "He also needs a high-density energy source, which is the key to activating the Rubik's Cube." At this point, someone deserted him and then he reprimanded him like an employee. "That little B-player over there, it's working time now." Unknowingly, Tony automatically assumed the role of the commander. He didn't feel uncomfortable, but the SHIELD agent did. So Hill agent asked, "When did you become a space physicist?" "I learned it last night, it's not difficult," Tony replied matter-of-factly. Before he could continue to show off, the captain suddenly asked, "What special energy does Loki need?" Tony didn't answer, he looked at Dr. Banner. Banner immediately replied, "If Professor Shavik has solved all the problems, any nuclear reactor on the planet will do." Fury happened to walk in at this time. "Wonderful analysis, I'll leave it to you, Banner." "Banner." Tony looked at Fury. The purpose of why I invited Dr. Banner here is to let him use his knowledge to help track the Tesseract, Fury explained. Definitely he has not forgotten Tony. I hope you can cooperate sincerely and complete this matter as soon as possible. Seeing this scene, Norton shook his head helplessly. Tony's injury healed ahead of schedule and he became stronger and more confident and less psychologically sensitive. Banner has found a way to solve himself. Hulk will not lose control easily and his mentality is not so fragile. However, the atmosphere on the helicarrier is still not harmonious, and the relationship within the Avengers still seems very fragile, even more difficult to condense than the original Avengers. Dr. Banner picked up the gamma-ray detector and prepared to test Loki's mental scepter. But as soon as he got close to the spiritual scepter, his brows frowned together, as if he felt very uncomfortable. However, he still endured the discomfort and finished the test. The gamma-ray readings are consistent with Dr. Shavig's research on the Tesseract. Hearing something wasn't right about Banner's voice, Tony immediately turned around. Seeing Banner's uncomfortable expression, he immediately asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you hungry?" "It's not me, it's Hulk." Banner shook his head. "Hulk figured it out. I actually like it when you become Hulk." Tony laughed. Banner didn't pay attention to Tony's teasing and explained, "As soon as I get close to this scepter, Hulk becomes very irritable." "You mean there's something wrong with this scepter?" Tony stared at the scepter, but he didn't feel anything special. Even when he came over and touched it with his hand, he didn't feel anything unusual. Hulk has no redundant emotions, so he is very sensitive to certain stimuli. Banner explained, "Hulk feels uncomfortable whenever I get close to the scepter. Especially when he looks directly at the scepter, Hulk becomes even more irritable. So there is definitely something wrong with this scepter." At this time, Captain America walked into the laboratory. "Loki has used this scepter to control many people. Will he want to use it to do other things? Loki has been locked in a cage. Does this scepter have a remote control function?" Tony suddenly became interested. "I think we'd better add a signal isolation device outside the scepter," Banner suggested. "It's best to just throw it away to a place that is out of reach of everyone, such as the Arctic glacier. No matter what Loki wants to use the scepter for, as long as the scepter is thrown away, we don't have to worry about his plot." Captain America also made a suggestion. "Why throw it away?" Tony directly rejected this suggestion. His perspective on thinking about the problem was obviously different from Captain America. "As long as I study its secrets clearly, we can also understand Loki's conspiracy." Having said this, Tony walked up to Captain America and put a tablet into his hand. "And you think Fury will agree to throw away this scepter? This is a treasure on the same level as the Tesseract." "What is this?" Captain America asked, holding the computer. "Tesseract's research data, the hidden part of SHIELD, Tony replied. Captain America opened the documents on the computer and found that they were indeed unfamiliar titles. The information on the computer was obviously related to Tesseract, but this part of the content was not mentioned at all in the information Fury had given him before. This made Captain America a little confused. Where did this come from? SHIELD's internal system. Part of this system was written by me, and I left a little tail behind, Tony replied with a bit of pride in his tone. Fury asked you to help, and you actually hacked into his system. Captain America obviously disagreed with Tony's approach, although Tony's reasoning sounded very sufficient. Why not? How can I help if I don't understand the whole story? Tony asked with a matter-of-fact expression on his face. Besides, I wouldn't have known that Fury had hidden so many things without the invasion. The three views were different, so Team couldn't refute, so he had to lower his head and check the documents on the computer. Soon he discovered some problems. Why do so many projects only have names but no content? This kind of top-secret information is usually stored separately, and the server that stores top-secret information is not connected to the network, Tony explained. Banner on the side also put forward his own ideas in a timely manner. I don't know what secrets Fury is hiding, but his purpose in researching the Tesseract is definitely not for energy, at least not just for energy. Tony looked at Banner and motioned for him to continue. Dr. Banner, continue. The energy company under the Stark Group started testing the latest energy technology 6 months ago. If Fury studies energy technology, it is impossible to avoid Tony. Banner continued to explain. Controllable nuclear fusion technology, whether it is cold nuclear fusion or thermonuclear fusion, our company has mature technology. It will take at most half a year to complete testing and market promotion. The Earth is not far away from entering the era of unlimited energy. Tony's confidence added. Please give me flowers. After hearing this, Captain America had already believed most of it, but he still had a question. Why did Fury hide these secrets? He is an agent and he is also the king of agents. Isn't it natural to hide secrets? Tony asked Do. With that said, Tony took the computer from Captain America's hand, opened a document with the contents and handed it back to him. If you don't believe it, you can verify it yourself. Find the Tesseract as soon as possible. After Captain America said this, he left the laboratory directly. He didn't say whether he would verify it, but before turning around, he took a closer look at the file on the computer. Seeing this scene, Wang Nai smiled slightly. Seeing this, Yuna asked again, why did Tony do this? And he has obviously obtained more detailed information. Why didn't he just show it to the captain? The invasion of Jarvis. Norton saw it in his eyes. Norton and Yuna knew exactly how much information Tony had obtained. This man, you will always be a little skeptical about the secrets you learn from others. You will only believe in the secrets you discover yourself, Norton explained. Once Captain America discovers the secrets hidden by SHIELD, a rift will definitely develop between him and Fury. With Tony's current character, it's impossible to be inferior to others, so even if he reluctantly agrees to join the Avengers, he definitely wants to gain dominance. But Tony also knows that in SHIELD's territory, it will be difficult for him to suppress Captain America, who has Fury's support. Therefore, dividing Captain America and Fury is his first step in fighting for the dominance of Avengers. Captain America, as a man with an explosive sense of justice, is unable to realize Tony's deeper intentions. Banner, as a pure scientist, is also unaware of Tony's deeper intentions. If Fury were here with his sagacity, he would definitely be able to see through Tony's mind. It's a pity that he was dealing with Thor outside and didn't notice what was happening in the laboratory. Tony obviously succeeded, but it was precisely because of this interruption that he unknowingly ignored the problem of the spiritual scepter. It was obviously not Tony's intention to forget that there was something wrong with the mind scepter. Not only Tony, Banner also seems to have forgotten that there is something wrong with the psychic scepter. And Hulk did not warn Banner anymore, because the psychic scepter no longer made Hulk feel irritable. But this does not mean that the influence of the psychic scepter on Hulk has completely disappeared. It is just that this influence has accumulated deep in Banner's mind and has not exploded for the time being. Not just Hulk, the influence of the psychic scepter has spread. Everyone on the helicarrier is being subtly affected by the psychic scepter. This influence may not be enough to control their thinking, but it is enough to affect their judgment, and this impact will become more and more obvious as time goes by. Through the screen, Norton could feel that the atmosphere on the helicarrier was getting weirder and weirder, but Tony and the others were in the middle of the situation and didn't notice it at all. How long will it take to find the Tesseract? Our 313 time is running out. Nick Fury came to the laboratory. Thor was also very concerned about the whereabouts of the Tesseract, so he followed Fury into the laboratory. The model has been locked. We are tracking the Tesseract signal and will get the results soon, Banner replied. At this time, Black Widow suddenly ran into the laboratory in a hurry. Upon seeing this, Fury immediately asked, "What happened?" "I just found some anomalies on the lower floor, so I followed it and found that the sealed warehouse had been forcibly opened," Black Widow replied. "Who is it?" Fury's expression changed. "There must be no problem with the things stored in the lower sealed warehouse." "It's me." Captain America walked into the laboratory with a straight face. He walked to the middle, threw a strange-looking weapon in front of Fury's eyes, and asked, "I think SHIELD should explain to us what this is." In fact, if it were ordinary weapons, Captain America would not have such a big reaction. After all, it is normal for such a large mothership to be equipped with a large number of weapons. The key is that this weapon is very similar to the previous Hydra weapons from its shape to its manufacturing principle. This undoubtedly hit Captain America's sensitive point. In the battle with Hydra, too many of his comrades died from this weapon. Without waiting for Fury to answer, Tony added, "Obviously, this is a weapon made using Tesseract energy." Director Nick Fury, have you never told me before that the purpose of your SHIELD search for the Tesseract is to make weapons? Dr. Banner also asked. "This has nothing to do with the content of your mission, so Fury wants to explain." Tony directly interrupted his explanation and asked, "So why does SHIELD use the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction?" This time Tony directly showed the corresponding weapon design drawings. Conflict broke out without any surprise, and the quarrel became more and more intense. If it was just about weapons, it wouldn't be a big deal after all. After all, there is a greater threat right around the corner, and everyone here is a smart person. It is easy to reach a compromise, at least temporarily. It's a pity that the root cause of the conflict does not lie in Fury's concealment, nor in Tony's petty thoughts, nor in the personality differences of several Avengers. Although these reasons exist, they are not the main reason, let alone the fundamental reason. What really causes conflicts and quarrels to suddenly break out is the Scepter, whose psychic radiation is getting stronger and stronger. Under the influence of Scepter, the quarrels became more and more intense and unreasonable. Everyone looks at each other more and more unpleasantly, and sometimes even a superfluous look can cause conflicts. The people who can stand here are all among the smartest people on Earth, but now they are acting like a group of retarded people. Thor is Thor, Banner has Hulk, Steve is extremely strong-willed, and Tony and Fury's identities are also extraordinary. Is Loki's scepter really so strong that he can hit them all silently? Una asked doubtfully. As the Prince of Asgard, Thor must have the means to resist psychic invasion. For people like Tony and Fury, psychic protection items must be a must-have standard configuration, and they almost never leave their bodies. Even so, they still fell into the trap. Their psychic protection methods, their strong willpower, etc., are as if they don't exist at all. From the perspective of a bystander, this is indeed quite strange. The truly powerful thing is not the scepter, but the mind gem, which is one of the infinite rough stones and represents part of the power of the universe. Norton explained. Definitely, even if it is a mind gem, its power is actually not too buggy when controlled remotely. The reason why Tony and all of them were tricked this time was mainly because Loki used psychic guidance and psychic invasion. The best thing about spiritual guidance is that it is very deceptive. As long as you are not aware of it in advance, you can almost ignore most of the spiritual protection methods, but the weakness of spiritual guidance is also very obvious. As long as it can be detected and the affected time is not long, it is easy to get rid of the influence. It's a pity that Tony and the others had noticed something abnormal in advance, but they didn't pay enough attention. Fortunately, it takes a long time to change from mind guidance to mind control, and Loki doesn't have that much time. One of the purposes of spiritual guidance is just to delay time. This purpose has been achieved. Boom. A sudden explosion woke everyone up and caused them to scatter. At the same time, this explosion also signals the arrival of Hawkeye. Loki in the cage felt the shock of the explosion, and a bright smile appeared on his face. The plan went more smoothly than he expected, and the power that had always made him feel uneasy did not appear. Tony and Banner stood relatively close to each other, so they were in the same cabin under the impact of the explosion. Tony shook his head vigorously, barely recovering from the explosion. I also saw the Banner next to me for the first time and saw that Banner's neck was turning green. Mr. Stark. At this time, Banner looked up at Tony. The Hulk is coming out soon. I can't control it yet. Leave quickly, I'm getting off the ship. The explosion just now made Banner lose his mind for a moment, but in this moment, without Banner's suppression and guidance, Hulk's accumulated anger exploded instantly. After waking up, Banner immediately judged that he could no longer suppress Hulk. He can only have some simple communication with Hulk now and provide some guidance, but there is no guarantee that Hulk will not hurt Tony. So Banner urged Tony to stay away from him as soon as he woke up. Take care, I'll find you soon. With that, Tony took out his watch, put it on Banner's wrist, and then put the watch on automatically. After giving away the watch, leaving while Hulk had not completely transformed, Tony quickly moved away from Banner and headed to the warehouse where the steel armor was stored. Now that Helicarrier is being invaded, only steel armor can give him a sense of security. Peripheral explosion, engine no. 3 stalled, urgent repair is needed. Hill immediately reported the damage to the mothership on the public channel. Without waiting for Fury to assign him, Tony immediately took over the task of repairing the engine. Leave the stalled engine to me and I'll be there right away. On this mothership, he is the only one who is best at this kind of work, and he doesn't like to passively accept other people's arrangements, so he takes the initiative to take over the task. Okay, leave it to you, Stark. Fury finally came to his senses and quickly rushed to the command room to learn about the invasion of the mothership while arranging other people's tasks. After Tony left, Hulk quickly completed his transformation, but the watch Tony put on him was still on Hulk's wrist, but the strap became several times larger. Loki's second purpose of using the psychic scepter is to induce Banner to transform and destroy the helicarrier. Complete. Fortunately, the communication between Banner and Hulk 29 has achieved initial results, and it can guide Hulk's behavior a little. So Hulk followed Banner's guidance and rushed all the way to the exit of the mothership. As for the damage caused along the way, that is beyond Banner's consideration. But coincidentally, Thor happened to appear in front of Hulk because he was lost. The key is that Thor is new here and only knows Hulk as Banner, but does not know the details of Hulk. After seeing Hulk, he actually stepped forward to say hello to Hulk. Hi. How could Hulk be polite to him? It's just a punch. Fortunately, Thor was experienced in many battles and reacted quickly enough to raise his arm in time to block Hulk's punch, and he is still trying to communicate with Hulk. We are not. But before he could finish speaking, Hulk hit him with another left hook. Bang! This time Thor had no time to react and was punched away by Hulk. Hulk roared angrily and continued to move forward, ignoring Thor, who was knocked away. Fortunately, Thor's body is strong enough, otherwise Hulk would be seriously injured even if he punched him. Thor also has a short temper. How could he just be beaten and not fight back? Although this punch didn't hurt badly, it hurt. So Thor summoned his own Mjolnir and then rushed towards Hulk in the Meowth cart. Originally, thanks to Banner's guidance, Hulk's destruction of the helicarrier could have been avoided, and most of Loki's plot failed. As a result, Thor unexpectedly appeared and Thor fought with the Hulk, indirectly helping Loki. On the other side, Tony has put on the steel armor. With the help of previous achievements in hacking into the SHIELD system, Tony became the person on the helicarrier who best understood the current situation of the mothership. On the way to Engine 3, Tony immediately discovered the battle between Thor and the Hulk. Seeing the damage they were causing growing, Tony's voice rang out over the radio. Thor, don't fight Hulk, let him go. What? Thor heard the announcement and raised his hammer in confusion. Banner can guide Hulk away from the mothership. If you continue to fight, there will be no need for repairs on this ship, Tony explained. Thor finally understood what Tony meant, so he decisively stopped and retreated away from Hulk. But Hulk got a little playful and wanted to continue fighting with Thor. Dr. Banner, can you hear me? If you can hear me, take Hulk away quickly. I will send someone to find you. Tony's voice rang out again in Guangbo. Hulk seemed to be able to understand, or the Banner in Hulk's heart could hear it. He gradually stopped, then gave up on Thor, turned around and jumped out of the mothership through the window. After solving Hulk's problem, Tony rushed to the damaged No. 3 engine. He found that Captain America had also been sent by Fury, but he did not reject anyone who helped him. After receiving a beating from Hulk for no apparent reason, and thinking of what had happened before when he was tricked by the psychic scepter, Thor angrily ran towards the place where Loki was being held. Thor saw many agent corpses along the way, which made him even more angry. So when Thor arrived, he happened to find Loki opening the cage and walking out. He rushed over without saying a word. Sure enough, when the younger brother met his younger brother, his IQ began to plummet. Thor didn't notice such a simple plan at all. When Thor rushed over, Loki in the cage turned into a phantom and he jumped away. Then the cage closed instantly and he was locked in the cage. In fact, Loki had already escaped from the trap, and the phantom left inside was a trap he specially prepared for Thor. It has to be said that as a younger brother, Loki knows Thor very well, so this trap is quite simple. But in the end, Thor really jumped in without any hesitation. No accident, Thor and the cage were thrown away by Loki as the helicarrier. On the other side, Black Widow was not in trouble. After the explosion, she was immediately arranged by Fury to intercept the intruder. With her understanding of Hawkeye, she accurately judged Hawkeye's path of action, and then intercepted Hawkeye before he invaded the command room. Both of them are super agents. Whether it is physical fitness or fighting skills, they represent the pinnacle of ordinary people. The two's combat capabilities are almost evenly matched, with Hawkeye being more powerful and Black Widow being more flexible. However, in a small environment, Black Widow has relatively advantages. In a controlled state, Hawkeye can be described as disowning all his relatives, and his attacks are ruthless, deadly, and merciless. 407, however, Natasha Romanoff is flexible and knows enough about Hawkeye to be able to deal with Hawkeye's fatal attacks. It's just that Natasha Romanoff felt that Hawkeye could still be saved, and didn't want to kill Hawkeye directly, so she inevitably left some room when taking action, and she couldn't take down Hawkeye in a short time. For a while the two sides were fighting evenly, and neither could do anything to the other. Hawkeye was thinking about his mission and tried to get rid of Natasha Romanoff several times. Naturally, Natasha Romanoff would not let him go. She had no other tasks. Holding Hawkeye would be enough to complete the mission. Compared with taking down Hawkeye directly, holding Hawkeye would not be any more difficult for Natasha Romanoff. As a result, the two fell into a stalemate for a while. Until Fury spoke, Natasha Romanoff, get rid of Barton as soon as possible. Don't worry about being disabled. As long as he's not dead, we can bring him back. Understood, sir. After receiving Fury's instructions, Black Widow no longer hesitated and started to attack fiercely. In fact, this is her style. Natasha Romanoff can be called Black Widow only if she is ruthless. In just 30 seconds, Black Widow defeated Hawkeye and knocked him out on the spot. The price was that Hawkeye had 6 broken ribs and 2 legs. This was because Black Widow was merciful, because she was worried about leaving any sequelae to Hawkeye, so she didn't touch his bow and arrow hands. Hawkeye was knocked unconscious, Loki escaped, Hulk jumped out of the window, Thor was thrown off the ship by Loki, and Iron Man and Captain America worked together to repair the damaged engine. The helicarrier finally calmed down. In the conference room, Fury dropped a pile of bloody Captain America cards on the table with a heavy face. Phil Coulson, agent, died. Seeing this scene from the surveillance camera, Una couldn't help but ask, "I didn't pay attention just now. When did Phil Coulson die and how did he die?" After the explosion, Phil Coulson was immediately assigned by Fury to set up a defense line to intercept the intruders. The surveillance in that area was destroyed. After Phil Coulson entered, he never left the surveillance blind spot, so Norton didn't see Phil Coulson's results either. However, the movements of the named people are relatively clear. With Phil Coulson's ability, he should not be killed by some minions. Thinking of this, Norton replied, "It doesn't matter whether Phil Coulson is dead or alive. What matters is Fury's needs. Fury needs him to live, so he must still be alive. Fury needs him to die, so he must die." Obviously, now Fury needs Phil Coulson to die, so he does. For the agent, as long as it can continue to perform tasks, death or alive does not matter. Fury's plan proved successful. Tony has an arrogant side, but also an emotional side. He had a good impression of Phil Coulson, so after hearing the news of Phil Coulson's death, he temporarily put aside his petty thoughts and temporarily reached a compromise with Fury. After a long and painful struggle for consciousness, Hawkeye finally regained consciousness. "How did you wake me up?" he asked Natasha Romanoff. "Consciousness recalibration," explains Natasha Romanoff, "a project of SHIELD. They stuff you into that device and then knock you out and wake you up until the mind control wears off. No wonder I have a headache." Hawkeye looked at the ceiling with a look of despair. "Believe me, that's not bad." Natasha Romanoff smiled and glanced at Hawkeye's legs. SHIELD did not spare the treasure at the critical moment, and his broken bones have been restored. Hawkeye didn't notice Natasha Romanoff's eyes. His eyes were still blank and he couldn't see any emotion. Seeing this, Natasha Romanoff handed him the brewed coffee and asked, "How did you feel at that time?" "It's as if someone forcefully pulled you out and tore you in half. One of you was stuffed into a dark place, and the other was stuffed with some strange things and then stuffed back. It's like being locked up in a dark room, unable to see or hear anything, and the time becomes extremely long." Hawkeye's tone showed no emotion. "I know that feeling." Natasha Romanoff nodded slightly, her eyes filled with memories. "You know," Hawkeye nodded slightly. He had participated in the operation to clear out the remaining forces of the Red House, and also understood the process of training spies in the Red House. The training in the Red Room is not only physical torture, psychological hypnotic ability is also essential. Although it is not as good as direct control, the process is longer and the torture is also longer. "What I want to ask is actually how you felt in that machine," Natasha Romanoff continued to ask. "Consciousness recalibration," Hawkeye confirmed to Natasha Romanoff. "Yes, that's the machine." Natasha Romanoff nodded slightly. Hawkeye felt his head start to hurt again, but he still endured the discomfort and started to remember. His memory of that period was actually very vague, but it didn't take long and he hadn't forgotten it yet. Now that he was trying to recall it, that memory began to become clearer. That feeling, Hawkeye frowned and began to sweat slightly as if he was in pain. "It's like I'm constantly being crushed and reorganized. Every time I'm reorganized, something else comes in. It's still so rough. After such a long time, the Bureau's technology has not improved at all," Natasha Romanoff complained with slight dissatisfaction. Hearing Natasha Romanoff's complaints, Hawkeye was slightly surprised and asked, "Have you experienced this too?" "Definitely." Natasha Romanoff nodded affirmatively, and then suggested, "Recalling that process more will be good for the reorganization of your consciousness." Turns out that's why Natasha Romanoff asked him about his feelings. Hawkeye was stunned for an instant, but in order to avoid becoming a patient with loss of consciousness, brain disability, he had to endure the discomfort and keep recalling the process of meaning recalibration. This process is actually very fast. After drinking a cup of coffee, Hawkeye no longer feels any discomfort, and the various emotions of a human being begin to recover little by little. He finally got rid of the previous state of wanting nothing. Loki escaped in the end. When his emotions returned, the first thing he thought of was Loki, who was playing with his consciousness. That's right, Natasha Romanoff nodded and then asked, do you know where his lair is? I don't remember, but Loki's lair is no longer important. At the moment he must have started his next plan and we don't have much time left, Hawkeye replied. Cognitive recalibration helped him regain consciousness, but his memory during the period of control was extremely defective. However, with his top-level agent's ability, he can still judge a lot of things from these memory fragments. We must stop him. Natasha Romanoff's expression also became serious. How many more manpower do we have? Hawkeye asked. Use as many people as you have, Natasha Romanoff replied. The laboratory had been destroyed in the explosion. At the moment Tony was wearing a steel armor and cleaning up garbage in the ruins of the laboratory. After more than 10 minutes of hard work, he has cleaned out many complete chip parts. Loki has escaped and you are still here digging through the trash. Captain America walked in at this time. The wreckage in front of them was a witness to their complete defeat. A group of people were tricked around by Loki in a cage. There was a hint of decadence in Captain America's eyes, and he even doubted whether he was really behind the times. In your eyes, these things are garbage, but in my eyes, this is a house. Tony turned to look and asked, are you ready to surrender, Captain America? There is no such word as surrender in my life. The captain's chest puffed up, the trace of decadence in his eyes disappeared instantly, and his unyielding fighting spirit was rekindled. Then help quickly. You clean up the remaining chips in the wreckage, and I'll read the information stored in the chips, Tony ordered. Captain America actually didn't want to waste time here, but seeing Tony's confident eyes, he chose to squat down and help. I trust you once. You can always trust Tony Stark. Tony smiled confidently and then explained while working. The search results had just come out, and before we had a chance to check them, the explosion happened suddenly. In order to make it easier for Captain America to understand, Tony tried to explain it as simply as possible. Once the report is generated, it will be stored in the computer. Even if the computer is destroyed, as long as the chip is still there, the corresponding information can still be read. With the help of Captain America, Tony's efficiency has greatly increased. With Captain America's tendons, the speed at which he cleans up the garbage is really incredible. 3 minutes later, Tony threw the other chips on the ground, leaving only the chip in his hand that was reading information. Found it. Where? Captain America immediately came over. The search results show that Tesseract has entered New York City and is still moving, Tony replied. You said before that special energy is needed to activate that device, right? How many places in New York meet the requirements? Captain America instantly grasped the key point. There are many on the surface and even more secretly. Almost no one or any organization can completely figure it out. Tony replied, New York is the largest city in the world. Too many organizations have established secret bases here. They all have independent energy sources and all of them are nuclear reactors. Any nuclear reactor is enough to power Loki's instrument. It's impossible for me to search every suspicious location in New York. There's not enough time. Can Dr. Banner's algorithm still be used? Captain America asked. It works, but as you said, we don't have enough time, Tony replied. No matter what happens in 993, it has been determined that Loki will open a wormhole in New York. We can evacuate the people first, Captain America suggested. There are tens of millions of people in New York. It's impossible to completely evacuate, Tony retorted. You have to give it a try no matter what, Captain America insisted. Okay, inform Fury and the others immediately. Maybe the government has a way. In the end, Tony did not reject Captain America's suggestion. Trying is better than doing nothing. So Tony told Fury and the top military officials what he had discovered. After jumping from the helicarrier, after a free fall of more than 20,000 feet, Hulk fell into a forest, making a big hole in the ground. The helicarrier's flight altitude is 30,000 feet. After the engine was damaged, the altitude was reduced, but it is still more than 20,000 feet. After falling from such a height, Hulk was not injured at all. It was just the impact on the ground that made him a little confused and exited the transformation state. Banner didn't brag about the helicarrier. It was true that he couldn't be killed at a height of 30,000 feet. After lying there for a while, the dizziness in his body gradually recovered, and Banner suddenly woke up. At the moment he only had a pair of underpants on him, CJDA, and the watch Tony finally put on him. Seeing his bare arms and thighs, Banner regretted a little. I shouldn't have worn ordinary clothes. Fortunately, I also wore a pair of super elastic pants so that I wouldn't be exposed. Banner raised his wrist and fumbled on his watch. How do you use this thing? He thought about the last words Tony said to him before he transformed, and guessed that this watch should be able to help Tony locate his position. There's just no button on the watch, and he doesn't know how to start it. Just when Banner was about to give up, the watch started on its own, and then Tony's voice came from it. "Dr. Banner, are you okay?" Tony left the conference room. Stimulated by the news of Phil Coulson's death, he began to check the status of others. It turned out that the watch put on Banner was still on, so he immediately connected the call function on the watch. "I'm fine, but I fell into a forest. I don't know the exact location," Banner replied immediately. "Don't worry, Dr. Banner, the watch can locate your location. I'll send someone to find you right away." Tony has used satellites to locate Banner's location not far from New York. At this time, a gust of cold wind blew and Banner shivered, so he immediately added, "Please bring me a set of clothes by the way, thank you." Hearing Banner's request, Tony thought of the famous scene where Hulk's clothes were revealed when he transformed, so he immediately replied, "No problem. Now that Tony has sent someone here, Banner is not ready to find a way out on his own. After all, he only has a pair of big pants on him, which is not very elegant." While waiting for the clothes to be delivered, Banner asked again, "Is the battle on the ship over?" "The battle on the ship has ended. All the intruders have been eliminated, but Loki took advantage of the chaos and escaped." Tony replied, "How are the others? Hulk didn't hurt anyone, right?" Banner asked again. "Hulk took the initiative to jump off the ship and leave. Apart from beating Thor on the way, he didn't hurt anyone else." Tony replied, and then introduced the situation of the others. "Thor was thrown down by his brother, but he is Thor and can fly, so he should be fine. Hawkeye was captured by Natasha Romanoff. Steve and I are fine too. It's just that Phil Coulson died." In the end, Tony still didn't hide the news of Phil Coulson's death from Banner. Phil Coulson. Banner was a little depressed. He had not been in contact with Phil Coulson for a long time, but he had a very good impression of him. "He will not die in vain, we will avenge him," Tony promised. "This is both a promise to Banner and a promise to myself. It is more like a promise to dead Phil Coulson." Hearing the word revenge, Banner suddenly thought of what he saw before the explosion, so he reminded Tony, "Tony, before the explosion, my algorithm just searched for the location of Tesseract. You can go to the laboratory to see if you can still find the final search results." 17. Tony's eyes lit up. "I'll go take a look right away." He was worried about where to start, and Banner's clue came just in time. After ending the call, Dr. Banner waited where he was. About 10 minutes later, a steel battle suit painted in gold and red and full of Stark style fell from the sky. "You are..." Banner was a little confused. "Is this how Tony sent people?" "I am JARVIS, Mr. Stark's intelligent butler." The armor replied in a slightly aged electronic voice, "These are the clothes you want, Dr. Banner." At the same time, the armor opened from the chest, and the Japanese casual clothes fell in front of Banner. Only then did Banner realize that the person sent to pick him up by Tony was not a real person, but artificial intelligence JARVIS. However, this did not prevent Banner from quickly putting on the clothes brought by JARVIS. JARVIS, how should I get out of here?" Banner asked, looking at the steel war power in front of him. Upon hearing Banner's question, the steel armor closed its chest and turned its back to Banner. Just when Banner was considering whether to climb onto the back of the armor completely opened from behind, revealing its hollow structure. "Dr. Banner, please wear the armor." "Okay." Banner thought for a moment and chose to walk into the armor. "It's a bit risky, but there's really no faster way to get on the road." Click, click, click. The armor was put on, the armor was activated, and a transparent operation interface appeared in front of Banner. The armor did not take off directly. 3 options appear on the operating interface in front of Banner: fully autonomous driving, semi-autonomous driving, and manual driving. However, the last item is gray, and only the first 2 can be selected. JARVIS, why can't you choose manual driving? Banner asked. "Dr. Banner, your driving skills are insufficient. To unlock manual driving, you need to complete a 72-hour driving course first." JARVIS replied. "Okay, what is the difference between fully autonomous driving and semi-autonomous driving?" Banner asked again. When Banner was not transformed, he was also a top genius with high IQ, and he quickly figured out how to operate the steel armor. The so-called fully autonomous driving means that the entire process is controlled by JARVIS. Banner can only set the destination. For semi-autonomous driving, Banner can issue voice commands at any time, but the specific technical actions to complete the commands are completed by the JARVIS control system. "I choose semi-autonomous driving." Banner quickly made his choice, and various detection data immediately appeared on the interface, including the armor's own data and external environment data. Banner could make instructions based on them. These test data are quite complex and most people cannot understand them, but Dr. Banner is definitely not included. On the other side, Tony received the news from JARVIS immediately. However, he was busy with work, so he did not contact Banner directly, but only gave instructions to JARVIS. JARVIS monitor Dr. Banner's heartbeat. Once his heartbeat exceeds 80, immediately activate safe driving mode. Tony was not worried about Banner's sudden transformation and destroying a suit, but he was mainly worried about Hulk's arrival in the city causing fear. JARVIS take off. Banner gave the takeoff command slightly excitedly. The injectors ignite and the armor rises into the sky. Wow, the super-fast acceleration made Banner excited, and his heartbeat began to speed up unconsciously. Racing armor is much more exciting than racing. Even with Banner's self-control, it is difficult to control his excitement and start trying some more exciting flight actions and faster speeds. Ever since, when he was getting more and more excited, the electronic sound of JARVIS sounded at an inappropriate time. Warning: the detected heartbeat exceeds 75. Dr. Banner, calm down. The warning sound sounded, but Banner was in high spirits and didn't pay attention to the system warning about the armor, but it was only less than 3 seconds. Heartbeat exceeds 85, safe mode is on. JARVIS's voice sounded in Banner's ears again. Then the flight speed of the steel armor dropped sharply, remaining only 1/3 of its original value, and the flight attitude immediately returned to stability. This safe mode was like a bucket of cold water poured on Banner's head, and his good mood disappeared instantly. JARVIS, what's going on with this safe mode? Banner asked helplessly. Safe mode is designed to protect the personal safety of novice pilots. In this mode, novice pilots are only allowed to use safe flight actions. JARVIS replied. What are the safe flight actions? Banner continued to ask. The main safe flight actions include smooth takeoff, level flight, turning, climbing and slow landing. JARVIS listed all the answers and there were only 5 in total. Then there's no time to play, Banner complained, but his heartbeat quickly returned to normal. In terms of age alone, Banner is actually not older than Tony, only about 40 years old. It is normal for people to like excitement. It's a pity that since Hulk appeared, these things have completely disappeared from Banner's life. I finally found some passion just now, but it was ruthlessly shattered by reality. Forget it. Target Stark Tower switched to fully autonomous driving mode. Banner reluctantly gave up the struggle. He knew that the triggering condition for the safe mode of heartbeat 80 must have been temporarily added by Tony. But he understands this very well after all. Isn't this his daily life? Although you are only 30 or 40 years old, you must live like an old man who has seen through the world of mortals. Banner suddenly understands Hulk a little bit. Calculating his age, Hulk is currently only a few years old, but he cannot play like other children. He can only be locked in a dark space of consciousness and can only be released into the tank when he is most dangerous. No wonder Hulk has such a bad temper. The top military officials received Tony's message and learned that New York might be attacked by aliens. They immediately took it seriously and urgently contacted various departments of the New York government and nearby military forces. Please give me flowers. The detailed process of the Tesseract being robbed is not a secret. The power and role of the Tesseract are also well understood by the top military officials, so it's not surprising that the military responded so quickly this time. After receiving the emergency order directly conveyed by the military, the New York City government also took quick action. Although the citywide evacuation proposal was not immediately adopted, various departments began to prepare for the evacuation of people. This is why Tony informed the military brass. If only SHIELD is notified, SHIELD needs to pass the Security Council first and report the information to Congress. After Congress approves it, it will then be handed over to the federal government. After the federal government gets the news, it will review it again before issuing an administrative order to the state government. 0. The state government needs to review it again, and only after passing it will issue an administrative order to the city government. Finally, the New York City government will meet to discuss whether it needs to implement the state government's executive order. Following this set of procedures, even if there are no delays along the way, the time required is definitely not short. What's more, given the consistent behavior of the U.S. government, state governments will definitely delay or evade orders to the federal government as long as they can, and evade them as much as possible. The city government may be better, but not much better, so if SHIELD was responsible for coordinating it, by the time the New York City government took action, New York would have been completely cold. This is probably why in the movie, after the fighting started, the police temporarily started to evacuate the people. But if the military coordinates it, things will be much better. In an emergency, the military has the right to order local governments to cooperate with military operations, or to do so unconditionally. Moreover, local government officials, whether they are congressmen, mayors, or governors, basically do not dare to comply with the big-shot requests from the upper echelons of the military. After all, those federal generals are different from the puppet presidents. Each background is astonishingly large. How can you, a congressman and a governor, not play the same role? Notifying local governments and asking them to evacuate people in advance are secondary. The main task of the military is to mobilize troops to deal with the next crisis. As a result, the newly formed Rapid Reaction Force is near New York. Are there any more suitable options? No river, whether it is weapons and equipment or scope of duties, quick reaction forces are the best choice. So this task naturally fell on the Rapid Reaction Force, and General Wilson also became the commander. Admiral Wilson's faction was not familiar with Tony Stark, so Admiral Wilson did not seek information from Tony. But he was very familiar with Norton, and Norton was very familiar with Tony, so Admiral Wilson knocked the phone down to Norton. Well, I do know a little about this time. Uncle Wilson, please move the army into New York first. I think further news will come out soon, and it will not delay the deployment of the army. Norton replied appropriately. It was impossible for him to directly tell the military that the location of the incident was in Manhattan, but Tony would definitely be able to determine the location of the wormhole before the army entered New York. Even if Tony accidentally crosses 573, Norton can find a reason to report it anyway. It won't delay the business. Moreover, the Rapid Reaction Force's transportation is helicopters and warships, so there is no need to worry about being stuck in New York City. Norton, can you give me an accurate idea of how big the scale of this alien invasion is? Wilson asked again. He had no idea about the strength of the aliens. He had just seen the prospect of a rapid reaction force, and he didn't want to go in vain. Uncle, just prepare according to the highest standards. We mutant will also take action this time. We will definitely not let ordinary soldiers die in vain, Norton replied. He also invested a lot in his rapid reaction force, and all of the most advanced weapons and equipment were his own handiwork. Although Norton is not short of money, even if the investment in the rapid reaction force is in vain, it is nothing to him, but this does not mean that he is willing to accept the loss. Hearing Norton's answer, Admiral Wilson immediately felt reassured. With your words, I feel relieved. He knows Norton very well. If the danger is really too great, Norton will never risk the lives of his mutants. After ending the call, Norton immediately contacted Magneto and Xavier's school. The location of this alien invasion is confirmed to be in New York, and we are ready to go. Now that the military has received the news, he does not need to wait any longer. And even if you leave early, you can use normal transportation and don't have to leave the portal open to rush on your way. It is better to use portals as little as possible in public places. Let's leave immediately and arrive in New York within 20 minutes. Magneto and Xavier's school's replies were similar. Norton checked Dr. Shavig's progress and found that the wormhole had just opened 20 minutes later. It was not too late, so he did not rush them. After Tony informed the military and Fury of the news, he began to discuss a core issue with Captain America. Where will Loki choose to open the wormhole? Steve, from a military perspective, why do you think Loki opened the wormhole in New York? Tony asked Captain America. He really doesn't see this kind of military issue as thoroughly as Captain America. Captain America thought for a moment and replied, the population base of New York is large enough, and the city size is also large enough. The good and bad are mixed together, making it easier to hide. Moreover, when his army arrives in New York, it can deal the greatest blow to the earth immediately and destroy the human heart of resistance to the greatest extent. Hiding should not be Loki's purpose. With his ability and the alien technology he masters, it is very easy to hide the Tesseract. Tony analyzed this and raised another question. And if Loki wants to hide, why bother getting caught by us? He wanted to distract us and disintegrate our team from within, thus destroying our fighting spirit, and he seems to have done it. Captain America responded, there is no need to distract us or break up our team. This is definitely not his main purpose. He has a fleet, why should he care about a few of us? Tony asked. He has seen the star battleships of interstellar civilizations from Norton, so he knows very well what an interstellar fleet represents. Loki may be just playing around, but we are still being played by him like fools. Captain America laughed at himself. Yes, that's right, it's just a joke. Tony instantly caught the fleeting inspiration. Loki's purpose is to tease us in front of our faces to satisfy his twisted desire to perform. When Loki was arrested in Stuttgart, Germany, and after he was arrested, he showed a strong desire to perform. He is definitely not a person who likes to be low-key and obscure, so Captain America looked at Tony. So Loki chose New York because he needed the best performance stage. New York has a large enough audience and can have a large enough influence. Tony then analyzed, so Loki will never choose any secret base. The place where he opens the wormhole must be the most eye-catching place in New York. Captain America, Manhattan, Tony, Stark Tower. Not only is Stark Tower the center of Manhattan, it also has its own power source, which happens to be a reactor powerful enough to activate the Tesseract. Both Tony and Captain America saw one word in each other's eyes: belief. It's time for us to go. The two looked at each other and smiled. My battle suit will be back at Stark Tower in 15 minutes. Where are you, Steve? Tony asked Captain America. There should be no shortage of planes on the mothership. Captain America smiled slightly. You know how to fly a plane? Tony asked, pretending to be surprised. I can find a driver. Captain America smiled. I'm leaving first, don't be late, Captain. After saying that, Tony put on his mask and walked towards the broken window. I'll be quick, I promise I won't be late. Captain America also picked up the shield on the ground. Tony did not say goodbye to Fury, but before leaving he still shared his guess with Fury. Definitely 5'8", he did not forget to tell the military and Dr. Banner, who was returning to Stark Tower. After learning that Loki planned to open a wormhole in Stark Tower, Banner immediately asked, Tony, can you disable safe mode? With the speed of this battle suit, it will be too late by the time we get back to Stark Tower. First of all, I have to ensure that you can arrive smoothly, and speed is second. I guarantee that you can arrive in time, but it is more secure to turn on the safe mode, Tony replied. Tony uses JARVI S to speed up Banner's flight a little, so that he can return to Stark Tower in about the same time as himself. He really didn't dare to speed up Banner without any scruples. It would be great if Banner could arrive early, but if something went wrong for him, he would lose an important combat force when the war begins. After Tony left, Captain America quickly found Black Widow and Hawkeye. Man, it's time for us to go. Captain America knocked on the door. Have you found the whereabouts of the Tesseract? Black Widow opened the door and asked. Manhattan, New York, Stark Tower, can you fly a plane? Captain America asked again. Definitely, Black Widow nodded confidently. After receiving Black Widow's affirmative reply, Captain America looked at Hawkeye again. Can you still fight? Man, I am more motivated than ever before. Hawkeye picked up the bow and arrow. The hatred in his eyes was beyond words. Then you are the only one. Captain America didn't mind Hawkeye's hatred. Hatred may affect judgment and enhance combat effectiveness. What they are about to face may be an alien fleet, and what they lack most is combat power. After finding the driver and teammates, Captain America turned around with satisfaction and walked towards the deck. Etc. At this time, Black Widow stopped him. What else? Captain America turned around and asked. I think we need a better set of equipment. Speaking, Black Widow took Captain America to the helicarrier's equipment warehouse. The most secure vault in the equipment warehouse was opened, and 3 sets of the latest combat uniforms appeared in front of Captain America and the others. These 3 sets of combat uniforms looked the same as the equipment they wore, but as soon as they got it in their hands, Captain America immediately discovered the difference between the two. The same shape and color, but the weight is much heavier, at least 20 kilograms. The combat uniforms of Black Widow and the others look lighter, but they are not less than 10 kilograms. In other words, Captain America has a non-human physique, and Black Widow and Hawkeye are also top agents. Otherwise, they may not be able to control such a heavy combat uniform. The latest alloy fiber woven combat uniforms have super toughness and defense, and can provide us with the best defense, Black Widow explained. As a warrior who has experienced life and death, Captain America will naturally not refuse better equipment. However, he did not change the equipment immediately, but directly installed the equipment, turned around and walked out. Let's go, we don't have much time, the equipment can be changed on the plane. Watching Tony and Captain America fly away from the sky aircraft carrier one after another. In the command room, Agent Hill finally couldn't help but ask Fury, Sir Phil Coulson. Fury did not answer directly but explained sideways. They are all the best people on Earth, and I always believe that as long as they unite, there is no difficulty on Earth that they cannot solve. But now we don't have time to let them get used to it slowly, so someone must step up and sacrifice and give them a push from behind. Then, without waiting for Hill to ask further questions, he ordered, "It's time for us to set off, mobilize our most elite team and replace all our latest equipment." It is impossible for Nick Fury, the SHIELD director, to know how unreliable it is to let a few people deal with an army, so he can't let the Avengers fight alone, and this happened because of SHIELD. If SHIELD had not done anything, things would definitely not be easy afterwards. MJU4ND8NTC3ODM1MZY4NZCY OJ equals JARVIS, cut off the power supply to Stark Tower and shut down the reactor. Flying away from the helicarrier, Penny immediately gave instructions to JARVIS. "Sorry, sir, the system cannot connect to Stark Tower. The building's signal has been completely blocked." JARVIS's reply was bad news. Sure enough, Tony sighed. This result was within his expectation. Since Loki chose Stark Tower, he would definitely not leave such an obvious loophole. However, this also supported his speculation that the location where Loki opened the wormhole was indeed in Stark Tower. JARVIS, control the surveillance cameras near the building. "I need to see the current situation of Stark Tower." Tony gave the order again. "Yes, sir." JARVIS sprang into action. Invading the New York Police Department system is not difficult for JARVIS. In just 5 seconds, JARVIS completes the command, most of which is spent adjusting the shooting angle of the surveillance camera. The footage captured by the public surveillance camera was relatively blurry, but it was enough for Tony to make a preliminary judgment. All entrances and exits of the Stark building were closed, and no obvious signs of damage or movement were seen. It's obvious that Stark Tower is under full control of Loki's people. Fortunately, Pepper is not in the company. Tony was very lucky that he sent Pepper away from New York in advance, otherwise she would probably have fallen into Loki's hands by now. Pepper escaped, but other employees in Stark Tower were not so lucky. At the moment, they were probably controlled by Loki's men. These people are all employees of the Stark Group and elites in various fields. Tony cannot care about their life or death. "Rescuing hostages is not my strong point." Tony was a little distressed, but he quickly thought that there were 2 experts in this field in the team. After receiving the news from Stark, the New York City government immediately began to organize people to evacuate. According to Admiral Wilson's request, the Level 1 evacuation plan is centered on the Stark building, and the entire Manhattan Island is within the evacuation range. However, time is limited, and the evacuation of Manhattan may not be completed before the battle begins. Therefore, in the second phase, the citywide evacuation plan can only be decided after the war begins and based on the war situation. A large-scale evacuation involving the entire Manhattan could not be hidden from Loki, who came to Stark Tower earlier. However, he did not intervene, nor did he take it to heart. "It's just a pointless struggle. When my army arrives, where can you run to?" Loki turned around and came to the rooftop and asked Dr. Shavig, "Doctor, how long will it take to start the instrument? The Tesseract will be activated in a few minutes, and no one will be able to stop the wormhole from opening by then," Shavis replied enthusiastically. Hearing this answer, Loki showed a satisfied smile on his face. "Very good, continue working. In 10 minutes, those who have the ability to stop him will not be able to arrive, and those who can arrive will not be able to stop him." In fact, after learning that Loki would open a wormhole in Stark Tower, the military and government were not idle. The FBI and NYPD each dispatched several armed helicopters, preparing to approach the Stark Tower to investigate the situation. But before they could get close, they were shot down by Loki's men who were ambushing them on a nearby building. The only gain was some high-definition photos of the Stark Tower. However, from these high-definition photos, there was nothing unusual about the Stark Tower, and no one or equipment was seen on the rooftop. There is no doubt that the equipment and personnel being installed and debugged on the rooftop must have been hidden by Loki. This result prevented Admiral Wilson from taking further action. He also considered firing a missile directly to nip the danger in the bud. However, this idea only appeared for a moment before he gave up directly. It is impossible for him to aim the missile at the center of Manhattan without discovering the enemy and determining the unfavorable situation of the battle. Not only was it impossible to explain to the people and Parliament afterwards, but the internal rules of the South also did not allow this behavior. The most important thing is that this matter has made such a big noise. Preventing the wormhole from opening in advance is not necessarily a good thing. "Uncle Wilson, is it okay to hand over the northern part of Manhattan to the Rapid Reaction Force?" Norton contacted General Wilson. "What should we do in other directions?" Admiral Wilson asked immediately. Our mutants will handle the south and east and leave the west to SHIELD. It's impossible to do nothing if they cause trouble, Norton replied. Can those SHIELD agents hold a line of defense? Admiral Wilson was doubtful. It's not that he looks down on SHIELD's agents, it's that agents are not suitable for frontal battlefields. With SHIELD's strength, it's not a problem to hold on to one direction. Even if they fail, we can still help them, Norton replied. Okay, leave the north to me. General Wilson finally agreed to Norton's proposal. He only had to withstand the enemy in one direction, which was a good thing for the quick reaction force, and he refused without reason. After taking care of the military, Norton contacted Magneto. Eric, you land on the island from the east and then stop the enemy at a distance of 5 kilometers from the Stark Tower. Is that okay? No problem. Magneto nodded in agreement without hesitation. He did not ask about its direction, he was just invited to help in the battle, and it was enough to complete his mission. There was no need to think about anything more, and Norton couldn't trick them. That's it for now. If there are other arrangements, I will contact you again. Norton hung up the phone and finally contacted Nick Fury. Director Nick Fury, when you SHIELD people are in place later, you will be responsible for the enemies that rush out in Manhattan. We are only responsible for the West. What about other directions? Fury asked immediately. There are other people in charge in other directions, so there is no need for SHIELD to worry about it. What you have to do is not to let an enemy cross your defense line. If you really can't stand it, you can ask for help, Norton replied, but he did not explain anything else to Fury. Arrange. We are responsible for defense, so who is responsible for closing the wormhole? Fury asked again. Didn't you already make arrangements? Norton replied. Avengers, Tony and the others flashed through Fury's mind. Yes, Norton replied affirmatively. It's not like he hasn't thought about taking over the task of closing the space channel. With his strength, this is a very simple matter. Loki and his army will definitely not be able to stop him. If he wanted to, he could rush over immediately, grab Loki's scepter, and then close the wormhole. But his intuition told him that things could not end so easily, so this is just a backup plan and Norton isn't going to tell anyone else. Anyway, if this plan works, it doesn't require anyone else's cooperation. Tony was the first to arrive, but as soon as he flew over Manhattan, he saw the blue light flashing on the top of the Stark Tower. Without a doubt, that was definitely a sign of Tesseract's launch. Tony flew directly over Stark Tower. Turn it off, Dr. Shavig. It's too late, it can't stop, Dr. Shavig replied, and his consciousness seemed to have recovered a little. Okay then. He raised his hand directly, gathered his energy, and then blasted the cellar of the universe. A circle of blue energy shield suddenly appeared, covering the entire instrument. Bang! An explosion. The instrument was undamaged, but Dr. Shavig next to him was blown away by the shockwave and lay directly on the ground, temporarily unconscious. Pure energy shield powered by Tesseract. Sir, our weapons can't break it. JARVIS immediately reported the test results to Tony. What weapon can break it? Tony continued to try to attack the energy shield while allowing JARVIS to continue testing. So none of the weapons recorded in the database are enough to break this energy shield, JARVIS quickly replied. After hearing this answer, Tony decisively stopped attacking and completely gave up the idea of forcibly breaking the shield to stop the instrument, because JARVIS's database contains detailed data on most of the Earth's weapons, including, if you cannot forcefully shut down the instrument, you will have to find another way. The person who knows this instrument best is undoubtedly Dr. Shavig, who is lying next to him. Tony walked over, helped Dr. Shavig up and looked at his condition. Sir, Dr. Shavig is in a state of confusion and it is not recommended to forcefully awaken him. JARVIS quickly gave the test results. What are the consequences of forced awakening? Tony asked. Without the assistance of medical equipment, if Dr. Shavig is forcibly awakened, there is a 90% chance that he will become a vegetative state. JARVIS replied. After hearing this result, Tony could only give up his plan to forcefully awaken Dr. Shavig. The Tesseract has been activated and the wormhole is about to open. Obviously, there was no time to wait for Shavig to wake up naturally, so he could only prepare to resist the attack of the Chitauri fleet. Just at this time, Dr. Banner and Captain America arrived at the same time. Tony, what's going on now? Banner asked first. The instrument has been started and cannot be forcibly shut down. We can only prepare for battle first. Tony explained the current situation concisely while carrying Dr. Shavig into the stairwell next to him. Then Tony arranged. Natasha Romanoff, I need you, hello Wang and Hawkeye, to enter the Stark building. Eliminate the enemies inside and manually shut down the reactor. I can do this task alone, let Clint stay outside to help. Black Widow said and gave Hawkeye a reassuring look. Hawkeye is very familiar with Black Widow's ability, so he has no objection. Tony heard that Black Widow was so confident and did not object and continued to arrange. Steve, you and Hawkeye stay outside to hold off the enemy. Dr. Banner, you don't have to hold back this time, you can do whatever you want. Once the battle begins, Captain, you will be in charge. In the end, Tony chose to hand over the command to Captain America. After all, Captain America is better at wartime commanding. After saying that, Tony landed on the apron on the next level. The helipad is connected to the top-floor living room, and Loki is chilling in the living room at the moment. Seeing Tony walk in, Loki smiled and said, "Please tell me you are here to beg for my mercy." "Actually, I'm here to threaten you," Tony replied calmly. "Threatening me, just because of the scraps of metal on your body and the rabble outside." Loki said with a smile, "Okay, that green monster is really good at fighting, but you only have one Hulk and I have a fleet. My fleet is about to launch an attack. All resistance is meaningless. Your only chance is to surrender to me and beg my mercy. I'm just threatening you." Tony poured himself a glass of wine. "Would you like a drink?" "What are you threatening me with?" Loki asked, a little annoyed. "Avengers," Tony replied. "That's what they call it. It sounds more like a team, superhero team." "I know, I've seen it before. It's a mess," Loki smiled. "Thanks to you, let's unite as a team." Tony's tone was calm, as if he was stating a fact. But Tony's tone made Loki a little unhappy. "So what? I have a fleet, and how many people do you have? Indeed, we may not be able to stop all the invaders, but your army can't stop us either." Tony's tone became firm, as if he was taking an oath. "If we fail to protect the Earth, be prepared to bear the fire of our revenge." This is what Nick Fury wrote in the Avengers project, the purpose of the Avengers, and Tony easily used it. Definitely, he never expected that this threat would make Loki surrender voluntarily. After all, it's just talk, and Lu Jai is obviously not someone easily influenced by talk. The reason why Tony was talking nonsense with Loki for so long was because during the time he was bickering with Loki, Black Widow had quietly entered Stark Tower. There are many people arranged by Loki in the building, but they are all a ragtag group that he gathered temporarily after coming to the Earth. There is no way they can be the opponent of a legendary agent like Black Widow. If Black Widow is willing, she can kill all the enemies from the top to the bottom, but there is no need, and there is not so much time. Black Widow chose to enter directly from the first floor, because according to the infrared scanning results from the plane, the largest group of enemies in the building was entrenched on the first floor. As long as you kill them, it is equivalent to killing 1/3 of the enemies in the building. Wearing a full-face helmet and carrying 2 submachine guns with 100-round drum magazines, Black Widow charged in unabashedly. Why a helmet? This is not a movie. Black Widow does not need to maintain its image at all times, and a full combat uniform will naturally not lack a helmet. Bang 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 bang. In an instant there was a chaos of gunshots, fire and debris flying. The gunfire was the loudest at the beginning, became weaker and weaker as time went by, and disappeared completely after a few minutes. It's cool. Black Widow threw away the submachine gun, patted the dust on her body, took out her pistol and shot the remaining enemies one by one. In the burst of gunfire just now, the bullets were flying completely in random directions. Even Black Widow couldn't completely dodge, and there were quite a few people who got shot. However, thanks to this new set of equipment, she was not injured at all. Without this set of equipment, she would not have dared to rush in like this. No time was wasted. As soon as the battle was over, Black Widow immediately went straight to the 3rd underground floor where the reactor was located according to the circuit map Tony gave her. As for the remaining enemies, there is no need for Black Widow to go find them. After receiving the invasion signal, the remaining enemies will rush over and let her kill them. Fighting all the way to the 3rd underground floor, looking at the 3-meter diameter big guy in front of him, Black Widow asked Tony, "Stark, I'm already here. How do I turn off this big guy? Did you see the red knife on the right wall?" "It's the most conspicuous one," Tony asked. "I saw it." Black Widow turned to the right. The red knife was really conspicuous and could be seen at a glance. "Pull it off and the reactor will shut down completely." Tony, CJ continued to give instructions. "Can the wormhole be closed by turning off the reactor?" Black Widow asked, holding the knife. "No," Tony gave her a negative reply. "If you can't, why waste so much time to close it?" Black Widow asked again. If that reactor is detonated, it can also destroy half of Manhattan, Tony replied. If Loki hadn't had someone remove the remote control device on the reactor, Tony would have been able to turn it off directly after entering the building without having to ask Black Widow to make a trip. Okay, Black Widow pulled the knife. Something like this, which can blow up half of Manhattan, really cannot be put in danger. The blade was pulled down, the reactor lights flashed a few times and then went out completely. The light on the reactor goes out, that's it, Black Widow confirmed to Tony again. Okay, now you can move around freely without looking at it. Tony was relieved. It is easy to extinguish the reactor, but it is not easy to reignite it, so there is no need to arrange for people to watch it. After the Tesseract is activated, the instrument does not require the reactor to continue supplying energy, so the shutdown of the reactor does not affect the opening of the wormhole at all. Seeing the wormhole opening, Tony decisively gave up, entangled with Loki, and flew towards the gradually expanding wormhole. At the same time, Hawkeye was also driving the plane closer to the wormhole, and the weapons on the plane were ready. The opening position of the wormhole is not high, about 1,000 meters from the ground. Enemies coming out of the wormhole can quickly spread or land. As the wormhole expanded to dozens of meters in diameter, a large number of Chitrons rushed out in airships. There were too many swarming airships, and the warning prompts on Tony's operation interface flashed crazily, but this did not make him flinch. Come on. Tony faced the challenge directly without any fear. Palm energy cannons, micromissile nests, laser cutters, etc. All kinds of weapons are used together. Tony's killing efficiency is very high. A large number of airships were blown up in the air. In just 10 seconds, he killed not only 1,000 but also 800 airships. However, the number of Chitauri airships that Tony faced remained undiminished, as if these Chitauri had no fear at all. The first round of missiles missed, and the firepower could not keep up, so Tony had to retreat temporarily. I'm going to retreat temporarily, Tony said on the command combat channel. Clint, the next wave is yours, land directly after the fight, no hesitation. Captain America immediately commanded on the channel. Understood, Hawkeye replied while staring at Tony in the air. The moment Tony separated from the Chitauri airship group, he pressed the launch button to the end without any hesitation. The missiles equipped on the fighter plane were directly shot into the air by Hawkeye. Then, without waiting for the results of the battle, he turned around without any hesitation and landed at Captain America's location. The missiles carried by the fighter planes had a much larger killing range than Stark's micromissiles, and almost half of the Chitauri airships in the sky were cleared in one wave. The remaining few fish that slipped through the net were lured over by Hulk and Captain America on the ground to deal with them. However, this does not fundamentally solve the problem. As a cannon fodder fleet, the biggest feature of Chitauri is its endless number of buds. This little loss is just an insignificant part of the Chitauri fleet. Tony went to stop the Chitauri army, but Loki did not stop him. He carried the scepter with a smile on his face and walked to the edge of the apron step by step. Looking at Tony and others fighting hard, Lu Jai said, "It's useless, my army is endless." Just as he was mid-shouting, a bolt of thunder fell from the sky, interrupting his words, and then his brother Thor fell in front of him. "Loki, shut down the Tesseract or I will destroy it," Thor roared. "You can't destroy it, you're too late, my army has arrived and war is the only result," Loki replied. Then, as you wish, Thor swung the hammer and hit Loki. The drama of two brothers falling in love and killing each other was staged again. In terms of brains, Loki, who is good at using intrigues, is definitely much better than his reckless brother. But in terms of strength, Loki is obviously no match for Thor, and his tricks will hardly be effective when facing the reckless hammer god. After a few rounds, Loki was defeated by Thor, but after all, Thor still cared about brotherhood and did not kill him, so he let Loki escape, leaving only Loki's scepter. At this time, Tony also found Thor, who had arrived, so he called Thor. "Thor, can you still discharge the electricity and help seal the wormhole quickly?" "Coming." Looking at the Chitauri airships roaring out of the wormhole, Thor gave up his plan to hunt down Loki and instead raised Mjolnir in his hand. In an instant, storms and clouds gathered, lightning and thunder fell from the sky, and the Zinkatarui airship was shot down. However, Thor's joining did not make the situation better. He killed many airships, but even more airships came out of the wormhole. The number of Chitauri airships in the sky has not decreased at all. On the contrary, it is increasing and has a tendency to gradually spread. The Hulk on the ground can still be smashed happily, and Captain America and Black Widow face an increasing number of enemies. "I can no longer cope with it. Be careful." Captain America pulled Black Widow with his left hand, and raised a shield with his right hand to block Chitauri's hair-colored laser. Then he twisted his waist and turned around. At the same time, the shield in his hand flew out, knocking down the Chitauri airship whizzing by above his head. But the moment he turned around, Captain America's eyes narrowed. He didn't have time to pay attention to the rebounding shield and shouted directly to Clint, who had just gotten off the plane. "Clint!" Hawkeye heard Captain America's call, rolled forward subconsciously, and hid behind an overturned car. At the same time, several laser shots hit, and the aircraft was directly destroyed. Seeing Hawkeye escape the attack, Captain America breathed a sigh of relief, but as soon as he recovered, the three of them discovered that they had been surrounded by more than 10 Chitauri airships. At this critical moment, several thunderbolts descended from the front, and most of the surrounding Chitauri were wiped out in an instant. Thor asked Tony while discharging electricity, "Don't we have any reinforcements? There are only a few of us and the number is too small." "Just a little longer, support will be here soon," Tony replied. He had just seen in the sky that several warships were docking in the north. The troops would arrive in 2 or 3 minutes at most. Tony was about to turn and see what was going on in other directions, but as soon as he raised his head, he saw a huge creature slowly passing through the wormhole. "We're in big trouble. In this life-or-death moment, you have to step aside whatever you do." So Tony did not choose to resist but decisively asked for help. "Brother, help, when will you arrive? I can't hold on here anymore." "We'll be there soon, brother, just hold on for 1 more minute," Norton replied. "Don't say 3 minutes, I can't hold it for 30 seconds. Tony was full of despair. "Tony, you have to believe in yourself, you are Iron Man, you can definitely resist," Norton encouraged Tony. "Can't Norton arrive immediately?" "Definitely, but there is no need." He had been paying attention to the battle situation in Manhattan, and he rushed over as planned without disturbing his original plan. "Please give me flowers, definitely. Just because Norton won't rush there in advance doesn't mean he can't provide other support. Fight." Wani was heartbroken when he didn't get the reply he wanted. "Isn't it just hard work? It's not like I haven't experienced it before." But at this moment, bang, the battle suit's lower back suddenly exploded, blowing Tony away. It turns out that Tony was distracted on the phone with Norton and was accidentally attacked by a Chitauri airship. In the suit, Tony barely managed to hold his flight posture, and the warning sound of the suit being damaged rang wildly in his ears. "JARVIS. Tony immediately called JARVIS. "Sir, the outer armor on the back waist of the battle suit is seriously damaged, and the waist transmission structure is damaged." JARVIS immediately reported the damage to the suit. 0. "How could it be so badly damaged? Our armor isn't that fragile, right?" Tony asked in disbelief. His armor was able to withstand Thor's hammer before, so how could it be destroyed by a small Chitauri soldier? "Sir, the Mark 12's defense against pure energy attacks is almost 0, and Chitauri's weapons happen to be pure energy attacks," JARVIS explained. "The attack fired by the weapon in Chitauri's hand looks like a laser, but in fact it is not a laser, but a kind of aggregated energy." After hearing JARVIS's analysis results, Tony made an instant decision. JARVIS. Activate Mark 13 and prepare to change equipment. Even if the outer armor is damaged, it can still continue to fight, as long as it is not hit in the same position. The impact caused by damage to the waist transmission structure is the most fatal. In this short moment he has already felt the impact. A large number of flight actions cannot be completed, and it becomes difficult to avoid local attacks, which makes Tony extremely dangerous. "Sir, Mark 13 has not been completed yet," JARVIS reminded Tony, but while reminding him, it did not delay the launch of Mark 13. "It doesn't matter, it's enough to cope with the battle at hand." Tony did not change his decision. Although he still has Mark 11, Mark 10 and other battle armor as backup, as the front model of the Mark 12, its performance is not much weaker than the Mark 12 Star. But the one that is most suitable for the current battle situation is the unfinished Mark 13-0. Mark XIII is the next generation armor that Tony started designing and manufacturing only after fighting the destroyer in New Mexico. Based on Mark 12, it focuses on strengthening the ability to defend against energy attacks. For this reason, the Mark 13 not only used a large amount of superalloys that strengthened energy defense, but also applied some of the technology that Tony analyzed from the wreckage of the destroyer. The reason why it is said to be unfinished is because Tony has not yet found a matching new generation weapon. Therefore, the current Mark 13 is not a completely upgraded next generation Mark armor. However, in the current battle situation, defense is obviously more important. The weapons equipped on the Mark 12 have enough attack power. Time was running out, so instead of flying back to Stark Tower to change clothes, Tony took the risk of changing clothes directly in the air. Mark 12 directly undressed, and then 547 self-destructed in the face of the pursuing Chitauri airship, destroying the pursuers and creating a temporarily safe aerial environment. Tony broke away from the armor and began to free fall in the air. Then in the next moment, Mark 13 caught up with Tony from behind, quickly finished dressing, and Tony was free again. The entire process of changing clothes in the air took less than 2 seconds and was still thrilling. After putting on brand new equipment and feeling safe again, Tony had time to re-observe the battle situation. Thor has turned off the engine. Obviously, he cannot use thunder for a long time and must stop and rest. So he could only reincarnate as the Hammer God, swinging the Meow Meow hammer to kill in all directions in the sky. The efficiency of hammer killing was obviously not as high as that of thunder bombing, but it was not low either. Captain America and Hawkeye are fighting in the street. One is far away and the other is close. One focuses on attack and the other on defense. They cooperate very well. Although facing a huge number of Chitauri, the battle is still very difficult, but he can barely hold on, and his life is not in danger for the time being. Black Widow, however, did not continue to fight side by side with Captain America. She hijacked a Chitauri airship at some point and was chasing Loki in the air. In the sky, the big guy has completely emerged from the wormhole. It looked like an insect, covered in thick armor, and with a body tens of meters long, it looked very ferocious and terrifying. Although it looks clumsy, its size alone is enough to crush Tony's steel armor. The key is that it is not only huge in size, but also looks very defensive. It can also fly in the air like a swimming fish. Tony also keenly observed that there were a large number of Chitauri infantry hanging on the belly of this big bug. Obviously, this thing is not only responsible for attacking fortresses, but also serves as a landing ship for the Chitauri fleet. Just when Tony was thinking about how to deal with this big guy, roar, a fat green man roared suddenly and jumped out of the building next to him. He jumped directly on the big bug's head, and then without hesitation he raised his fist as big as a casserole. Bang, bang, bang. Under Hulk's heavy punch, no matter whether it is thick armor or huge size, it is difficult to use. The half-meter thick armor was smashed by Hulk's 2 fists, and the subsequent hits on it made the big bug shake from head to tail. Without any accident, the big bug was knocked to the ground by Hulk's old fist and completely stopped moving. But before Tony had time to be happy, he saw 2 of the same big bugs emerging from the wormhole. Fortunately, because this big bug occupied a large amount of wormhole space, the number of Chitauri airships that rushed out of the wormhole was greatly reduced. The killing speed of Tony and the others formed a balance that prevented the situation from collapsing instantly. But this obviously won't last long, because of the huge sky, and you can vaguely see that there is an endless Chitauri army waiting on the other side of the wormhole. Once Tony and the others exceed their limits, the situation will collapse in an instant. Just when Tony was about to call Thor to deal with the 2 big bugs, something unexpected happened again. I saw 3 scarlet light pillars rising into the sky from 3 directions, with the Stark building as the center. Norton's lack of preparation to rush to the battlefield in advance does not mean that he cannot provide other support. After ending the call with Tony, Norton immediately gave an order to Seven, activate the fence. As you wish, boss. Seven's voice sounded in Norton's ears. At the same time, hidden equipment began to activate in 3 energy buildings in Manhattan. 3 huge multifaceted crystal-like devices were first launched into the sky, and then suspended at a height of 100 meters lower than the wormhole. The distance between the 3 buildings and the Stark Tower is the same, about 8 kilometers, and the distance between them is exactly the same. Therefore, the 3 crystals are installed in the sky, exactly at the 3 vertices of 10 equilateral triangles. No one noticed these 3 crystal devices. They were all drawn to the great battle in the heart of Manhattan, but then, the 3 buildings instantly became the focus of the audience. I saw 3 laser beams half a meter thick rising into the sky from the top of the building, shining on the 3 crystal-shaped devices in midair. The laser beam then refracts in the crystal, forming a large number of laser beams 10 centimeters thick, which shoot in all directions. Countless laser beams from 3 vertices integrate in the air to form a regular tetrahedral laser enclosure, enveloping the entire wormhole in the tetrahedron. These red lasers are no longer lasers in the conventional sense, but a more controllable laser energy. In the laser network, laser energy forms a closed cycle with extremely low escape rate. 3 nuclear fusion reactors can maintain the laser fence for a long time. For such a large laser fence, its purpose is obviously not to look good. As its name suggests, the purpose of this fence is to intercept. The seine woven by the polymer laser is enough to cut into pieces any large prey that tries to pass through it, including the Chitauri's insect-shaped landing craft. When the laser won, 4-light fence was formed, 2 big bugs happened to pass through the wormhole. The only attack method of this big bug is to bump, relying on its own size and defense to get past it. When Chitauri made them, there was no program to retreat or stop, so no obstacle could stop them from moving forward, including this laser fence that looks a bit dazzling. The laser fence has no entity. The big bug did not encounter any resistance when it passed through. It only passed through part of the fence and was directly cut into pieces. It was like soft tofu hitting a barbed wire fence. The seemingly powerful armor on the insect did not play any defensive role. The big bug that gave them a lot of headaches was so easily eliminated by the net, and everyone in the Avengers was shocked. They all asked Tony, "Stark, what is this? It should be some kind of defense system," Tony replied. In fact, he was surprised at first, but after seeing the source of the laser fence, he immediately understood that this must be a layout made by Norton in advance. "Really, this web is not your masterpiece?" Black Widow asked in surprise. "Definitely not." Tony denied, "If it was mine, I would have turned it on long ago. Why would I wait until now?" At this time, Captain America's voice sounded on the command channel. "Hey, guys, stop talking, the battle is not over yet." After hearing Captain America's prompt, Tony noticed that there were still constant streams of Chitauri airships rushing down from the sky. Everyone had no choice but to continue fighting. Just because a big bug can't get through a laser fence alive doesn't mean that a Chitauri airship can't either. The laser fence did not intercept all the Chitauri airships, and there were still a large number of airships rushing down through the mesh. Therefore, the emergence of laser fence only solves the biggest problem and avoids a complete collapse of the situation, but does not completely solve all problems. After a short observation, Tony also discovered that the Chitauri airship was able to pass through the laser seine, not because the seine automatically let it go, but because the mesh of the laser seine was too large. 29. On the lower side alone, there are hundreds of meshes that are enough for the Chitauri airship to pass through safely. If you line up well, it won't be a problem to pass hundreds of airships every second. It's just that the cannon fodder of the Chitauri fleet has no discipline at all. They can't line up obediently. Their style is to rush forward in a swarm. This naturally resulted in a large number of deaths. For Tony and the others, this is definitely a good thing, as it relieves them of pressure in disguise. But even so, the pressure they face is still very high, and they still need to fight desperately. The main reason is that the wormhole continues to expand, and more Chitauri cannon fodder rush out of the wormhole. Even if the laser fence kills most of them, the remaining number is still quite huge. At least dozens to hundreds of Chitauri airships join the battle every second, and their killing efficiency is lower than Tony's. A moment later, Captain America, who was fighting on the ground, suddenly felt that the number of enemies was decreasing. He immediately raised his head to observe the battlefield in the sky. Not good, the enemy is changing their attack targets. They want to destroy the 3 buildings that emit lasers. Captain America instantly discovered the problem and immediately commanded, "Tony, Thor, each of you blocks one direction, and you must not let them get infected." In the sky, most of the Chitauri airships that rushed through the laser fence no longer destroyed everywhere, but divided into 3 groups and rushed towards the 3 energy buildings. Just because the Chitauri cannon fodder has no brains doesn't mean their commanders don't have any brains either. The commander of the Chitauri fleet has obviously discovered that the laser fence is their biggest obstacle, and the 3 energy buildings are the key to the laser fence. So it began to direct the Chitauri airship to destroy the 3 energy buildings. After hearing Captain America's reminder, Tony immediately realized the problem, so he decisively chased the Chitauri northwest. "I'm going to the north, leave the east to me." Thor flew to the east. The airship in the southwest direction has been intercepted by Hulk, but Hulk can't fly after all, and the battle is very casual, unable to intercept all the Chitauri airships. "Clint, let's go help Banner." Captain America had no choice but to take Clint with him to help. Hawkeye's reply was bad news. "I don't have enough arrows." Captain America's expression instantly became solemn. It's not because Hawkeye doesn't have enough arrows, it's just a secondary reason. More importantly, Captain America suddenly discovered that their bus speed was too slow. At the moment they were 2 blocks away from where Hulk was. If they wanted to block the Chitauri airship that Hulk missed, they still needed to go further. By the time they arrived, the day lilies were already cold. At this moment, Wanni's voice sounded in their ears. "Want to help? Send us there. I need some arrows. Captain America and Hawkeye are both rude." "No problem," Tony replied. Immediately, a steel armor fell from the sky, grabbing Captain America and Captain America, one in each hand, and then rose into the sky. After a while, the armor dropped the two people on a building behind Hulk, and then another armor fell from the sky, dropping two major items and a box of weapons and ammunition. "Thanks." Hawkeye put his new arrow pot on his back and started fighting immediately. Captain America looked at the weapon box, finally put his shield on his back, and then took out a large-caliber automatic rifle from the weapon box. The shield is indeed useful, but the efficiency is a bit low, and what they need most right now is efficiency. Rely on the help of laser fencing. Although Tony and his team were retreating and their condition was a bit miserable, they still persevered in the end. In less than 3 minutes, Hawkeye fired 2 pots of 200 arrows in total. As a result, his hands twitched a little uncontrollably. Captain America's physique exceeds the limits of human beings, and a few minutes of high-intensity combat is far from enough to tire them out, but he has more than a dozen wounds, both large and small, on his body compared to before. Many of them were left behind to protect Hawkeye from gunfire. If the quality of the new equipment was not good enough and the physical defense and energy defense were not balanced, the two of them would have been completely out of luck. Hulk, on the other hand, is still playing happily without any signs of fatigue. This time he can finally have fun. Tony intercepted in one direction alone, and his condition was also in bad condition. The battle suit on his body was still intact 7, but the missiles had already been empty. In order to make up for the firepower gap, he activated all the spare armors in Stark Tower. From Mark 5 to Mark 11, there are a total of 7 sets of armor. In less than 3 minutes, except for Mark 10 and 11, all other armors were destroyed. Thor is a little better. With his god body, he has plenty of physical strength, and with the support of Asgard, he doesn't have to worry about running out of power. His direction is considered the most stable, but in order not to add pressure to other directions, Thor is also retreating, keeping the battle line in sync with several other directions. Black Widow is still monitoring Loki, and Captain America does not let her join the battle to help. He knew very well that Loki was the biggest variable on the battlefield in Manhattan and could not be left to his own devices. Fortunately, although the battle was difficult, they persisted in the end. Behind Tony, the military's rapid reaction force had already started building a defense line based on the streets at a distance of 5 kilometers. The defense line built by the Rapid Reaction Force mainly consists of an armored vehicle with a turret on the street, but the turret is not equipped with a cannon, but more than a dozen large-caliber gun barrels that can be flexibly turned. On the rooftop of the building near the street is a mobile 2-person bunker hoisted by a transport aircraft. The bunker is equipped with the same turret. Ordinary soldiers in the Rapid Reaction Force wear half-covered exoskeleton-assisted armor. Their main weapon is a sniper rifle of the same caliber as the barrel on the turret, and their secondary weapons are 2 submachine guns. After the initial construction of the defense line, the colonel commanding the front line thanked Tony on the public channel and said, "Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Stark. Leave the rest to us. Can you withstand it?" Tony replied on the public channel, "This quick reaction force looks very elite, but Tony is skeptical about these punk-style equipment." The colonel did not answer Tony, but gave the order directly to his soldiers. "Guys, let our Iron Man see your strength. Destroy." Following the colonel's order, the soldiers in the turret pressed the fire button. In an instant, gunfire erupted across the entire defense line. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang. Tony noticed keenly that all the gunshots were single shots, and there were no continuous shots at all. This style is completely different from the metal storm commonly used by the military, but the results were not bad at all. All the Chitauri airships within 1 kilometer in front of the defense line were shot down instantly, and no one was spared. Then the colonel replied to Stark, "Mr. Stark, please rest assured, we will never let any enemy cross our defense lines." Tony didn't expect that these seemingly crude equipment would be so effective in actual combat. However, given the current battle situation, the friendly forces are naturally using. "Take it, I'll leave the north to you, Mr. Stark. Sir, you asked me to tell you that you can do what you should do." The colonel resumed, "It's time to find a way to end this." Tony flew directly to the Stark building in the center of the battlefield without getting entangled with the Chitauri airship. Not only Tony but other Avengers are also gathered in the ancient Stark building. Without Iron Man to stop it, the Chitauri airship rushed straight towards the energy building in the north, and the first thing to be hit was the defense line of the quick reaction force. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. The gunfire sounded one after another, not dense at all, but unusually accurate, with a 30% hit rate and 10% kill rate from the beginning. Currently, only the turrets are firing, and as a result, no Chitauri airship can get within 500 meters of the defense line. In the first battle, this seemingly weird piece of equipment showed extraordinary combat effectiveness. This weird turret is called a sniper turret. It is different from the military's traditional style where firepower is king. It pursues precise strikes and a fatal hit. In fact, it's not that the military doesn't want firepower coverage, it's just that they can't afford it. The 20 caliber bullets used in the sniper turret are completely made of special alloys. Each bullet is expensive to make. Even at a discounted price, the starting price is at least 4 figures. Even the wealthy military cannot afford to squander it. However, the power of these special bullets is definitely worth their price. Even if the target is a Chitauri airship, as long as it hits the fatal part, it will be destroyed with one shot. Definitely, the birth of the sniper turret is inseparable from a series of fire control systems, such as the intelligent aiming system provided by Norton. Even this fire control system is the real core of the sniper turret. Is the intelligent program so powerful? Seeing the rapidly rising hit rate and kill rate of the sniper turret, the colonel commanding the scene had some self-doubt and couldn't help but mutter, "What's the point of soldier training? No matter how powerful the intelligent program is, it is just a weapon." A weapon must be controlled by soldiers. General Wilson's voice rang in his ears. "General, Colonel, instantly go back and write a new weapons analysis report and leave it to me." "Yes, General." The new weapons that General Wilson mentioned are definitely more than just sniper turrets, but currently only sniper turrets are in play. Oh no, there are also energy shields that have also come into play. The Chitauri are not holding fire sticks. On the contrary, their weapons are far more advanced than those on Earth, and their attack power is quite amazing. The immovable fixed defense line can only resist Chitauri's attacks. Fortunately, General Wilson was mentally prepared. When building the defense line, the first thing he deployed was the energy shield generator. They can generate a layer of energy shield in front of the defense line. This energy shield can only defend against pure energy attacks. This is also equipped by Norton. But it's perfect for dealing with Chitauri. The weapons of the Chitauri fleet happen to be pure energy attacks. The energy shield blocked Chitauri's attack, and the sniper turret counterattacked without any scruples. There was a steady stream of Chitauri airships, but they were still blocked 500 meters away. And as the kill rate of sniper turrets increases, this distance is slowly expanding. 30 seconds later, the kill rate of the sniper turret stabilized at 30%. The life and death line of the Chitauri airship is also fixed at a position 800 meters away from the defense line. So far, the North has no worries in a short period of time. When the quick reaction force arrived on the battlefield and began to set up a defense line, reinforcements from other directions also arrived at the same time. Thor from the east. Thor was zapping, and suddenly he felt that the sunlight behind him disappeared. He turned his head in confusion and found that a dark cloud was approaching quickly, blocking the sun. This dark cloud was unusual and obviously man-made, but Thor did not take any action. Because he felt a familiar power in it. That's the power of thunder. Is it reinforcements? Thor thought of the support Tony mentioned and calculated that the time was almost right. It should be the reinforcements coming to support. Thinking of this, Thor simply let go of his control and allowed the dark clouds he created to integrate with the approaching dark clouds. The two dark clouds have different sources of power and different manufacturing methods, but they are essentially the same. The integration process is very smooth and has no obstacles. And after integrating getting Lee's, the power contained in the dark clouds surged instantly, and the coverage area expanded rapidly, covering the entire Manhattan under the dark clouds in an instant. The power contained in the dark cloud has obviously exceeded the level 4 limit. The area of the dark clouds expanded, and the natural power of the thunder they contained greatly increased. A wave of thunder fell, directly wiping out most of the Chitauri army to the east. Afterwards, a flight machine fell from the clouds, and Storm took all the X-Men down from the flight machine. This position happens to block the main attack direction of the Chitauri army and is the most dangerous place in the entire defense line. At the same time, Magneto also descended from the clouds with more than 200 Brotherhood's main combat personnel. Each of them stepped on a metal disc and were scattered by Magneto to various roof hooks on both sides. The Brotherhood only has more than 200 people, but together with the X-Men, it firmly forms 10 lines of defense. Magneto himself landed next to Storm. Thor fell from the sky and landed in front of the two of them. Thor, thank you for your help. Storm only introduced his name and then continued to focus on controlling thunder and lightning, accurately destroying every Chitauri airship that rushed over. Magneto introduced himself. I was asked to come to help, just leave the east side to us. You can go do your own thing, thank you. Thor looked back at the wormhole in the sky and thanked him again. Then he turned around without hesitation and flew towards the Stark building in the center of the battlefield. Watching Thor leave, Magneto did not take action but turned to persuade Storm Girl. Aurora, the battle is still long. You can't destroy all the enemies alone. You need to trust your teammates and give them more chances. From the moment he arrived until now, Storm has been controlling the huge thunder power in the dark clouds, accurately killing every Chitauri that rushes towards him. So much so that the other Brotherhood members and X-Men Song who were already in place were able to watch the battle with nothing to do. I can, Storm said stubbornly. After meeting Brotherhood, she was holding back her anger, not wanting to embarrass Professor X in front of Magneto. It is true that our mutants' use of ability consumes almost no energy, but accurately controlling one's own ability will still consume the Emperor's energy. Especially if you are like you now, leapfrogging to control power beyond your own limits, your energy will be consumed faster. Once too much energy is consumed, states such as trance and lack of concentration will ensue. In war, these conditions are taboo. Not only yourself, but the lives of your team members will also be threatened. Magneto continued to educate. Normally, Magneto wouldn't care, but this time he promised Professor X to take care of his students, so he couldn't ignore it either. Storm didn't answer, but her actual actions showed that she listened. The thunder falling from the sky has not decreased, but it is not as precise as before. It mainly attacks groups of Chitauri and then ignores them after they are dispersed. As a result, the fighting in the east quickly spread, and everyone started their own battle. However, Magneto never took action from beginning to end. He would only help CJFH a little when the lives of Brotherhood members were in danger. SHIEL. D in the west was actually the first support to arrive. Moreover, there is no energy building to the west, and it is not the main attack direction of the Chitauri army. They have never faced off against the main Chitauri force. All they need to resist is the Chitauri airship of the young Emperor. But even so, SHIELD's elite agents began to suffer casualties one after another from the beginning of the battle. The mutants in the east and south have strong men who control the whole field. The rapid reaction troops in the north have equipment that is very suitable for positional warfare and have rich experience in positional warfare. Therefore, the three directions can quickly stabilize the front. SHIELD has neither. Their weapons are very advanced, but they are not completely suitable for positional warfare. The agents are well trained, but they are also not suitable for positional warfare. SHIEL. D does not lack powerful weapons, but the damage range of these weapons is very large, so they dare not use them easily in Manhattan. The key is that they cannot retreat while fighting, make full use of space and terrain, and turn the battle into the rhythm they are good at. Because behind them, there are many civilians waiting to evacuate Manhattan Island, and there may also be civilians hidden in the buildings who are too late to evacuate. SHIELD probably wouldn't care about civilian casualties, but with the public attention, they dare not show it. So they can only rely on advanced weapons to barely persist, so much so that even though they were the first to arrive, they didn't provide any help to the Avengers. In the south, Nova Team arrived at about the same time as Brotherhood, and the appearance method was similar. Stop the flight machine above the clouds and then land in the flight mode. However, Norton did not immediately clear the field with his big move as soon as he came on the scene. Like Magneto, he did not take any action at all. Just the action of the Nova Team is enough to clear the field. After all, the Nova Team is at least a third-level mutant and has top-notch equipment. Even before the strongest first team took action, the Chitauri within a kilometer range were cleared. Throughout the entire process, Nova Team's actions were smooth. Everyone has their own goals, and they complete their killing goals almost at the same time without grabbing monsters or missing monsters. In this kind of large-scale war, the advantage of spiritual space is fully reflected. As a commander, Leona can accurately control the overall situation. The Chitauri in front were cleared, and Captain America and Hawkeye instantly collapsed to the ground, clutching their wounds and grinning. Norton changed direction slightly and landed next to the two men. He waved his hand gently, and the tattered equipment on the two men was instantly restored to its original state. At the same time, Una took 2 steps forward and gave each of them a shot of self-healing potion. The pain disappeared, and Captain America and the two immediately thanked him. "Thank you. You're welcome. Our team members are here in the south. You can go about your business without worries." As Norton spoke, he sent them directly to the street below. Next to the two people, there happened to be 2 brand-new motorcycles parked, one of which even had a bow and arrow hanging on it. Obviously, this is the means of transportation specially prepared by Norton for them. "Thank you." Captain America and the two looked at Norton on the roof and said thank you, then rode their motorcycles and headed straight to the Stark Tower. Watching them leave, Una asked Norton, "Can they do it?" "It's definitely okay, but it's okay even if it's not okay." Norton looked at the wormhole in the sky. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. In fact, Norton also thought about ending it all by himself, but when he saw the wormhole for the first time, he gave up this plan. Because he felt a hint of danger from the wormhole, fatal danger. Flying back to the Stark Tower, Tony was a little dumbfounded. "Where is my building?" Looking around, several nearby streets have been filled with the remains of Chitauri, and all you can see are all kinds of grotesque wrecks. The Stark building was almost buried by debris at the moment. The lower dozen floors of the building had been completely buried, as the upper floors were also covered with various debris. Even the building's sign was covered by the debris, and its original shape was almost invisible. In fact, not only the Stark Tower, but also several other nearby buildings are in similar situations. If it weren't for the wormhole clearly visible above the Stark building, you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell which one is the Stark building. There is no doubt that the manufacturer of these wreckage is the laser fence that played a key role. The debris shredded by the laser fence filled several streets. It can be seen that there are so many wreckage. Can you imagine how many Chitauri were killed? But even so, the Chitauri army pouring out of the wormhole still only increased, but did not decrease. This loss may not even be considered a drop in the bucket for the Chitauri fleet. Obviously, hitting the laser fence would mean death, but the big bugs swimming out of the wormhole still didn't stop. Most of the wreckage on the streets came from these big guys. This is probably the fighting style of cannon fodder troops, overwhelming the enemy with endless numbers. Tony flew around the Stark building and found that most of the entrances were blocked. But if he doesn't return to the building, he won't be able to replenish ammunition or replace the reactor. With no ammunition and insufficient energy, his combat effectiveness is almost zero. So Tony had no choice but to ask for help from JARVIS. JARVIS, search for the entrance. "Okay, sir." Jarvis soon locked a window. Tony broke through the window directly, then broke through a wall and entered the studio where he maintained his armor daily. Replenish ammunition. Handing over the task of replenishing ammunition and replacing the reactor to JARVIS. Tony began to inquire about the location of the others. Thor didn't need to ask, he had already heard the roar outside the building. "Captain, where are you?" Tony asked Captain America and the others first. "Hawkeye and I are on our way there, we'll be there soon." Captain America replied, "Hawkeye and Captain America are together, no need to ask separately." Tony asked Black Widow again, "Natasha Romanoff, what about you?" "I'm about to meet up with the captain and the others." "Captain, I'll be waiting for you at the next street corner," Black Widow replied. "Okay, no problem." The captain replied to Black Widow, "Have any of you seen Hulk? Where is he now?" Tony asked again. "I didn't see it. When the reinforcements arrived, Hulk disappeared." Hawkeye replied, "The two of them had been fighting behind Hulk. When reinforcements arrived, he saw Hulk suddenly jumping away and then disappeared. Fortunately, Black Widow provided information about Hulk. I just saw Hulk and he was also moving towards the center. Natasha Romanoff, where's Loki you're following?" Tony asked again. "I don't know, he disappeared in the blink of an eye," Black Widow replied. When he heard Loki disappear, Tony didn't think too deeply. "Forget it, don't worry about him. Our reinforcements have arrived and one Loki can no longer affect the overall situation." "So the armor maintenance is complete." This is the voice of JARVIS. Not only the Mark 13 on Tony's body, but the maintenance of Mark 10 and 11 next to it has also been completed. JARVIS. Let's set off target, Captain America. Tony rushed out of the building with 2 armors and went to meet Captain America and others. Thor saw Tony flying by and immediately followed him. Finally, they met up with Captain America 3 streets away. "This distance is a bit far, but there is no way to go forward, at least it is no longer suitable for motorcycles. What's the situation over there now?" Captain America asked first. "After fighting for so long, the number of Chitauri has only increased, not decreased at all, which is really disappointing." "It's terrible." Tony directly projected the video he just took and showed it to everyone. The diameter of the wormhole has expanded to 200 meters, and it is still expanding. Although it has slowed down slightly, it has not stopped after all. In the wormhole, countless airships and big bugs kept coming out, not caring about life or death. And through the wormhole, they can see the other side of the wormhole. In the dark universe, the endless Chitauri army is crowded. This picture made Captain America immediately realize the seriousness of the matter. The wormhole must be closed, otherwise the reinforcements will eventually be unable to hold on. The arrival of reinforcements stabilized the originally precarious situation, but they all know that this is only temporary. As long as the wormhole is not closed, the balance of victory will eventually move closer to the Chitauri army. The key is, how do we close this wormhole? Thor asked the key to the problem. Maybe Loki knows some key information, Tony guessed. Loki is gone, Black Widow said. Hearing this, everyone looked at Thor in unison. Among them, Thor is the one who knows Loki best, and the one who is most likely to find Loki is Thor. Thor was just about to say something when something unexpected happened again. There was a sudden darkness in the sky. Several people subconsciously raised their heads and looked at the sky. I saw a few big bugs huddled together, passing through the laser fence. With their abdomens inward and their carapace outwards, the 6 bugs formed a circle, hugged each other, and then rolled toward the laser net. Please give me flowers because the contact area is expanded. It is also the hardest back armor. Although the laser fence this time left numerous crisscrossing wounds on their bodies, it did not completely cut them open after all. And due to the large consumption of energy, the light of the laser fence dimmed a bit at this moment. The power of laser fence is very strong, but the energy output efficiency has its limit after all. The Chitauri army has obviously tested the limits of the laser fence and found a way to deal with it. This method is still very reckless, but it is in line with the style of the cannon fodder core. After rushing through the laser fence, 2 of the 6 big bugs hugging each other died on the spot, and their bodies fell directly. The remaining 4 were scarred, but that didn't stop them from wreaking havoc everywhere. Thor, Tony shouted. Then he rose into the sky and one of the insects flew away. Thor also raised his hammer and began to summon lightning. These big bugs have laser-cut wounds on their bodies, and their defenses are full of loopholes, so they no longer have nowhere to attack. That's just a matter of consuming more ammunition. In just one round, Tony killed a big bug, but that doesn't make sense. There are more big bugs in the sky trying to escape the laser fence blockade in the same way. Moreover, Tony also discovered that a large number of living Chitauri infantry were crawling out of the fallen insect corpses. These Chitauri infantry are not like airships, which mainly wander in the sky. They rush to nearby buildings as soon as possible. Including the almost buried Stark Tower and the Chitauri meeting. Seeing these Chitauri infantry, Tony suddenly thought of Dr. Shavig, who he had placed on the rooftop. His first reaction was, nothing can happen to Dr. Shavig, someone who might know how to close a wormhole, except Loki is Dr. Shavig. Loki can't be found for the time being, and even if he is found, he may not be able to get the answer from him, so Shavig is the last hope. Nothing can happen, JARVIS. Tony directly sent out the only 2 functional armors around him. However, he did not directly send the armor to protect Dr. Shavig. The direction the 2 armors left, the direction B where Captain America and the 3 of them were. Captain, Dr. Shavig is still in Stark Tower and needs someone to protect him. Tony contacted Captain America. Dr. Shavig, who made that instrument? Captain America asked subconsciously. Yes, that's him. He made that instrument and he most likely knows how to turn it off. Tony replied. Okay. Let's protect him. Captain America agreed without hesitation. But when he turned around and saw the wreckage piled up on the street which was taller than him, he asked distressedly, how do we get there? JARVIS will get you there, Tony replied. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 steel armors fell from the sky. 2 armors landed next to Captain America and the others and opened automatically. The voice of JARVIS also came from the armors. Please enter the armor. There were 3 of them while there were only 2.5 weapons in the battle. Captain America took one look at the figure in the steel armor and immediately said, Natasha Romanoff, Clint, get on the armor. He felt that with his body of muscles, it would be difficult to put on Tony's armor, and even if he could barely squeeze it in, it would definitely be uncomfortable. Seeing the look in Captain America's eyes, Black Widow and Hawkeye did not delay and each entered into a battle. Captain America climbed on the back of one of the armors. 2 armors took 3 people and flew towards Stark Tower. For the Chitauri airships along the road, JARVIS did not save ammunition and directly used missiles to clear the way. You have to return to Stark Tower anyway. Even if you run out of ammunition, you can still replenish it in the building. Entering the building from where Tony entered previously, the armor began to replenish ammunition, while the three Captain Americas followed the route provided by Tony and headed to the rooftop to look for Shavig. Soon, they found Shavig unconscious in the rooftop stairwell. "We have found Dr. Shavig, but he is still in a coma. How should we wake him up?" Captain America immediately contacted Tony and asked, "You need to check his status first before you can decide whether you can wake him up," Tony explained. Before he could finish his explanation, the team suddenly heard the sound of Chitauri infantry climbing onto the rooftop. He immediately picked up his shield. "Get ready to fight. There are more and more big bugs passing through the laser fence." After all, there are only a few that Tony and Thor can do. The remaining big bugs began to swim to the outside, dropping a large number of Chitauri infantry along the way. They basically don't follow a straight line, but they can still judge that their main targets are 3 energy buildings. In the north, the observer saw these big guys and immediately reported, "Colonel, the situation, trouble is coming." The colonel decisively picked up the communication device and called the fleet behind him. This time the troops marched in a hurry and did not carry heavy weapons. Other light weapons may not be able to deal with such a big guy. In fact, without his notification, the fleet at the rear had already detected the big swimming bugs, and the 2 destroyers were already ready. A long gun barrel on the destroyer pointed at the big bug in the sky, and there was already a blue arc flashing on the turret. These 2 destroyers are also equipment supported by Norton at cost price for the Rapid Reaction Force, equipped with a nuclear fusion reactor as energy source and an electromagnetic gun as the main weapon. It's not too advanced overall, but it's more than enough to fight the Chitauri's insect-shaped landing ship. Fire. Following the orders from the 2 captains, 2 cannonballs came out. Bang! A big insect facing the battleship suddenly froze and a big hole appeared in its head. This shell not only penetrated it from beginning to end, but the blocking effect the next day also twisted it together. Another large horizontal bug was directly broken into 2 pieces, and the cannonball still carried residual kinetic energy, blowing up a building behind it. This is not the end, this is just the beginning. The electromagnetic gun technology equipped on the destroyer is very mature, and the materials used are very solid. The firing rate can be stable to 1 shot every 3 seconds. As long as these 2 destroyers are there, the northern defense line does not need to worry about the threat of those big bugs for the time being. On the eastern defense line, Brotherhood also saw these big swimming bugs in advance, but none of them were worried about that, because they could see clearly that these big bugs were covered in thick metal armor. For others, these thick-skinned big guys are very difficult to deal with. Even if Storm's lightning strikes them, the result is neither pain nor itching. But now Magneto is on the defensive line. Sure enough, these big bugs only came within 500 meters of the defense line. Magneto stretched out his left hand and shook it gently. The big bugs were directly crushed by the metal armor on their bodies. As long as a big insect steps into this range, the result will be the same without exception. For 5th-level powerhouses like Norton and Magneto, even if the Chitauri army comes in larger numbers, it will be nothing more than a gift. It's just that under the current situation, they obviously can't act recklessly. SHIELD on the eastern defense line was still lucky. There were only 2 or 3 big bugs swimming towards them. However, the agents on the defensive line are still nervous. Just a small number of Chitauri airships caused them a lot of casualties. How to deal with this seemingly intractable big bug? Many agents began to become timid. They were not afraid of death, but they just felt that dying here was not worth it. However, they did not dare to retreat without orders from their superiors. Others saw their comrades around them cower and were affected by this, and did not dare to act rashly. In the end, Nick Fury couldn't stand it anymore, so he came to the front line in person, grabbed an agent's weapon, and aimed a shot at the big bug. Originally, he just wanted to boost morale, but he didn't expect that the shot would directly open a big hole in the big bug's head. The thick armor on the big insect is so vulnerable to weapons made from Tesseract energy. Nick Fury was also very surprised by this result. But he didn't show it at all. As if he had expected this result, he threw the weapon on the ground 2-8 and cursed, "A bunch of trash. Are the weapons in your hands fire sticks? He is worthy of being the king of agents." His emotional control and transformation are unparalleled. Maybe because of Fury's scolding, maybe because of the weapon in his hand. The agents of SHIELD instantly became heroic. Southern line of defense. Seeing the big bug swimming towards this side, the first team, which had been staying by Norton's side without taking any action, was a little eager to give it a try. But without Norton's order, they still stood there without taking even a step. Norton looked over one by one. Although they all wore masks and could not see their specific expressions clearly, their desire for fighting could still be clearly seen in their eyes. When he saw who knew, Norton found that she had entered a state of transformation. 2 fluffy white tiger ears looked quite cute. The mutant of the beast transformation ability will not completely transform into a beast when using the ability, but some beast transformation characteristics will appear on the body. This state of animalistic characteristics is their transformation state. The black and gold battle suit paired with a pair of white tiger ears looks very cute with a strong contrast, so Norton reminded, "Who knew your cat ears are exposed?" Hearing Norton's reminder, everyone looked at Who knew. "These are tiger ears, not cat ears." "Boss, I have grown up, please call me Tiger King now." Hunew's tone was a little angry, but paired with her moving cat ears it looks a bit coquettish. "Okay, Tigress." Norton nodded slightly and continued to ask, "Why don't you wear earmuffs?" The full coverage battle suits they wear are each tailor-made, so it is impossible to leave their ears outside. Even if Who knew has a pair of tiger ears after her transformation, the battle suit should also have corresponding earmuffs. "Those earmuffs are uncomfortable," Who knew replied. "Wear 29s even if you feel uncomfortable. This is a battlefield and there are stray bullets everywhere, you must not be careless," Norton criticized. "But the earmuffs of the battle suit are too tight, which seriously affects my perception," Who knew explained. In the transformed state, she can perceive environmental information through the fuzz on her ears, which makes her more sensitive. Wearing earmuffs greatly reduces Hu's perception ability, and her strength will also be affected to a certain extent. "Okay." Norton nodded slightly and threw a new pair of earmuffs to her. "Try them on." Hugh put on her earmuffs doubtfully, but her eyes suddenly lit up. Norton didn't give her an explanation. He turned his eyes and said to everyone in the first team, "You go and fight." While providing good defense, it can also perfectly fit its own ability. The uniforms of the Fantastic Four have this effect. However, the uniforms of the Fantastic Four did not have this effect at the beginning. It was only after being affected by the solar storm carrying the power of creation that they finally formed this special ability. There is a lot of chance in it. So even though Norton has already handed over the corresponding technical information to the laboratory, there is still no nesting so far. That special structure seems impossible to synthesize through technological means. Only Norton, using its own ability, can directly synthesize materials with that special structure from the atomic and molecular levels. In fact, apart from adapting to ability, the performance of the Fantastic Four's uniforms is not very good. Norton felt there was no need to waste time on manufacturing them. "This time I gave Who knew a pair of earmuffs because I liked her. With Norton's permission, everyone in the first team used their own methods to participate in the war. The magnetic light did not move, but countless metal fragments floated nearby, and electric light flashed around them. It is also a magnetic field control, but the number of magneto-optical and Magneto channels is completely different. Even if it reaches level 4, the range of the magneto-optical controlling magnetic field is still only a few hundred meters. But this does not mean that his attack range is only a few hundred meters. Magnetism and electricity are indistinguishable. With the magnetic field control power of magneto-optical light, it is easy to play with electromagnetism. The metal fragments are shaped in the magneto-optical magnetic field and become spindle-shaped metal projectiles with a diameter of about 5 cm, and then rotate and accelerate within the electromagnetic orbit preset by the magneto-optical. There is no air resistance in the vacuum orbit created by magneto-optical technology. Every time the projectile rotates, the speed increases by a large amount under the action of electricity and magnetism. Until a certain moment, the magneto-optical force suddenly released its restrictions on the projectiles. A sonic boom cloud was left outside the magnetic field, and a clear trajectory was left in the air. In the distant sky, the bodies of 3 big bugs were falling. 3 kills in 1 hit. This is more powerful than the military's electromagnetic gun. After the first blow, Magneto didn't strike again, but there were still several projectiles spinning in the magnetic field track above his head, ready to launch an attack at any time. Seeing the performance of the magnetic light, Norton nodded, and then turned his attention to Hugh. Hugh is one of the few members of the Nova team who has undergone 2 gene implantations, integrating 2 X genes, cat transformation and leopard transformation. It combines the strength and physique of a tiger, the agility and lightness of a cat, and the speed and explosiveness of a leopard. In terms of physical fitness, except for physical strength, which is a common shortcoming among cats, there are almost no shortcomings. Even in terms of physical strength, thanks to Hunyu's originally human genes, it can't be considered a shortcoming. The specific performance is that she jumps between buildings as if walking on flat ground, leaping across distances of tens to hundreds of meters. Some Churi airships tried to attack her, but they passed by and were easily cut open by the long knife in her hand. Soon, Hunyu jumped on the back of a big insect. She is not strong enough to kill the bug with one punch like Hulk, but she also has her fighting skills. He used the 2-meter-long knife in his hand and the crisscrossing wounds left by the laser fence on the insect's armor. In just 15 seconds, this big bug was dismembered by Hunyu. The technique was quite clean and neat. Norton nodded again and continued to observe the performance of others. He was very satisfied with the result. Everyone in the first team performed very well and did not disappoint him. Norton handed the suspended box behind him to Yuna and told her, "Yuna, you keep an eye on them here. I want to leave for a moment." "Okay." Yuna took the box and said nothing more. However, Norton still explained, "Don't worry, I'm just going to ask something and I won't go too far." After saying that, Norton activated the Space Guard 730 wrist and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, Norton was already standing in front of an ancient building that could not be seen by others. This is Sorcerer Supreme's New York holy place. Unfortunately, this holy place happens to be in the middle of the battlefield and will inevitably be affected. As soon as Norton walked into the holy place, he heard the voice of the Ancient One magician. "Come up, magician." Norton flew to the top of the building. I saw the Ancient One casting a spell to maintain a barrier that protected the entire holy place to prevent the holy place from being affected by Chitauri's stray bullets. At this time, Norton noticed that there was only one Ancient One magician in the entire holy place, and no other magicians were seen. So he asked, "Magician, why don't you see other magicians? Some dimensions have been unstable recently, and the other 2 holy places require a large number of magicians to be stationed." Ancient One explained, "There is trouble in other dimensions. What a coincidence." Norton's first reaction was that this was not a coincidence, there was a conspiracy. Whether it's a coincidence or not, Holy Place has been unable to be distracted from other things recently. Ancient One magician replied. She didn't say it directly, but the profound meaning was self-evident. Just when Mephisto was causing trouble in another dimension, and most of the Ancient One magician's power was contained and unable to take action, Thanos took action to test the strength of the Earth. Thanos is too accurate at this point in time. At another time, would he dare to test it? The Ancient One would definitely not mind cutting off one of his hands, so the current situation is definitely not a coincidence. After all, Thanos realized that Mephisto in another dimension was going to cause trouble, so he chose to leave the country at this time. Or did Mephisto from another dimension discover Thanos' experimental plan first, and then choose to cause trouble at this time? Or maybe the 2 parties have already communicated and agreed to choose this time to do things together. Norton isn't sure what the truth is. After all, the possibilities of these 3 scenarios are not small. Definitely, thinking about this now will not help solve the current dilemma. With the Ancient One magician and 3 holy places suppressing it, the thick-dimensional Mephisto cannot jump. So the most troublesome thing right now is the ever-expanding wormhole outside. Thinking of this, Norton asked again, "Magician, how should we close the wormhole outside? Didn't you already guess it?" Ancient One asked, "I do know how to close the wormhole, but..." Norton frowned slightly, "But you can't take action." Ancient One directly pointed out the key to the problem. Here Ancient One says you rather than you. Norton knew what she meant instantly. It's not just that he can't take action, Magneto can't take action either. If the 2 of them take action, their lives will definitely be in danger. As for the reason, probably because he and Magneto are the only 2 unplanned level 5 experts here. Only Thanos himself can make 2 level 5 strong men feel fatal danger, and his men are not qualified enough. It seems that Thanos has indeed been paying attention to this war and has not completely let go of the Chitauri. In fact, in addition to the 2 of them, there are 2 others on the battlefield who can be counted as level 5, Thor and Hulk. But now Thor is more of a hammer god than Thor, and Hulk is a pure berserker. He may barely reach level 5 in single combat, but his killing efficiency is far from reaching level 5, and they are not considered unplanned. No need to worry, the war will end eventually. Ancient One magician pointed again. Norton had never worried about the outcome of the war. The words of Ancient One magician only strengthened his confidence. After all, Thanos was just testing this time, and he only dared to test, not to start a full-scale war. If the Earth really cannot hold it, there is no need for the Ancient One magician to continue guarding the holy place. Can the Ancient One magician, who has his hands free, be able to destroy him? Norton estimates that Thanos, who has not collected all the infinite gems, will most likely not be a match for the Ancient One magician. As a magician, the Ancient One has much richer methods than Thanos. After getting the answer he wanted, Norton thanked him. "Thank you for clarifying my doubts." Norton then resigned, and Ancient One did not stay. After activating the space wristband and teleporting back to Una, Norton immediately asked, "Did anything happen while I was away?" He didn't leave for long, only about a minute. However, in this ever-changing battlefield, turning points may occur at any time. "Yes," Una nodded affirmatively, then pointed to the wormhole in the sky and said, "Just a few seconds before you came back, suddenly there were no more Chitauri coming out of the wormhole." Norton looked up. Sure enough, the wormhole in the sky with a diameter of more than 200 meters had quieted down, and there were no longer countless Chitauri armies swarming out. What's going on? A question came to Norton's mind. Not only Norton, but also the people on the other 3 lines of defense, including the Avengers in the center of the battlefield, were also full of questions at the moment. "Don't panic." Norton contacted Magneto, Admiral Wilson, and Nick Fury. "No matter how the Avengers react, at least the defense lines in the 4 directions must be stable and cannot collapse. Definitely, it won't collapse." Norton still has this confidence. "Just because we can't directly solve the wormhole doesn't mean we can't take action to stop the expansion of the battlefield." In the middle of the battlefield in Manhattan, seeing the wormhole stop spitting out the Chitauri army, the Avengers' first reaction was that there was a conspiracy. Therefore, they did not go to clear out the remaining Chitauri outside, but quickly gathered into the Stark building. "Is Dr. Shavig awake?" Tony asked immediately after entering the building. "Not yet, he is still in a coma and his condition has not improved," Black Widow replied. "Let me take a look." Tony walked over, squatted next to Shavig and stretched out his hand to let JARVIS detect Shavig's status. Soon, Tony stood up with a frown. "How's the situation?" Thor asked impatiently. Several other people also looked at Tony expectantly. "Dr. Shavig's consciousness is still in a state of confusion. It will take at least 3 days to recover naturally," Tony replied. Upon hearing this answer, the other people's faces instantly became solemn. This is 3 days, not 3 minutes. Can they last that long? Even Thor didn't dare to say that he would be able to last 3 days. "Is there no other way?" Captain America asked. There was no time for hesitation now, so Tony made up his mind instantly. "The only solution for now is to take the risk of forcibly awakening Dr. Shavig. Captain, take him to my studio." Tony and the others were very fast and arrived at the studio in less than 10 seconds. Captain America put Shavig on a test bench and asked Tony, "Are you going to do this?" Tony didn't answer, just turned his head and glanced at Hawkeye. "Consciousness recalibration." Black Widow instantly thought of SHIELD's method of awakening Hawkeye. Captain America and Thor immediately looked at her, waiting for her explanation. "Consciousness recalibration is..." Black Widow did not hide anything and explained the information about consciousness recalibration to the 2 of them in detail. "I once helped maintain the SHIELD instrument. I know its principles very well. The technology of the last century is not difficult to copy," Tony added while carrying various parts. "Well, there's just one more thing left." Tony looked at Thor. "I also Zhao need Loki's scepter. Thor, can you help find it?" "No problem," Thor nodded affirmatively. He remembered the scepter which he had seen Loki leave on the rooftop apron of Stark Tower and never come back to pick it up. In just 5 seconds, Thor handed over the power to Niuchin. "Okay, I'm going to start working." Tony valued everyone and solemnly made a request. "Don't let any Chitauri come near my studio." "No problem." The 4 of them nodded affirmatively. The 4 people walked out of the studio and Captain America began to assign tasks. "Natasha Romanoff, Clint, you 2 stand outside the studio. Thor, we 2 stand outside the building." "Is there any problem?" Captain America asked calmly. "No problem," 4 people answered at the same time. The 4 people's voices were not loud, but they still had the feeling of burning out the cauldron, and their aura suddenly surged. Perhaps this momentum cannot last long, but as long as their momentum has not faded, their belief is invincible. For a full minute, not a single Chitauri soldier passed through the wormhole, and there were fewer and fewer Chitauri on the battlefield. But the 4 lines of defense did not relax their vigilance, but became more cautious. They did not take the initiative to enter the battlefield to clear out the remaining Chitauri, but carefully chose to stick to the defense line. Anyway, for this kind of cannon fodder unit, There is no difference at all between killing more and less. On the western defense line, Hill agent came out of a makeshift laboratory and hurried to the frontline temporary headquarters to find Nick Fury. Seeing Hill coming over, Rui immediately asked, "What's the result?" After preliminary research by the technical department, these Chitauri are full of traces of artificial modification from the inside out. They have no unnecessary emotions, are not afraid of pain, and are not afraid of death, so they are not like a group, but more like a biological weapon. Hill replied, "Biological weapons." Fury's expression became solemn. This was undoubtedly bad news. "That's right, and the technical department also found that the modifications on them are full of assembly line production style," Hill added. This 667 means that these Chitauri can be manufactured continuously like industrial production. Hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions are not a problem. Fury has realized the seriousness of the matter. It's a pity that besides trying to improve one's own defense line, he can't do anything now. Fury reached into his breast pocket and felt a comforting feeling, but in the end he didn't take it out. He looked at the south and east and comforted himself in his heart. Anyway, if the sky falls, there will be someone taller to hold it up, so it won't be my turn to reveal the trump card. However, Fury said righteously, "Since we have chosen Avengers, we should believe in our Avengers. They will definitely end all this." But Fury didn't know that the tall man he was thinking of also placed his hope of ending the war on the Avengers at the moment. Norton actually wanted to see what the Chitauri fleet on the other side of the wormhole was doing. But since the wormhole stopped spitting out the Chitauri army, the scene on the other side can no longer be seen. Norton originally wanted to get closer and try, but as soon as he took a step, he felt that he was targeted by a wave of hostility. It seemed that as long as he continued to move forward, fatal attacks would fall from the sky. He had to stop. Norton wasn't sure if Thanos could beat him to death in front of the Ancient One magician, but he didn't want to try or risk it. The waiting time is very long, especially for the people on the 4 defense lines. It is more like the torture of waiting for trial. For 3 minutes the wormhole was quiet for a full minute. The wormhole, which was like a mirror, suddenly started to ripple. Chitauri's big move is finally here. This actually made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. The scariest thing is actually the unknown. The ripples lasted for 3 seconds, then suddenly spread, and then a huge amount of energy ball jumped out from above the wormhole. Is this the energy main cannon of the Chitauri fleet flagship? Norton made an instant decision in his mind. With only the thoughts popping up in his mind, his body had no time to react, and the energy ball had already hit the laser fence. In an instant the laser fence glowed brightly, and the entire sky shone bright red. Then the 3 scattering crystal devices collapsed instantly. The laser fence dissipates. This process is actually very fast. In just a fleeting moment, the laser fence that had just made such a big difference was gone. After defeating the laser fence, the energy ball didn't seem to have changed much. It still rushed upwards and rushed into the ministers of Guarnian. Energy explodes, light shines, and shockwave spreads instantly. After the powerful shockwave passed, the dark clouds that had covered hundreds of miles in radius instantly dissipated. New York went from dark clouds to sunny skies in an instant. Seeing this situation, CJBC, Thor raised the Meow Hammer and tried to create dark clouds again. But the result was just a few electric arcs flashing on the Meow Hammer, and there was no reaction in the sky, no dark clouds and no storm and thunder. On the other side, Storm also tried to reunite the dark clouds, but also achieved nothing. This attack intensity has definitely reached level 5. Norton clearly felt the intensity of the attack when the energy ball exploded. Thinking of this, another thought flashed through Norton's mind, and then he turned his attention to the wormhole. Sure enough, the sense of crisis that the wormhole brought to him was reduced. The sense of crisis has not disappeared, which means that he still cannot directly close the wormhole. If the danger is reduced, it probably means that he can take limited action. Norton felt relieved instantly. Let's look at the attack effect of the energy ball. After the explosion, a large amount of energy residue is left in the air. This is why Thor and Storm can't reunite in dark clouds. Fortunately, this energy ball was fired upwards. If it had been fired downwards, Manhattan would probably be gone, Norton thought in his heart. After sighing, he immediately gave an order to 7, turn off the laser transmitter. Without the scattering device, the energy building's laser transmitter is of no use, and it is just a waste of energy if it is turned on. The dissipation of the dark clouds has little impact on the overall battle situation of the team. That is, Thor and Storm lose their group attack ability. The key thing is that the laser fence was broken up. With this interception, the Chitauri army will be able to rush out of the wormhole unimpeded. Even if the size of the wormhole no longer increases, the flow of the Chitauri army will at least double. What's more, isn't it possible that the wormhole is no longer expanding? Absolutely impossible. After the energy explosion, the wormhole has been vibrating and seems very unstable. Just when everyone expected it to be destroyed directly, the wormhole suddenly expanded. The diameter expanded from 200 meters to more than 600 meters in an instant. This is not the end yet, the wormhole is still expanding rapidly. At the same time, a massive Chitauri army rushed out of the wormhole again. The wormhole area expanded to more than 10 times its previous size, the laser fence disappeared, and the Chitauri army poured into the earth dozens of times faster than before. The 4 lines of defense instantly felt like Alexander. It will take some time for the Chitauri to attack the 4 lines of defense, but the Avengers guarding Stark Tower will really bear the brunt. Looking at the Chitauri army rushing out of the wormhole, Captain America asked Thor, "Thor, are you afraid?" "Growing up, I have experienced countless wars, and I have also encountered situations more dangerous than this." "Afraid? It doesn't exist." Thor looked fearless. After speaking, he looked at Captain America. "And you? To die on the battlefield is the highest honor for a soldier." Captain America's tone was filled with an inexplicable meaning, and his belief grew again. After saying that, the two of them fought together with the swarming Chitauri infantry. Fortunately, the Chitauri army seemed to have some concerns about Stark Tower. The big bug did not participate in the attack, and the airship did not shoot directly at Stark Tower. This is seriously inconsistent with the style of the Chitauri army. What those big bugs like to do most is to crash directly into tall buildings. Stark Tower is so conspicuous, there is no reason for them to let it go. Black Widow noticed this situation keenly and felt that this might be a breakthrough, so he asked Hawkeye next to him, "Clint, if we blow up the Stark Tower, can we close the wormhole?" "Impossible." Hawkeye shook his head decisively. If Stark Tower was really so important, the Chitauri army should have captured it long ago instead of leaving it alone. The Chitauri soldiers' brains were not working well, but the Chitauri fleet commander's brain was definitely not broken, and it was impossible to leave such a big flaw. Black Widow nodded slightly, agreeing with Hawkeye's analysis. However, her eyes were still observing the architectural structure of Stark Tower, with a dangerous light flashing from time to time in her eyes. Apparently she hasn't given up on the idea entirely. If it really comes to a last resort, any possible solution is an opportunity. Even if there is only 1% chance, it is worth trying. 5 destroyers of the military were lined up in a row, and the firepower of the 5 electromagnetic guns was fired non-stop. The frontline energy protection shield has been constructed to 3 levels. For this purpose, a special line was pulled from the energy building behind the defense line to supply energy to the energy protection device. Fortunately, follow-up support from the Rapid Reaction Force arrived one after another, even if the defense line expands a certain distance in the direction of SHIELD, there is still enough strength to guard it, and there is no need to worry about the collapse of the defense line in a short time. The Eastern Brotherhood's defense line was without Storm's fire support, and the battle between the Brotherhood and the X-Men began to become difficult. However, with Magneto in charge of the Eastern defense line, there is no need to worry about the collapse of the defense line. The most dangerous thing is still SHIELD's defense line. Without the 3 energy buildings to attract firepower, the Chitauri army would naturally no longer ignore the defense line to the west. Even if SHIELD's subsequent personnel and equipment arrive, SHIELD's defense line is still in danger. If it weren't for the help of the military and Nova team, SHIELD's defense would never have been able to hold on now. There is no need to worry about the southern defense line either. The Nova team is strong enough and well equipped with equipment. Even if Norton doesn't take action, the southern defense line can still be stable. But as time goes by, more and more Chitauri troops accumulate on the battlefield, and the pressure on the 4 lines of defense is also increasing. This was the result of only a portion of the Chitauri army attacking the defense line. The other part of the army stayed on the battlefield and did not participate in attacking the 4 defense lines. The commander of the Chitauri fleet seems to be preparing to accumulate enough troops first, and then launch a wave of attacks. What would happen if an army of millions of Chitauri charged simultaneously? The 2 directions in the southeast are fine. The defense lines of the military and SHIELD will never be able to withstand such a large-scale charge. There is no way Norton would let this happen. Seeing the Chitauri army beginning to move, Norton contacted Magneto, Eric, you go first this time or me? I'll do it first, Magneto replied decisively. Since reaching level 5, he has not made a full strength attack. He has long wanted to test his current strength. Okay, let's watch your performance. Norton didn't compete. Anyway, sooner or later we have to take action. There is no difference in the order. Magneto opened his arms and flew into the sky, and the ability controlled by the magnetic field began to be released. The aura on his body became stronger and stronger, as if he had become the center of the world. This is a side effect of Magneto controlling the magnetic field of heaven and earth and centering the magnetic field on itself. Weak-minded people are easily influenced. The Chitauri soldiers were not affected because as biological weapons, they had no will at all. But it doesn't matter, Magneto never thought of dealing with the Chitauri army like this anyway. Seeing that the Chitauri army began to stir, the millions of amassed troops began to charge, and the endless cannon fodder spread out. Magneto finally took action. He gently raised his hand, and countless metal debris floated up. On this battlefield, the most indispensable thing was all kinds of metal debris. Then, under the influence of the magnetic field, metal discs are made. These discs vary in file size and thickness, but without exception their edges are extremely sharp. After the metal discs were formed, they quickly gathered in front of Magneto, and their number became increasingly larger. Until the Chitauri army was about to rush to the defense line, countless metal discs roared out, covering the sky and the sun. Countless metal discs turned into a real metal storm, covering the entire Manhattan battlefield. In this metal storm, whether it is Chitauri infantry, airships, or insect-shaped landing ships, they are just cannon fodder. Being torn apart ruthlessly is their only result. 3 seconds later, the roaring metal storm stopped. The boundless Chitauri army has disappeared, leaving only a small number of Chitauri still fearlessly rushing towards the 4 defense lines. Seeing this result, Norton knew that Magneto was deliberately controlling his shots. He did not directly kill the Chitauri army, but only reduced their numbers to a safe level. Only a little more than 90% of the Chitauri army was killed, leaving less than 10%, mainly infantry. 0. These remaining Chitauri cannon fodder can be easily dealt with by the 4 defense lines. The scene where Magneto took action was quite shocking, and the impact was equally huge. Everyone who pays attention to this war has to admit that one person can really defeat 1,000,000 troops. Definitely only humans were shocked. The Chitauri cannon fodder was completely unaffected, and the Chitauri army pouring out of the wormhole showed no signs of decreasing. However, Magneto's action also gave everyone a sense of certainty. If the Chitauri cannon fodder relied solely on quantity, it would be impossible to break through the defense line. But it's not enough to reassure everyone, because the power of the previous energy cannon is still fresh in the memory of the Yin family. After the metal storm passed, Magneto stopped taking action, and the metal discs also restrained themselves. As a result, the number of Chitauri cannon fodder on the battlefield began to grow rapidly again. The commander of the Chitauri fleet seemed not to have learned the lesson, and was still piling up numbers. It's just that this time the accumulated troops were mainly infantry and large insects, and the airships were dropped on the 4 lines of defense first. Are you still ready to play a wave of streaming? Neo didn't take this to heart. In his eyes, there is no difference between these Chitauri cannon fodder and any military type. Just as the army of 1,000,000 Chitauri began to charge again, a majestic voice sounded over the battlefield. God said, "Let there be light." In an instant, light filled the sky and the earth, and everyone on the Manhattan battlefield saw only light in their eyes. After a second, the light dissipated. The vision of all humans was restored instantly and more than doubled. As for the Chitauri cannon fodder, they all fell into chaos as if they had lost their vision. People couldn't help but look up at the sky. I saw a godlike figure wearing platinum armor, holding a golden scepter in his hand, bathed in the sun, standing over the battlefield. Full-covered classical armor, made of platinum as the base material and with mysterious gold texture. Under the sunlight it is bright and dazzling, looking sacred and majestic. The golden scepter, which is more than 2 meters long, further strengthens this holiness and majesty. There is no doubt that this sacred and majestic figure is Norton. Magneto's move just now was so shocking. As the leader of Mutant, his performance cannot be too bad. Although Norton can also end the battle in 1 second, there doesn't seem to be much difference between 410 in 1 second and 2 seconds. So Norton did a little trick. Judging from the current on-site effects, the shocking effect caused by Norton is only stronger than Magneto. God said that the movement of the atmosphere is caused by wind. The majestic voice sounded again, and the second crystal at the top lit up. A gentle breeze blew by. Humans only feel the breeze blowing on their faces, and the smell of gunpowder smoke is much lighter. But when the breeze blew over the Chitauri cannon fodder, they turned into pieces silently. Whether it was Chitauri infantry on the ground or giant insects in the sky, there was no difference in the outcome. God said water is the source of life. The majestic voice became passionate, and the third spar on the tree was lit. A large amount of water gushes out of the bodies of countless Chitauri cannon fodders. It's like there is an extra spring in the body. The water flowing out is not only endless, but also the flow rate is getting bigger and bigger. Bang, 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 these Chitauri cannon fodder were burst by the water gushing from their bodies. Whether it is a Chitauri infantry or a giant insect, there is no difference in the result, and there is even no difference in the duration of persistence, which is less than a second. God said that the earth breeds ecology. The majestic voice became thicker and the fourth crystal lit up, but the earth did not change. It's just that a piece of transparent land seems to appear in midair, and this invisible land does not have extremely strong gravity. Most of the Chitauri cannon fodder was directly absorbed by gravity and dropped to the invisible ground in midair, completely unable to move. Except for the living Chitauri cannon fodder, nothing else was affected at all, and the gravity of the invisible earth seemed to have no effect on inanimate objects. Only a handful of Chitauri infantry who were indoors escaped being sucked into the air. But Norton didn't care about it and didn't take action against them. Just continue to speak at your own pace and say the fifth sentence. God said that fire is the source of civilization. The majestic voice became high-pitched, and the fifth crystal lit up. A little fire ignites in a Chitauri body. This little fire is weak, but a single spark can start a prairie fire. The flame surged instantly after being ignited, igniting it completely and turning it into a torch of civilization. The moment countless Chitauri cannon fodder was illuminated by the fire in their bodies was ignited, and then burned into new torches in an instant, infecting more Chitauri cannon fodder with the fire again. This delivery process was a bit slow, and Norton did not wait quietly for the results. Still following the original rhythm, he said the sixth sentence. God said, life goes on and on. Norton's thundering voice made people's hearts sway, and the sacred and majestic aura of his whole person was pushed to the extreme. The sixth crystal shines. The biological tissues in countless Chitauri cannon fodder began to rebel, attacking each other and devouring each other, excluding all foreign substances. As modified biological weapons on the assembly line, there is no doubt that there are so many foreign substances in their bodies. As a result, these Chitauri cannon fodder disintegrated on their own, turning into debris and falling from the air. At this point there are 6 rounds of attacks, and the audiovisual special effects are absolutely full. If we only talk about killing efficiency, Norton's move is definitely far worse than Magneto's metal storm. After 6 rounds of attacks, more than half of the Chitauri cannon fodder survived in midair. But in terms of style-making effect, Norton is enough to outshine Magneto in countless ways, both in terms of styling and audiovisual effects. As for the killing effect, Norton didn't have any dissatisfaction, it was all within his expectations. After all, in these rounds of attacks, he only activated the Godhead fragments on the scepter and did not use his own power. Of these 6 divine fragments, except for the top one that represents sunlight, the remaining 5 are only level 4. The power of the 4th level Godhead fragment, both in terms of attack power and attack range, is very limited. Definitely, Norton was not prepared to let go of the remaining Chitauri cannon fodder in midair, so after a slight pause, Norton said his lines in the 7th game. I say all things must be destroyed. The majesty and sanctity were no longer there, and Norton's voice became cold, instantly bringing everyone back to reality. The 7th grey crystal flashes, the bright sky suddenly darkens. Then all the remaining Chitauri cannon fodder in midair turned into ashes in an instant. The rolling wind and sand roared in, and everyone subconsciously closed their eyes to avoid it, but when they opened their eyes and looked up again, the sky became clear, the Chitauri cannon fodder was wiped away, and the godlike figure also disappeared. In an instant, Norton had returned to his original position. The cool armor on his body has disappeared, and the scepter has turned into a cane. The general public does not know who showed off his power just now, and a small number of people know that they will not publicize it everywhere. This is one of the reasons why Norton plays tricks. After 2 rounds of outbreaks by Magneto and Norton, the Chitauri fleet finally gave up its unrealistic idea. Although the number of Chitauri cannon fodder pouring into the earth has not decreased, they no longer launch organized attacks on the defense line. Naturally, this does not require Norton and Magneto to use their full strength. They only need to pay attention to regularly reducing the number of Chitauri 4-2 cannon fodder, which is enough to maintain the defense line. This task is not difficult. Nuo directly handed it over to Yuna. The rest is up to you. Norton put the scepter into Yuna's hands. With this scepter, Yuna is enough to complete this task. Although the last crystal is no longer usable, according to the test results just now, the remaining 6 fragments of the Godhead are enough for Yuna to maintain the situation. The 7th crystal is not a fragment of the Godhead, but a special crystal that can store law energy. Norton injected his own law energy into it to release his ability, using atomic control to create a decomposition effect. The advantage of this crystal is that within its storage limit, how much law energy is injected can exert a large force area. The disadvantages are equally obvious. The injected law energy can only be released once, and it cannot automatically recover after release and needs to be re-injected. No problem, Yuna happily took the scepter. After seeing Norton's performance just now, she was very interested in this scepter. After getting the scepter, I started playing it immediately. Definitely, she has not forgotten what Norton told her. As the situation stabilizes, some people are optimistic that the outcome is stable. Only the Avengers at the center of the battlefield don't think so. Both Magneto and Norton deliberately avoided Stark Tower when they took action. So from the beginning to the end, the number of Chitauri infantry that Thor faced never decreased. Norton doesn't know how long it will take Tony and the others to get it done. Looking away from the center of the battlefield, Norton suddenly realized. After the situation stabilized, some strangely dressed street superheroes suddenly appeared on the edge of the battlefield. Norton also saw someone among them that interested him. Norton's eyes locked on the man wearing a red uniform, holding 2 knives and acting erratically. Take a photo and send it to 7. Retrieve all information related to this person. It took more than 10 seconds before 7 gave the result. 29 boss, no valid information was retrieved. There's no valid information. Did this guy just appear out of nowhere? Norton frowned slightly. At this time, Yuna noticed that Norton was staring at someone in a daze, so she asked, "Who is this man? What's wrong with him?" "His name should be Deadpool. There's a big problem." Norton nodded. Then he ordered Yuna, "You arrange for someone to contact him." "No problem, it's easy." Yuna nodded immediately and agreed. "This person is very out of character. He is a talkative person. The key is that he has a mean personality. Please arrange for someone who is not so reliable to go," Norton warned. "Unreliable person," Yuna said with a black line. "Is it because only equally unreliable people can understand each other's thoughts?" Thinking of this, she suddenly thought of a very suitable candidate. "I know there is someone in the team who is suitable for this task." She was also interested in Deadpool, who suddenly appeared. As far as she knows, this is the first street superhero to interest Norton so much. In fact, Norton is interested in Deadpool not because of the name Deadpool. It's because he felt a mysterious aura in Deadpool. This breath is not hazy, but it is completely elusive and completely incomprehensible. Norton had never felt this feeling before from the Ancient One magician or from Odin. This undoubtedly proves that the subject who left a breath on Deadpool, whether it is a person or an object, is completely beyond the level of Ancient One and Odin. Norton also knows that he is not qualified to contact this level yet, but that does not prevent him from grasping the clues first. Soon, Yuna arranged the task. A guy wearing a purple battle suit, singing, dancing and muttering, thinking about Deadpool approaching. The Nova team's combat uniforms are black and gold, and this guy's purple-red uniform looks quite different and out of place. These two guys, they are just cut out of the same mold. Norton thought of this and pulled up his information. Name, Tom Wilson, codename Purple Blood. Ability, blood energy conversion and control, development of derivatives, blood control, blood energy self-healing, blood incarnation, blood rebirth, introduction, different personality. His personality is similar to that of Deadpool and his last name is the same, which makes Norton wonder, aren't these two brothers brothers? However, Deadpool is very eye-catching. No matter where he stands, even if he doesn't speak, he is the center of attention, and when he speaks, he is the center of attention, and Tom, like his name, is quite ordinary. As long as he doesn't speak, no one will notice him no matter how unusual his appearance is. If it weren't for this obvious difference, Norton would even wonder if they were the same person. The difference is only obvious when you don't speak. Once they open their mouths, the two of them are pretty much the same type. They are both the type to hit right from the middle. Perhaps like attracts like, Deadpool took the initiative to approach him without waiting for Zai Zhu to strike up a conversation. "Hey bro. Are you trying to imitate me? Is Deadpool that popular now?" "No." Zixu shook his head and looked Deadpool up and down. Then the purple-red blood condensed into two bloody long knives in his hands. Apart from the color, the style of the bloody sword is exactly the same as Deadpool's. Zizou waved the bloody sword and said, "This is imitation. Brother, you can't pick up girls like this. The style of the knife is not important. The key is that it should be long enough, bright enough, and cool enough. Deadpool's long knife is swung round, and I don't know if it can block bullets. The silver light is absolutely eye-catching. Brother, you can't do this." Zizou shook his head disdainfully. "More than cool, how can XX like us compare to those rich guys?" As he spoke, Zixu looked in the direction of the Stark building. "So we have to find another way, especially for people like you, brother." The purple-blooded sword was swung, and blood immediately flew into the air. Coupled with the background music provided by him himself, the tragic feeling came instantly. Sprinkle more ketchup and try to look more tragic. Only then can you have the epic feeling of a hero. Brother, let me tell you, today's chicks all like heroes, especially superheroes who squirt blood. Brother, you seem to be very knowledgeable about this guy. Deadpool threw the knife and quietly put it on Zizou's shoulder. Then the two of them disappeared around the street corner 230. Seeing how quickly the two hooked up together, Norton called Seven, "Search for Wade Wilson-related information." This time, Seven's speed was much faster. In less than a second, the result was given. "Boss, the search is over. Information shows that Wade Wilson once played for the military and was teammates with Wolverine Logan. Later, he completely disappeared in a mutant accident. There are no brothers or sisters in the family structure, but his father is an unreliable and romantic drunkard. The possibility of leaving an illegitimate child cannot be ruled out. Most of the information is correct, only the last one is completely missing, indicating that the body has not been found. From the disappearance of Wade Wilson to the sudden appearance of Deadpool today, the intervening decades have been completely blank, and it is difficult to say that there are no problems. But Norton used time and space vision, and there were plot omens on Deadpool, but there was no sign of any time tributaries. Norton isn't sure what happened to Deadpool, but I think it must have something to do with the mysterious aura about him. Norton has no idea of continuing to delve deeper for the time being, not to mention the superheroes who appear out of nowhere on the periphery of the battlefield. In the center of the battlefield, the Avengers ushered in their final test. After such a long period of fighting, Captain America has been scarred again. His will is still strong, but his body has begun to fail. "Can we still fight?" Thor reached out and pulled Captain America up after he fell. "It's okay, fight forever." Captain America Ninja was hurt and forced out a firm smile. Thor didn't have any injuries on his body, but he was alone and facing enemies from all directions. He was a little overwhelmed. Outside Tony's studio, the battle between Black Widow and Hawkeye was equally difficult. JAR. VIS has replenished 3 rounds of ammunition for them. The injuries on their bodies were no less than those of Captain America, and they looked like they couldn't hold on for long either. In the studio, Tony is nearing the end of manufacturing the instruments. Fortunately, Dr. Banner helped, otherwise it would not have been completed so quickly. Banner has changed back, but it's not under his control, but because Hulk had enough fun and went back on his own. Finally, Tony inserted the psychic scepter into the instrument. Done. Tony walked to Dr. Shavig and called Banner. "Bruce, come and help me." "Does this have to be done?" Banner asked impatiently, but the movements of his hands did not stop. "We have no other choice," Tony replied. "Tony, how sure are you?" Banner asked again before starting the instrument. As a victim of human experimentation, Banner has a strong resistance to immature human experimentation, and he is restrained by not speaking out against it. The most difficult aspect of recalibrating consciousness is how to ensure that it remains intact while shattering it, Tony explained to Banner. The core of the SHIELD instrument is some special items used to achieve this effect. Although I don't have those special items here, we do have this scepter left by Loki. It has powerful psychic abilities, even much stronger than those special items of SHIELD. It can achieve the same effect. So in theory, there is no possibility of the experiment failing, but the final result can only depend on God's will. Just as Tony finished speaking, he suddenly heard an explosion of boom. And the whole studio felt a slight vibration. The two men turned their heads instantly and looked in the direction of the explosion. A gap was opened in the wall of the studio, and a Chitauri infantryman rushed in through the gap with an energy gun. Tony subconsciously raised his hand to give this uninvited guest a shot, but as soon as he made a move, Captain America's shield flew over and stuck into the Chitauri infantry's head. "Sorry, but I think you should speed up a little bit." With that said, Captain America picked up the shield, limped out of the studio, and rejoined the battle. Banner saw Captain America's state and suddenly said, Tony, I think I should go out and help. Can you still transform? Tony asked. Well, Hulk is really tired from playing and doesn't want to come out, but I have a way to get him to help, Banner said as he took off his shirt and left the studio through the gap left by the explosion. Wish you good luck. Wish me good luck too. Tony sent his blessing in his heart and pressed the start button without hesitation. Standing outside the gap, Banner began to call Hulk in his heart. Come on, Hulk, it's your turn. As a result, Hulk immediately received a rejection response, that is, he refused to transform. A shadow suddenly appeared on the wall in the corner ahead, and Banner instantly realized that a crisis had arisen, so he continued to try to communicate with Hulk. Hulk, don't be like this, I know you are a good boy. At the truly critical moment, you are the only one I can rely on. The Chitauri infantry turned the corner, and Banner was directly exposed in front of it, and then it raised the Energy Star gun in its hand without hesitation. Banner did not escape but continued to call Hulk in his heart. Come on, kid. I promise to let you out for fun from now on. I don't know if Banner's promise was accepted by Hulk or if Hulk sensed that Banner was in danger. When the energy gun was fired, Banner transformed instantly. Bang. He was shot right in the chest, but Hulk was fine. I love you, Hulk, you are the best kid. Banner praised Hulk in his heart. Hulk, who was already tired of playing, became excited again. Hulk. With Hulk's participation in the war, Captain America and the others' pressure dropped drastically, and they finally had a moment of respite. Hulk, you are the best. Black Widow couldn't help but praise loudly. Roar, Hulk roared angrily, obviously hitting harder. If Banner had not maintained communication with Hulk and constantly guided Hulk, Hulk would have really demolished the Stark building. In the studio, Tony started the instrument again and again to recalibrate Dr. Vig's consciousness. This process needs to be repeated many times until Shavig wakes up. It can be seen that Tony is really in a hurry this time. This instrument changed Tony's previous exquisite and gorgeous style. It looked quite simple, too cobbled together, and ugly in appearance. However, these shortcomings do not affect the performance of the instrument. Tony personally takes care of it so the quality of the instrument can still be guaranteed. Therefore, every startup is very smooth and there are no unexpected situations. As time went on, Dr. Shavig's condition improved little by little. 2 minutes and 20 conscious recalibrations. Dr. Shavig finally regains his sense of self. Tony immediately approached and asked, Dr. Shavig, do you know me? I know you, you are Tony Stark, the famous playboy. Why are you here? Where are you? Shavig was conscious, but his memory was still a bit confused. Seeing Shavig's state, Tony knew that he had regained his self-awareness, so he didn't waste any time and asked directly, This is Stark Tower. You opened a wormhole on the roof of my building. I want to know how to close it. Wormhole. Sergeant Shawagbo finally connected the memories in his mind. I'm sorry, no need to apologize, you are also being controlled and don't know what you are doing. Tony expressed understanding. I actually know what I'm doing, Shavig responded. Then without waiting for Tony to ask, he explained. Building that instrument required me to make full use of my knowledge and creativity, so Loki did not completely brainwash me. He just used that scepter to leave an order in my mind that cannot be disobeyed, to manufacture that instrument wholeheartedly. I built that instrument in accordance with the usual style of scientific research work, and this does not constitute a violation of orders. There was no need for Shavig to continue to explain. Tony immediately understood what he meant. You have a hand in it. Scientific researchers are accustomed to leaving something behind in their works. This is also Tony's habit, so he is quite familiar with it. That's right, I created a safety device that can temporarily shut down the Tesseract. Without the Tesseract's energy supply, the wormhole will close on its own. Shavig pointed to the scepter on the consciousness recalibration instrument and continued. This scepter has the same power as the Tesseract. It can ignore the Tesseract's energy interaction and use it to activate the safety device. Okay, Tony pulled out the scepter, then turned to ask Shavig, Doctor, can you still leave? No problem. Shavig jumped down from the test platform and stood firmly. Then follow. Tony carried the scepter, put on the battle suit helmet and walked out of the studio. When the Avengers saw Tony's Shavig coming out, they immediately came over to protect them in the middle. Doctor. Shavig knows how to close the wormhole. Let's break out and go to the rooftop together, Tony said. Compared with fixed defense, it is actually easier for them to break through. Thor took the lead and cleared the way. These Chitauri cannon fodder couldn't stop him from hitting them casually, and he broke through very quickly. The 3 Captain Americas don't have much remaining combat power, but they have no problem protecting Dr. Shavig. Tony's suit is now intact, with sufficient ammunition and energy, and there will be no problem at all after it is cut off. As for Hulk, he doesn't know where he went to play in 237 again. However, Hulk also helped a lot. The reduction in the number of Chitauri infantry pouring into the building was obviously due to Hulk. Tony thrust the scepter into the Tesseract's energy shield and activated the safety device according to Dr. Shavig's instructions. Then the Tesseract stopped outputting energy instantly, the entire instrument shut down instantly, and the blue beam of light rising into the sky disappeared. Without the energy support of Tesseract, the wormhole will naturally begin to shrink rapidly. It is finally over. Seeing this scene, Captain America, Hawkeye, and Black Widow instantly collapsed to the ground. Captain America was too seriously injured. Hawkeye and Black Widow were severely exhausted and also seriously injured. The three of them can persist until now purely by relying on their own willpower. Now that the wormhole is closed, the war is over, and the crisis has been resolved. Once the energy in my heart dissipates, I can no longer hold it in an instant. Although the Chitauri cannon fodder is not dead yet, the rooftop is not a big area, and Thor and Tony can defend it more than enough. When the four outer lines of defense saw the wormhole beginning to close, the pressure in everyone's hearts suddenly eased. Norton immediately discovered that the dangerous gas, CJCD, on the wormhole suddenly disappeared. Apparently Thanos' temptation is over and he no longer pays attention to this war. This gave Norton an idea. Reciprocity is reciprocated, so I should give a gift in return, right? Then a nuclear bomb formed next to Norton. It was not a simple nuclear warhead, but a complete nuclear missile. After the nuclear bomb is formed, it immediately ignites and starts flying towards the rapidly closing wormhole. Finally, at the moment when the wormhole closed, it happened to pass through the wormhole. This nuclear bomb is covered by Norton and cannot be recognized by others. Even if they saw it, they would at best think it was some escaped Chitauri. Time was short, and the nuclear bomb prepared by Norton only had a yield of 50 megatons. I haven't seen the result of the explosion, but considering the density of Chitauri cannon fodder on the other side of the wormhole, this Big Ivan should be enough for them to drink a pot. That's it this time, next time. A dangerous light flashed in Norton's eyes. Now that he is not strong enough, he can only endure it for the time being and close the account. There will always be enough strength in the future, and then you can slowly liquidate it. As a successful person, Norton is confident that he does not need to spend decades or hundreds of years to overcome obstacles like those old-timers. The wormhole is completely closed, and enemies no longer continue to increase. The four lines of defense stopped holding back and began to advance in an orderly manner, clearing away the remaining Chitauri cannon fodder on the battlefield. After the wormhole closed, the Chitauri cannon fodder only became confused instead of falling directly to the ground. Norton speculated that this was probably the reason why the Chitauri mothership was not destroyed. It seems that nuclear bomb is not nearly as powerful after all. Norton was a little disappointed, but not disappointed. It's normal that the other side of the wormhole is filled with all kinds of Chitauri cannon fodder, and that nuclear bombs can't blast their mothership. Anyway, it's not that difficult to clear out these remaining cannon fodder. The four defense lines began to advance. The original defense line was not directly removed, but directly changed to a blockade line. The National Guard, which had just arrived, took over. Once the war was over, all the debris on the battlefield was filled with wealth. All the capital for the reconstruction of Manhattan was here. Norton took a quick look and found that within the entire battlefield there was not a single building with a height of more than 20 stories. This is not one or two buildings, but hundreds of buildings. The Avengers will definitely not bear this compensation, because Tony can't afford the compensation even if he sells the Stark Group. Unless the US government is unable to survive, it will probably not provide this money. Then the money for compensation and the money to rebuild Manhattan can only be recovered from the battlefield. Fortunately, the Chitauri army left enough debris this time. In the universe, these things left behind by Chitauri cannon fodder are all garbage that no one cares about. But on Earth, these are all good things that can be sold for big prices. If they are put on the international market, they will definitely cause panic buying. As for everything being collected and sealed by the Avengers as before, B. Want to take away all the loot without paying for it? Half an hour later, the eastern and southern parts were the first to complete the payment. Is this over with Norton? Magneto asked. It's completely over, there will be no more surprises. Norton answered affirmatively. Then it's okay if I take people away now? Magneto asked. No problem, you can go first and I will pay you the dues and I promise to send you a fair amount afterwards. Norton promised. No need to pay, I just need to get something. Magneto waved his hand, and a large number of wreckage and a small number of relatively complete samples were gathered around him. The reward is paid by the US government, you don't have to be polite to them, Norton said grandly. As for these, they are all your trophies, it doesn't hurt to have more. The wreckage Magneto took away seemed to be a lot, but compared to the total amount of the entire Manhattan battlefield, it was just a drop in the bucket. Even if he takes more, no one will say more and no one dares to say more. I'm leaving now. We'll meet up when we have time. Magneto left quickly and saw no one else the whole time. With the Mutant Brotherhood and X-Men gone, there is no need for the Nova team to stay here. So Norton told Una, you should also take people back. Okay, Una didn't say a word, returned the stick to Norton and led them away. Definitely she didn't forget to take away some of the loot, which was about the same amount as the Mutant Brotherhood. Originally, Norton didn't look down on this rubbish, but since Brotherhood has already taken it, it's hard for Nova team to stand alone. Anyway, these things are not worthless, and you will definitely not lose money if you take them back. After the Nova team left, Norton walked to Stark Tower alone. The lower half of the building was still buried in the wreckage, but the top floor had been cleared out by Tony. Norton landed on the tarmac and found the Avengers lying on the sofa in the top hall, talking and laughing, not knowing what they were discussing. Seeing Norton arriving, Tony stood up immediately. Brother, you are finally here. Norton as Guardian. Thor also stood up. Mr. Carnegie, Captain America, and the three of them couldn't stand up. They only knew basic information about Norton and knew that he led people to defend the South, but they were not familiar with him. You performed very well this time. Seeing how hard they worked, Norton said nothing. So with a wave of his hand, one person gave them a shot of self-healing potion, which could heal injuries and replenish physical strength even if they were not injured. Only Thor didn't. As a thick-skinned person from the gods' domain, Thor didn't need to heal his injuries or replenish his physical strength. After giving each person a shot, there was still one shot left that had not been given out. Norton found that Banner was missing, so he asked, "Where is Banner?" "Dr. Banner is taking a shower," Tony replied. "Thanks to him this time we can catch Loki." A groan came from under the coffee table. Only then did Norton realize that there was another person lying under the coffee table. It was Loki, whose hands and feet were tied and a mask was placed over his mouth. Judging from his condition, he was quite miserable and embarrassed. Needless to say, he must have been ravaged by Hulk. The self-healing potion took effect very quickly, and within a short time, the three members of the team had fully recovered. Then they did not continue to lie on the sofa, but took the initiative to cooperate with SHIEL D and the military to clean up the battlefield. When sending them off, Tony warned, "When you come back, don't forget our celebration party." "I won't forget it, don't be too embarrassed when the time comes," Captain America said with a smile. The workload of the Aftermath this time is not small, and their celebration banquet will probably have to wait for a long time. Norton didn't care about the three people's whereabouts. He reached out and picked up the Tesseract on the coffee table. Infinite gems, there are only 6 of them in the entire universe. Norton had no intention of taking it as his own. He was just playing with the Tesseract while studying the secrets of the infinite gems. As weapons, infinite gems are very powerful. Each one represents a kind of cosmic authority. When it is present, it can invoke the corresponding cosmic law. As long as you can withstand the power of infinite gems, you can easily exert your level 5 strength. If your endurance is strong enough, it is not difficult to exert your level 6 strength. Unfortunately, this is the power of infinite gems, and only the power of infinite gems. Using infinite gems not only requires you to withstand huge pressure, but it also does not bring any benefit to your own strength. The power of infinite gems comes from the fact that it represents the authority of the universe, and it originally does not contain much legal information. Although when using the corresponding authority, the corresponding universe law will be invoked. But how huge is the cosmic law corresponding to a power, and how vast is the law information it contains? Unless the roads match, there is no reference value at all. No wonder everyone knows that infinite gems are very powerful, but few powerful people in the universe deliberately collect them. Norton understood clearly in his heart. Even the Ancient One magician only treasured the time gem. Only take it when you use it, never take it with you when not in use. She did this obviously because she didn't want the infinite gems to affect her practice. The direction of Ancient One magician's practice is not time, so time gem does not have much reference value to her. Thinking of this, Norton put the Tesseract back into place. The space gem is also incompatible with his path, and getting it now will do more harm than good. From the perspective of preventing Thanos from collecting 6 infinite gems, Norton can actually collect the space gem in advance. It's just that his current strength is far from enough to fight Thanos. Accepting the space gem is like accepting a bomb that may explode at any time. Thanos must have tricked the Tesseract into being able to control it remotely once, and then remotely control it a second time. Norton doesn't want to be sent to Thanos by a Tesseract in his sleep one day. Therefore, before he is strong enough to fight Thanos, Odin's treasure trove is the best destination for the Tesseract. Odin's carefully crafted treasure trove will definitely be able to isolate Death's backhand. The same goes for the Mind Scepter, so Norton didn't even look at it. Please give me flowers. When Norton picked up the Tesseract, both Tony and Thor actually saw it, but neither of them spoke to stop it. Tony trusts Norton. If Norton wants it, he will definitely ask for it directly and will not take it without telling him. Thor saw Norton's eyes, which were very clear and without any greedy look. Sure enough, Norton quickly put down the Tesseract, just like putting down an ordinary toy. At this time, Banner just returned from taking a shower. Compared with last time, Banner's negative emotions, including depression on his face, despair in his eyes, etc., have all disappeared. Dr. Banner, you look good. It seems you have found the right path, Norton greeted Banner. Only by completely solving one's own problems or believing that one's own problems can be solved can Banner change like this. Thank you, Norton. Banner was really grateful to Norton. At this time, Tony came over with 2 glasses of wine and asked Banner, by the way, Banner, how did Hulk catch Loki? Hulk hates that guy, remembers his smell, Banner replied. This answer made Tony's eyes light up. Dr. Banner, can you communicate with Hulk smoothly? When did it happen? Norton looked at Banner, also curious about his answer. It was just after the war ended. Banner explained, before the war started, our communication was still very reluctant. Perhaps this time we fought side by side, the barriers between us were eliminated. What's the principle? Tony couldn't understand this psychological problem. Norton roughly guessed the reason. Banner and Hulk are essentially one, and there should be a spiritual connection between them. The reason for the communication barrier was entirely because Banner was subconsciously resistant to Hulk's existence. Probably something happened during this war that eliminated Banner's subconscious resistance to Hulk. The biggest obstacle is gone, and Nee and Hulk can naturally communicate smoothly. Eliminating the barriers is the first and most critical step for Banner to solve its own problems. Norton is looking forward to the complete combination of wisdom and power. The 4 communicated for a while and Thor finally remembered his love, so he dragged Loki out from under the coffee table. Thor, what are you going to do with him? Norton asked. I want to bring him back to Asgard. Although he has committed a serious crime, he is still a member of God's domain. Only Asgard can judge him, Thor replied. It's obvious that Thor still cares about brotherhood. With what Loki has done, staying on Earth will definitely lead to death. Only bringing him back to Asgard can there be a chance of survival. Bring it back to Asgard, that's fine. Norton didn't object, he was just Loki. He didn't care whether he lived or died. But before that, I want to ask him a few questions, is that okay? No problem, you can ask whatever you want. Thor threw Loki directly at Norton's feet. Well, my brother-in-law also gets angry sometimes. Norton knelt down and pushed Loki's muzzle with his head. As soon as he took off his muzzle, Loki stood on his 643 horse and showed a smile that didn't deserve a beating. Whoa, who is this? Where did the big shot come from? You don't need to know who I am, you just need to answer my questions. Norton was too lazy to talk to him and asked directly. The person who supports you behind the scenes, the person who gave you the scepter and the fleet, how much do you know about him? Crazy, psycho, how do you think that would be judged? Loki said with a smile, a little bit crazy. You have indeed seen Thanos, Norton said with a sure expression. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Loki had no scruples and decisively sold Thanos. Well, I did meet Thanos. I just got exiled and fell directly into Thanos's crazy henchman. He thinks his ideals are great. Well, his followers probably think so too. He really has many followers and a huge fleet, but the Chitauri I brought this time is just the weakest cannon fodder under his command. When speaking, Lujai had a bright smile on his face. It doesn't look like someone who is about to go to jail, but more like someone who has just been released from prison. I have to say that Oscar owes him a statuette. Loki, right? Norton picked up Loki, picked up the muzzle again and prepared to put it back on him. Can you do it without this thing? Loki struggled wildly, but unfortunately his hands and feet were tied, so it was useless no matter how hard he struggled. I am the Prince of Asgard, you can't insult me like this. Norton didn't care if he was a prince or not. He put a muzzle on him and threw him aside. Just calm down for a while, Prince of Asgard. Muzzles are usually worn by animals. They are really insulting, but they are better than mouths and balls. Thor was really angry this time that he could put this thing on his brother. After Norton had taken care of Loki, Tony asked, "The man behind this Chitauri invasion is the man named Thanos?" Thor and Banner also looked over. "That's right," Norton nodded affirmatively. "Loki just said that Thanos has countless strong men, but why did he send the weakest cannon fodder to invade the Earth?" Tony continued to ask. "This is just a test, so cannon fodder is enough." Norton replied, "What is he trying to test?" Thor also asked. Norton looked at Thor and didn't hide anything. "Definitely testing Asgard, testing the state of your father, God King Odin. Asgard calls itself the Nine Realms Asgardian. As long as Odin is still there, no powerful man in the universe will dare to act more presumptuously." "What if Odin is gone?" Tony asked suddenly. Thor immediately glared. "Sorry, no offense, but we have to consider this possibility." Tony immediately apologized. "This test can illustrate some problems." "Never mind." Thor thought of his father's recent state, and his eyes darkened for a moment, but he still replied, "If we lose our father, Asgard will be unable to protect the Nine Realms and stop the wolves who want to divide the Earth. It's not that bad," Norton retorted, shaking his head. "Odin is just one of the Asgardians on Earth. Without the protection of Asgard, the Earth will not lose its ability to protect itself. But Odin is an important force in protecting the Earth after all. Without him, the Earth's protective power will be insufficient, and more troubles will definitely follow." Norton didn't say anything extra. "That's enough for now. It can put a little pressure on Tony without overstressing him. Now Tony Stark can't bear too much pressure and responsibility." Sensing that Thor was depressed, Tony didn't mention the topic again. He changed the subject and asked Norton about the laser fence. "What happened to the laser equipment in the 3 energy buildings? Brother Norton, you didn't know that Manhattan would be invaded, did you? It is a laser defense system, and the fence is just one of its forms. And it can be expanded by building new energy buildings until a protective network covering the entire New York is formed," Norton explained. "You also provided the equipment for the quick reaction force, right?" Tony asked again. "That's right, I sold it to the military," Norton nodded. Tony's eyes widened instantly and he said in surprise, "The energy shield is not bad, but the armors on those soldiers are too low. That kind of exoskeleton armor that requires power but no power, requires protection but no protection, and has no aesthetics at all, in his opinion, is simply an eyesore." It made him seriously doubt his brother's technical level. "For $10,000, how good of a suit do you want?" Norton asked. "You get what you pay for, and for a price of $10,000, you can naturally only buy a $10,000 armor. It has these 3 core functions: increasing weight, assisting aiming, and offsetting recoil. It only costs $10,000 per set." Norton dared to pat his chest and say, "Conscientious price. The key is that the war just now proved that those equipment are not only practical but also easy to use. Isn't simplicity and practicality better than bells and whistles? The military shouldn't be that poor, right?" Tony didn't seem to believe that the military was only willing to buy a $10,000 armor. "The military is indeed wealthy and has the money to equip a soldier with a $100 million worth of T-47 armor," Norton explained. "But they don't have the money to equip every soldier with such a set of armor. They don't even need $100 million. The West can't afford a $1 million armor." The military knew that Tony's armor was very good, so why didn't they forcibly take away the core technology of the steel armor? Don't talk about hearings. It was just a stage play performed for the public. It's not because they know Stark's technical style. Easy to use but definitely not cheap. A technology that cannot be used at all is not worth the quarrel between the military and the Stark group. "The military should have been looking for you too, right?" Norton asked Tony. "Looked for it," Tony nodded. "They asked me to help design a cheap armor, but I refused." "Why refuse? You should be able to do this in less than a day," Norton asked. "Poor people don't deserve to use my technology," Tony replied with a cold face. "Okay, very Stark." The government was very slow in clearing the battlefield, and it would take at least several days before it could reach Stark Tower. Norton couldn't wait here for a few days, so after chatting for a while, Tony said goodbye. "Tony, Thor, and Banner, I have something else to do, so I won't talk to you today." "No, brother, shouldn't it be rest time now? You haven't finished the business yet, how can you have time to rest?" Before leaving, Norton did not forget to remind Tony, "Don't forget about us, the 4th spaceship has been built." "I can't forget it, I just got a lot of inspiration this time. After I finish my work I will solve it." "Norton, goodbye, goodbye ×3. Leaving Stark Tower, Norton went directly to visit the White House and Department of Defense. Then he took the reward from the government and came to Magneto's Hope Island. "This is Brotherhood's reward for this move." Norton 29 handed Magneto a White House document. "What is this?" Magneto took the file. A document similar to an exploration order is for the entire universe except the Earth. With it, we can occupy alien planets reasonably and legally, Norton explained. Magneto's eyes lit up. He had no hope of its legal validity. They can say whatever they want about the White House. What he values is the role of public opinion in this document. Even if the development of alien planets cannot be hidden in the future, Brotherhood can rely on this document to take the initiative in public opinion. Having suffered too much from public opinion, Magneto knows the importance of public opinion. As long as there is a certain amount of public opinion support and his own strength, who dares to touch the mutant Brotherhood's things? If the number of mutants were not too small, it would be inseparable from the support of human society. He doesn't even care about public opinion. Magneto is so confident now. Norton actually requested such a document from the White House because of this consideration. Anyway, the US government can't offer more valuable rewards now. Magneto solemnly placed the document in the vault, and when he came back he had another item in his hand. Norton was very surprised to see the item in Magneto's hand. "Eric, where did you get this?" Magneto handed the crystal with mysterious runes to Norton and replied, "I found it among the trophies I brought back. Is this?" Norton took the crystal rune, studied it carefully for a moment, and then asked Magneto a little. "Yes, this crystal rune is indeed a rune that can pass through the holy place ban. This passage rune looks different from the Norton one, but the effect is similar. They both allow people to pass through the holy place and block it. It's just that the usage methods and scope of application of the two runes are different. Compared with Norton's common rune, this crystal rune has a much smaller scope of application, but it can just meet Brotherhood's current needs. This rune should be a reward from the Ancient One Magician." Norton returned the crystal rune to Magneto. The Ancient One Magician was on the battlefield at that time. This rune could only be given by her, and it could not be picked up by Magneto himself, otherwise it would not just meet the needs of Mutant Brotherhood. "How should I use this pass?" Magneto asked eagerly. "The development of Alien has been limited by transportation problems and cannot be expanded in scale. If the traffic problem can be solved, Alien development will surely enter the fast lane. It's easy." Norton and Magneto came to the space door. Norton tried the method that Ancient One taught him before, and sure enough, the crystal runes were instantly activated and then directly integrated into the space gate. Some mysterious lines appeared on the originally dark space door, adding a bit of mystery. Seeing this, Norton nodded slightly. "Okay, from now on this space door can be teleported back and forth, and it is no longer restricted by the holy place ban." Magneto immediately arranged for someone to try it. Seeing the people who had passed by return successfully, a bright smile appeared on his face. "Thank you. You don't have to thank me. This is a reward from the Ancient One Magician." Norton refused to be polite. "And the alien planet also has a share in our college. Now that the space gate is connected, it is also good for us. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be able to use the runes even if we got them." Magneto shook his head. In fact, when he discovered the crystal runes, he immediately had doubts and arranged for someone to verify them. After all, he still remembered the pass runes used by Norton. Although the materials and shapes of the two were very different, the rune patterns on them were very similar. It can be verified that the results are not ideal. The crystal runes have no response when approaching the space door, which does not allow people to gain access. "Maybe the Ancient One Magician has guessed that I will come," Norton guessed. The Ancient One Magician must know his relationship with Magneto and even the situation on the alien planet. Otherwise, we wouldn't have given the passable runes, but not given the methods to use them. Now that he has come to Hope Island, Norton must go and see the changes in the alien planet. Moreover, he also has a scientific research team here, so it would be unreasonable not to visit them. After passing through the space door, Professor X personally greeted him in the teleportation hall. This time he was not in a wheelchair. It should be life on an alien planet that allowed him to get used to walking on his own again. Compared with Professor X, who is sitting in a wheelchair, Professor Norton stepped forward and said, "Professor, you look good today. This planet is very suitable for me. I feel more relaxed than ever when I stay here," Professor X explained. Walking out of the teleportation hall and entering the city, Norton immediately felt the changes in the city. "This city has finally become alive and not as lifeless as before," Norton commented. "This is all thanks to the scientific research team you sent, Norton." After they redesigned the city became more and more comfortable, Professor X explained slightly excitedly. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and looked intoxicated. In this state, he feels at least several decades younger than before. If he hadn't known that he had reached level 5, he would have initially broken through the lifespan limit. Norton may even suspect that he has symptoms of pre-Alzheimer's disease. However, Alien is indeed more suitable for Professor X. There are not so many people, there are not so many creatures, and there are no various emotional distractions. Seeing Professor X's state, Magneto couldn't help but ask, "Charles, the space door is now open for two-way traffic. Aren't you going to go back and take a look?" "No, Aurora did a great job. Either Deadman will not cause trouble to them," Professor X replied calmly. After Magneto returned, he should have informed Professor X about the X-Men situation as soon as possible. This news happened to let Professor X put down the last burden in his heart, and his mood metamorphosis occurred. After the state of mind metamorphosis, Professor X was finally able to freely control his huge psychic power. The most obvious change is that standing next to him, Norton can no longer feel the naturally escaping spiritual power. Seeing Professor X being so determined, Magneto didn't try to persuade him any further. The three of them visited the entire city together and encouraged various departments, and finally came to the city wall. "Charles, didn't you say you made a new discovery last time? It just so happens that the three of us are here this time. Let's go take a look together," Magneto suddenly suggested. Professor X did not answer but looked at Norton first. "I'm fine," Norton nodded immediately. "Anyway, he has nothing else to do now, so it doesn't hurt to see him. Let's talk as we walk." Professor X took the lead, and the three of them walked into the wilderness. A single burrowing worm only has instinctive consciousness and can only act according to biological instincts. They have no intelligent consciousness and no memory. Only when they gather to a certain number, the crypt worm swarm will produce a collective consciousness. The collective consciousness has the ability to have wisdom and memory. However, memory only starts from the moment the collective consciousness is born, and it will not have the memory of the past. The insect swarms we encountered before were all temporary gatherings. The collective consciousness was born not long ago, and the memory is very short and has no value at all. Until 3 days ago, I discovered a mature insect swarm that was migrating. Their collective consciousness had been born for a long time. I found a lot of valuable information from it. What information? Norton was interested in the bug's memories. The basic way of survival of these burrowing worms is not to live in scattered groups, but to live in groups in their own fixed territories. And the scattered crypt worms we see are all weaklings who have been expelled from the swarm. Professor X continued to explain. This is obviously not the information that the swarm I encountered is a new group composed of exiles. Their collective consciousness was formed a month ago. This memory of more than a month includes their migration route for more than a month, as well as the locations of the 16 fixed communities they encountered during their migration. The locations of the 16 fixed insect swarms and the corresponding underground area route maps are the information that Professor X obtained directly from the memory of the insect swarm. After hearing Professor X's explanation, Norton realized that the alien Zerg was not as simple as it seemed. Fixed ethnic groups, fixed chassis, and long-standing wisdom and consciousness. The surface of the alien planet, as far as the eye can see, is still dim, and there is no second color. The environmental modification of alien planets has never stopped. The scientific research team has been working hard, and the silver skateboard has been applied to the extreme. But the alien planet is a huge planet after all, and the transformation of the planet's environment is a very huge project. Even if the application is super capable, it will be difficult to see initial results without 3 to 5 years. However, in the past half year, the environmental transformation team has not achieved nothing. The significant reduction in sandstorms is the result of everyone's efforts. There was no sandstorm, so the Nortons and the three of them traveled smoothly, and soon arrived at a rift valley more than 100 kilometers away. "It's right here, the swarm of insects is down there," Professor O pointed to the rift valley. "Okay, I'll clear the way." Norton walked to the front and opened the way. It only needs to be decomposed and reorganized, and the obstacles will instantly become smoother, and a spacious passage will go deep into the ground at an angle of 30 degrees. Finally, 200 meters underground, the middle group that Professor X mentioned was found. Professor follow the underground passage where this swarm migrates, looking for the fixed colonies of burrowing worms in its memory. Only this kind of fixed community, if the collective consciousness has been formed for a long enough time, can it be possible to obtain more valuable memories. The three of them are not weak in strength, and even when traveling underground, their speed is not slow. Soon they found their first target, a swarm with about 1,000 burrowing worms. Magneto controlled the insect swarm and waited for Professor X to read the memory. But for a while, Professor X did not make any next move. What's wrong? Norton couldn't help but ask. This collective consciousness only has 3 days of memory, Professor X replied in confusion. How could this happen? Magneto frowned slightly. I don't know, there is nothing abnormal about the memory of these 3 days. Professor X shook his head. Damn it. Magneto directly crushed the insect carrying the collective consciousness to explode. But the next moment Professor X exclaimed, Hey, what did you find? Norton asked immediately. A new collective consciousness has emerged. Professor X replied. The answer gave Norton an idea. I thought of a possibility. As long as the number of insect swarms exceeds the critical value, the collective consciousness will not disappear. If the individual carrying the consciousness dies, the collective consciousness will die, but at the same time a new collective consciousness will be generated. This can also explain why the previous collective consciousness only has 1 day of memory. It's very possible. Professor X nodded in agreement. Then try the next swarm of insects. Magneto crushed all the remaining insects to death. The result was naturally no surprise, and Guarexy was verified again. Because of this phenomenon of death and renewal of the collective consciousness of the insect swarm, the value of the memory information obtained from the fixed insect swarm is greatly reduced. The most valuable among them is probably the terrain in their respective territories and the locations of other insect swarms nearby. But the Norton trio didn't give up. Walking around underground for 3 full days, they finally found the largest burrowing insect swarm on the entire alien planet. This is a pitch-black underground abyss with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers and a bottomless depth. The walls are full of holes large and small. The biggest boss of the alien Zerg may be down there, but the Norton trio didn't act recklessly this time. It's dangerous below the abyss. I don't recommend going down, Norton suggested. His instinct told him that it was very dangerous down there. He couldn't defeat it now and could only barely escape. Professor X also nodded in agreement with Norton's suggestion. I feel a very powerful consciousness down there. There is a high probability that I am not the opponent, Norton and Professor. The alien Zerg is not an obstacle to the development of alien planets yet, so there is no need to rush to deal with it at the moment. As a result, the 3 people ended the 3-day investigation.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.